Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Sound.
Members, at the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Members, the first item on the order paper is members' statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business is finished. I call Colin Gilrooney.
I would like to make a statement this morning, members, in relation to a meeting I attended after leaving here yesterday, and Deborah was at the same meeting. It was with a group of early years providers in the Armagh and Dungannon areas, just outside the Moy. These groups provide early years education at preschool level and inject huge value into our communities. Groups like Panda in Cabra and Kilishal, like Rainbow in Eglish, where my own children had the privilege and the benefit of attending, have over many years provided that additional start off for many of our young children. They're largely community based and voluntarily run in terms of the additional fundraising that they do. And while last night's meeting was a very positive and indeed an inspiring experience in terms of their passion for what it is that they do, they are flagging up difficulties and challenges that they are facing at the present time. Those pressures include cost of living pressures. In common with many other providers, they are struggling with the basics, with the cost of heating, lighting. They're also struggling from seeing huge numbers of children now coming through the system with additional needs and very little ways or pathways to refer those children on for the health needs that they need. They're dealing with children with additional language needs in our part of the constituency, and those are all things that are a challenge. The early years sector are regulated by both health and education. However, they don't receive the same support that some of the other settings within those areas receive, and I think that's something that we need to really look at very carefully. They also struggle with recruitment and retention. They find that they are training new staff up to a very high and a very skilled level for that staff then potentially to move on to other jobs due to burnout or to other sectors, statutory sectors where maybe terms and conditions are better. So I would really just this morning ask members to think about the value that these groups bring in all of our communities. What they're asking for is that their sector is stabilised, sustained and secured. And I want to add my voice and to say that there is huge merit in us doing that.
Call Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, mental health was once branded the Cinderella of the health service. Whenever you come to the Western Health and Social Care Trust area, mental health is still the Cinderella of the health service. A proposal for a new acute mental health facility in Omagh was first brought forward in 2010 as part of a three-pronged approach with the development of the local enhanced hospital and primary care complex, which opened in 2017. However, at that time, the construction of the acute mental health facility was pushed back into the second phase of the development. In 2022, the Department of Health prioritised two other mental health facilities, and unfortunately, to date, the development of the vital and important facility in the Western Trust area has not commenced and has continually been delayed due to funding restraints. By this stage, the Western Trust was asked to refresh their existing business case for the proposed acute mental health facility, which required a considerable amount of resources, and the business case development group had to be reformed to update their proposals. For many years, the community of Omagh and surrounding areas have been calling for the completion of the new enhanced 26-bed unit. The Western Trust has the largest number of mental health admissions compared to all other trusts in Northern Ireland. The figures for the 22-23 years showed that there was 1,542 mental health admissions, which was almost double the next highest trust area of 821 admissions. The statistics are stark and show the reality of how badly the acute mental health facility in Omagh is needed, especially given that the Western Trust catchment area covers the largest geographical area out of all the trusts across Northern Ireland. Mental health is a real part of our overall health and well-being and impacts how we think and act on a daily basis. Yet the infrastructure to support mental health remains inadequate, and many within the Western Trust cannot access the support that is needed. And given the fallout from the Omagh bomb, there are so many people in West Tyrone that today are still looking for the usage of the mental health facility that is not available for them in the Western Trust area. The need for this mental health facility is greater than ever. The people within the Western Trust deserve to have access to care and will ultimately have a life-changing and positive impact on their lives. And therefore I call on the Minister of Health to again consider bringing forward the facility in Omagh as a priority and to see that it is delivered for the people within the Western Trust area. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Sean Mulholland.
Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about an issue that is deeply concerning and impacting on thousands of unpaid carers in our community. These are individuals who dedicate time and energy to caring for sick or disabled loved ones, often at great personal and financial sacrifice. Unpaid carers receive a small additional income each week while still retaining their carers allowance payments. That's £151, not a single penny more, unlike other tapered benefits. The rules governing this are opaque, complex, and they make it exceptionally difficult and challenging for carers to stay within the limits, especially when their earnings fluctuate or they are new to the caring role. Recent figures obtained by an FOI revealed that more than £9 million of carers allowance overpayments have been referred to the Department for Communities Debt Management branch since 2021 as a result of breaches of the earning rules, which many carers struggle to navigate. Between 21-22 and 23-24, a staggering 6,514 carers allowance overpayments were referred. The average value of these overpayments was £1,413. That's over a third of the annual amount received. Legal proceedings have been initiated for 3 of these cases, which highlights the extreme measures that are being taken to recover the overpayments. For many carers, these overpayments represent a significant financial burden, often pushing them further into hardship. Whilst Carers Poverty Commission indicates that 1 in 4 carers were living in poverty last year, the rate of poverty amongst those in receipt of this particular benefit is 46%. That's nearly 1 in 2 recipients of carers allowance living in poverty. I've been in contact with Carers NI who not only shone a light on this issue, but have been working tirelessly to support those impacted. An individual they're supporting ended up with a debt of over £4,000 by inadvertently going over the earnings threshold by a few pounds a week. They are really struggling to pay back the money and have been left in a state of constant fear and worry. They are having to cut back on their food to get by, and they are, and I quote, so scared they will lose their house. Yesterday, we asked EFC if they use a similar IT system as in Great Britain, which automatically identifies carers who have exceeded the weekly earnings gap. We didn't get a clear answer. We need clarity. If we have the same system, why aren't officials acting on these cases more promptly? And if we do not, what systems are in place for the department to identify these cases earlier? We need to understand how we got into this mess and, more importantly, what will be done to resolve these issues now and prevent them from happening to carers in the future. We have to improve our systems and our interventions to support our unpaid carers and prevent the financial hardship caused. Unpaid carers are the unsung heroes of our society. Whilst it's difficult to quantify their exact contribution, a recent report put the economic value of unpaid carers in Northern Ireland at approximately £5.8 billion. That's 85% of our recent health budget.
And we're bringing remarks to a close.
They deserve our support and a system that works for them, not against them.
Thank you. I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. In 2018, I had the pleasure of being a guest of Oxford College, part of Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. The occasion was a debate involving myself, Colm Eastwood, the leader of the SDLP, and Patricia O'Lynn of the Alliance Party. We were speaking to students after screening of the remarkable film John Hume in America, which documents Mr. Hume's remarkable efforts over a number of decades to engage American opinion in this place. And of course it resulted in huge American influence in bringing about the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in 1998, the engagement of President Clinton, the chairmanship of Senator George Mitchell. Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to say that a study group from Oxford College are with us today. I just want to put on record it was a delight to meet them earlier this morning and to wish them well as they prepare to return to the United States.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin.
Summer season is upon us, and with it the annual stampede for passports. We know that as citizens of the Northern Ireland we have the unique privilege and birthright to dual citizenship to identify as British, Irish or both. However, for many wishing to avail of an Irish passport, that right has become increasingly difficult to attain. They are faced with additional barriers that don't exist for Irish citizens resident in the south, or indeed for those seeking a UK passport here. The disparity in passport application processes from here and the rest of Ireland is not only discriminatory but also perpetuates inequality. The stringent criteria, additional costs and barriers represent unnecessary hurdles for those wishing to assert the right to Irish nationality. At present, the Passport Office does not deem electoral ID a sufficient form of photographic identification, despite accepting the Public Services Card for those resident in the south. This creates an imbalance and an anomaly, one which forces Northern Ireland applicants into the ludicrous application of having to apply for a UK passport or driver's licence, resulting in unnecessary delay and considerable additional expense. The difficulty for single parents, mostly mothers, of course, applying for their children is of particular concern and something that I have raised with the Taoiseach in Dublin and with the Finance Minister here. This vulnerable cohort is required to complete an affidavit, even for renewals, a policy that does not apply to Irish citizens in the south. Again, there's a financial cost attached to this unless the absent, maybe even abusive ex signs the application. Sadly, this too sometimes comes at a price. Year on year, myself and others have called for a northern-based passport office. Those calls were echoed last week in this chamber. Yet the Dublin government are arguing that the lack of traffic on the MLA portal negates the need for this provision, whereas I'd argue that this isn't a reflection of low demand, but rather a clear indication of the suboptimal service provided by or on that portal. It's unacceptable that citizenship rights are subject to arbitrary restrictions based on geographical location, rather than being universally accessible to all Irish citizens on this island. The current process sets citizens from the north at a disadvantage, and this must be rectified urgently.
Thank you. I call Padraig Delargy.
Last Cancolia. No child should be left not knowing what school they're going to in September. And this weekend, I've been contacted by dozens of families and of schools right across Derry whose children are in that exact situation. We all know how unfair the transfer system is to judge children at age 10 or 11. And as a former Primary 7 teacher, I know firsthand how many children are impacted by this and how families are left feeling both worried and unsure of the next steps. Receiving this news on a Saturday from EA just is not acceptable, to wait until a Tuesday until they can appeal that process. Last summer and the summer before, I highlighted this with the EA, but seemingly nothing has changed. Our children should be looking forward to a new phase in their education, to going to big school, to making new friends, to meeting new people, and to starting new subjects. They should not be left without a school to go to, miles from their home, miles from their friends, and in some circumstances, miles from their brothers and sisters. So we can work together to change this. The EA can make simple changes to make this process simpler for schools, for families, but most importantly, for children. To make the process work is not a difficult thing to do, and we can take those steps today to ensure that the same issues do not arise next year.
Thank you. I call Deborah Erskine.
I rise again in this chamber on the matter of job losses in my constituency. Last Tuesday, 300 workers were told that the BTEE site will close in October. This is devastating news for the entire constituency, but is felt most acutely by the employees, their family and their friends of all who were employed by this global company. As time moves towards October, there can be no doubt that this closure of the site will have an impact on local businesses on the High Street in Enniskillen and across rural towns and villages across Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and this concerns me greatly. Whilst my fight since February has been to retain these jobs, I've always been keen to ensure that my constituency gets a fair share of investment and jobs, and I make that plea again today. We urgently need to see a plan for jobs and investment which holds fast to the idea of regional balance that was set out by Minister Murphy, and I hope that the interim Economy Minister will also be working towards. I want to pay tribute to the work of Invest NI, who've kept in touch with me and have engaged with the BTEE group to try and save these jobs. I know the Chief Executive is continuing to engage with me to find a way forward in supporting people in Fermanagh and South Tyrone who have lost their job and to create options for them going forward. And this includes a number of people who didn't sign the voluntary scheme to find out what their options are going forward also. This will not be easy for the some 300 people who have lost their jobs. However, we are resolute people in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and I know that our fight will now be turning towards creating jobs and draw down investment in our area. And with that, I want to pay tribute to all in the community who stood side by side in this fight to retain jobs. And there was the political support across the spectrum in that fight. I will continue my fight for the area, and I call on the Economy Minister to bring forward urgently a plan for my area and a plan for economic regional balance. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in this chamber again to talk about the unacceptable levels of violence against women and girls in this society in Northern Ireland. It is absolutely unacceptable, and I'm making a respectful plea to the First and Deputy First Minister to please prioritise this issue. It has been over 100 days since the return of this Assembly and Executive, and all parties have committed to this as a priority for them. Some of us as elected representatives were told the strategic framework and action plan would be ready by last year, and 100 days later we still haven't had it signed off by the Executive. With 98% of women in Northern Ireland experiencing at least one form of violence, abuse or harassment in their lifetime, how many more stories do we need to hear? Women are being murdered, they're being murdered in their own homes, they're being abused and they're being harassed. They are suffering, while we are the only part of these islands which does not have a strategic framework or an action plan to deal with this issue in our society. Last week on the Executive Office Committee, we heard from local women's centres, Women's Aid, Nexus, the Rural Women's Network, Women's Resource Development Agency and Rape Crisis. The community and voluntary sector are picking up the pieces where the Executive is failing to deliver in our society. They are doing the work on the grounds with grassroots supporting women, but they need help, support and crucially they need fully funded services to support vulnerable women and girls in our society. We cannot have any more delays. Since 2020, 19 women have been killed in Northern Ireland. We owe it to victims and survivors to fight for a better Northern Ireland so more people can have the help they need with frontline services, and we can fund measures to prevent this ever happening, leading fulfilling lives free from harm and abuse. I call now, please, for the funding needed to deliver the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, and for urgent sign-off by this executive.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to shed light today on the critical issue plaguing our communities right across Northern Ireland, and that's the devastating impact of drugs on families and young people. The scourge of drug abuse not only affects the individual, but ripples out, affecting families, friends and communities throughout each of our constituencies. For many families, the nightmare of drug addiction is a harsh reality. Parents watch helplessly as their children and young people spiral into the dark abyss of substance abuse, tearing families apart and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The emotional and psychological toll on families is immeasurable, Mr. Speaker, as they grapple with the feelings of guilt, sometimes shame, fear, despair, and just dread for what lies ahead. Young people with their futures ahead of them are particularly vulnerable to the lure of drugs. The seductive promise of escape and euphoria can lead them down a path of addiction, robbing them of their potential and their ambitions. And too often, and rising each year in Northern Ireland, we are losing countless lives to this terrible situation. Instead of realising their dreams, young people find themselves trapped in a cycle of dependency with repercussions that extend far beyond themselves. Our communities bear witness to the social decay caused by drug and substance abuse, the struggle of our young people, some getting into trouble with the criminal justice system. The healthcare system is under serious strain as a result of addiction-related illnesses, and there isn't, being honest, the facilities or services there to meet the needs of those who are in desperate need. And families, towns and schools are often, too often, Mr. Speaker, mourning the loss of promising young talent to drug abuse. The fabric of our society is torn by the threads of drug abuse, leaving scars that will take generations to heal. But all is not lost. In Strabane and in Omagh, over the last number of years, we have seen the loss of countless lives of young people. We have seen devastation. I've attended the funerals. I've helped and supported the families. And last year, we've seen the death of young Rory Carlin in Strabane that has shone a very bright light on the very serious challenge that exists in our community. His family, in the face of adversity, came out, called for greater awareness, support and services for the young people across our communities that are battling with drug and substance abuse addiction. There's a desperate need for that support. Inside a year, they've raised almost £100,000, which will go to support young people who are struggling and hopefully enhance services. But this House and the Minister is here, and I know he hears and is aware of this issue. We need to do more to support young people. We need services in place to support those in need at this time. We need respite services to support those in need, and we need an intervention immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and this morning I was horrified to hear on the news that almost 100 businesses who were affected by the extreme flooding last October and November are still waiting on their payments from a Department of Economy compensation scheme over 6 months on. Last October and November, following the extreme weather, South Down, Newry and Portadown suffered devastation to infrastructure and many businesses. These businesses were destroyed, stock, furniture, their livelihoods. Hearts were broken throughout families in the community. The financial response was always slow, with all local elected representatives calling for urgent support. £15 million of support was announced in late 2023, with some £7,500 paid to businesses before Christmas. The Economy Minister announced the release of further £10 million in February 2024, giving much hope to many. But today, on the 21st of May 2024, we hear that payments still have not reached businesses who have suffered significant loss. The failure to get this money to those who have suffered, as promised, is unacceptable, and it needs to be explained, and it cannot be delayed any further. These businesses have suffered extreme losses. Many have closed and cannot afford to meet the bills associated with their lost stock. Many have run up debt to stay open in the hope of receiving this promised relief soon. People deserve to get what they have been promised, and promptly. I was aware of some delays and had submitted a question to the Minister last week. If there were problems with this scheme, why did the Minister not intervene, and why did we have to learn of the scale of all of this in the media? Failure to deliver dramatically affects those suffering the loss, the confidence of our communities affected, and the entire population of Northern Ireland, where they lose faith in our government delivery on financial promises made. My written question was asking the Minister how much of the £10 million flood compensation scheme has actually been paid out. And following the media reports today, it certainly seems like it's well below what was promised, and I would like urgent clarity on this. I would also ask the Minister, has the full £10 million cost announced by her predecessor in February 2024 associated with the compensation claims been accrued as expenditure by the Department of Economy in the 23-24 financial year with the intention to spend it? The floods devastated our communities. The infrastructure failures are still visible and unresolved, with no report out from DFI on the responses or lessons learned. Roads still partially closed in my constituency 7 months on following landslides in Rostrevor, and devastating repairs needed in Ballinran never completed as promised. But this failure of the Department of the Economy to deliver the money promised to businesses in a timely manner is a disgrace, and the Minister needs to make this a priority today. Payments need to be made, and we need to see improvements for any future schemes. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week in my constituency of South Belfast, we received the sad news that Clayden is closing, yet another childcare provider forced to close due to the lack of a childcare strategy and investment in childcare. I have made numerous statements in this House about childcare, how it is crucial economic and social infrastructure, and how it is so important that we invest in it accordingly. We're hearing murmurings that there may be some movement coming soon, and so I want to take this opportunity to reiterate the need for a bespoke model for Northern Ireland. We can look across the border and we see that the free hours model is not working. This is purely based on parental employment. We need to look at it as child development. We need to ensure that we have a subsidy which invests in providers with stipulations that will improve quality, affordability, flexibility for all children. So I just wanted to raise that yet again. Parents and families and providers are on their knees. The Task and Finish group, a cross-departmental group, is lauded as looking at interim support and identifying how people could be helped in advance of the childcare strategy being developed. That's only met twice. I got a response to a question saying that has only met twice since its inception, which doesn't instill confidence that this is being dealt with the urgency that is required. So we look forward to an announcement coming from the Minister soon, and I hope that it focuses on a bespoke model for Northern Ireland, which really puts the child development at the centre of this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
And I rise to congratulate the organisers and participants in this year's 155th Balmoral Show, Northern Ireland's largest agri-food event. And I think for any member that attended, they would not have been blown away by not only the producers in terms of the livestock on show, but also those that are supplying our agri-food sector right across the board. Over 100,000 people descended upon the show over its 4 days this year, and it's a real testimony to those that have put in the hard yards to organise such a terrific event. And I want to put on record my thanks to the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society and its president, Mr. John Henning, who really did put on a stellar show for us all. Whether it be livestock or food, it's a time for the industry to come together, to talk to one another, to share concerns, but also share success. And I think that was really evident at this year's show. Quite often, Balmoral Show is a litmus test of feelings and thoughts among our rural and agricultural community. And I think whilst we can reflect upon a very successful show, we have to be very aware of the challenges our farmers are facing at present, and those conversations, if any member took the time to do so, would find that there is a lot of concern out there. There's concern for financial viability. There's concern over TB and the rise upon livestock. There's concerns regarding an ammonia strategy that really does have a long-term impact on the viability and advancement of some of our hugely successful agri-food sectors, including particularly that of the poultry industry. There's the issue of fair prices. All of these issues are bubbling and much more facing our farming community. So whilst we can get out and we can support them at Balmoral Show to showcase what Northern Ireland has to offer, there is the real need, members, and I say this right across the board to all political parties, for us to look at farming not as a problem but as part of the solution. Our farming communities go to the very heart of this society, and they feel very vulnerable at the moment, and they feel that political voices, not only here in the Northern Ireland Assembly, but whether it be at London or indeed at Brussels, have forgotten about them. And I think, members, we need to recommit ourselves, not only in this chamber, but in legislation and indeed our actions outside this chamber, to reconnect, refocus and support our proud tradition of farming and that agri-food sector. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you, Mr Buckley. That concludes members' statements. Members, the next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the UK Tobacco and Vapes Bill extending to Northern Ireland, insofar as the provisions of that bill relate to matters falling within the legislative competence of the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Health to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in October 2023, the UK Government announced its intention to create a smoke-free generation in England by stopping children who turn 15 this year or younger from ever legally being sold cigarettes. They proposed, however, that the consultation be UK-wide, with a view to aligning our policy approaches where this would improve outcomes and actually to allow for a collective action to tackle the harm caused by tobacco use and youth vaping. Subsequently, a UK-wide consultation concluded in December 2023, and following that consultation, health ministers in Scotland and Wales agreed in principle to their inclusion in a UK-wide bill subject to the necessary legislative consents. The return of our Assembly allowed a brief opportunity for a review of Northern Ireland's position on the matter. I subsequently indicated my support to the UK Government for the Northern Ireland inclusion, subject to the necessary consent from the Northern Ireland Executive and the Northern Ireland Assembly. So on the 21st of February, the First and Deputy First Minister agreed in principle to the progression of a legislative consent motion and a legislative consent memorandum concerning Northern Ireland's inclusion in the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. The bill itself was introduced into the House of Commons on the 20th of March. My department has provided both oral and written briefings on the bill to the Committee for Health, and the committee has agreed to support this motion at their meeting on the 18th of April. So I wish to thank my executive colleagues and the Committee for Health for their support and timely response on these matters. Mr Deputy Speaker, it might be helpful to members if I now summarise the provisions of the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. The current legal age of sale of tobacco is 18. The Westminster Bill will make it an offence for anyone born on or after the 1st of January 2009 to be sold tobacco products. These measures are in line with the recommendations made in the Cannes Review of England's Smoke-Free Ambition, published in 2022. So I wish to make it clear from the outset that there is no intention to criminalise smoking. Existing adult smokers will not be stopped from buying or smoking cigarettes, although I would of course urge them to seek the help of local cessation services to help them quit due to the very harmful impacts of any amount of tobacco smoke on health. So rather, the policy intention is to stop people from ever starting to smoke, thus preventing a lifetime of addiction. So the impact will be that children currently aged 15 and under, who are not currently legally permitted to be sold tobacco, will not be able to be legally sold tobacco when they turn 18 and beyond. So the onus will be on the seller, and the offences will be committed by the sellers and not the individual who make the purchase, unless the purchaser is doing so on behalf of someone under the legal age of sale, the so-called proxy purchasing. The bill will make the necessary age-related changes in respect of existing compulsory retail signage and proxy purchasing offences. The key provisions in relation to e-cigarettes or vapes are regulation-making powers, which will allow for a number of measures to be put in place. These include restrictions on vape flavours, restrictions on packaging, and bans on point-of-sale displays for all nicotine products and vapes. There are already similar measures in place in relation to tobacco products. The current e-cigarette manufacturer notification system operating in GB will also be able to be extended to other nicotine products and non-nicotine vapes, and those provisions may also be extended to Northern Ireland with our consent. So currently manufacturers who are accessing the Northern Ireland market are required to notify nicotine-containing e-cigarettes on the EU Common Entry Gate system, but there are no EU requirements in relation to non-nicotine vapes or other nicotine products. So in addition, age restrictions that currently apply to nicotine vapes will be able to be extended to non-nicotine vapes through Northern Ireland regulations, and we will be able to address current loopholes in relation to the free distribution to children of non-nicotine vapes and nicotine products. It is intended that parts 4 and 5 of the bill, which deal with the product standards such as flavours, packaging and manufacturing notifications, would be addressed through UK-wide regulations made by the Secretary of State. And as they may relate to public health issues and or consumer protection, Northern Ireland's inclusion in these regulations would be subject to our consent. So the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in England has committed to further consultation on regulatory proposals in relation to product standards and vapes, such as flavour restrictions, and there will be an ongoing engagement with devolved administrations to ensure an agreed, evidence-based approach to such regulations. So in relation to the other provisions on point-of-sale display, free distribution of vapes and age-of-sale restrictions on non-nicotine vapes, those regulations would be made locally by my department and would be subject to the draft affirmative assembly procedure. We have agreed to a Committee for Health request that we will engage with the committee, but also with the Youth Assembly in respect of subsequent regulations. On a technical point, Mr Deputy Speaker, and for the record, I would just bring to the House's attention to an amendment that I requested in relation to the powers of Clause 53, and which the Westminster Bill Scrutiny Committee have accepted. So on the advice of the Department of Justice Offences and Penalties experts and the Office of Legislative Counsel, I have requested that the penalty for any such offence created by regulations should align with the penalties for the age of sales offence. That is a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, so that in turn allows for the use of a fixed penalty notice in relation to offences created through subsequent regulations. I want to now summarise the results of the UK-wide public consultation that was held late last year, and these results were published on the 29th of January. There are particularly strong support for the measures from the people in Northern Ireland. The consultation received 27,025 responses from individuals, of which 1,221 were from Northern Ireland, and that made up 4.5% of the total responses from individuals, which actually represents a high response in terms of the Northern Ireland population. In relation to individual responses, 62.5% of UK respondents reported that they were in favour of the smoke-free generation proposal, with the highest support actually coming from Northern Ireland at 79%. So support was similarly much higher in Northern Ireland for the other proposals, which included 75.6% in Northern Ireland supporting a restriction on vape flavours and 85.3% in Northern Ireland who supported a restriction on the display of vapes, with 66% in Northern Ireland supporting prohibiting the use of all imagery and colouring and branding. So whilst the bill contains provisions that clearly fall within the competence of our Assembly as they address either public health or consumer protection matters, I believe that bringing forward our own primary legislation could pose a number of risks. So Northern Ireland's inclusion in the bill offers the most expedient way of bringing forward these measures. If we were to progress through our own primary legislation, there would be opportunity costs as we will have to redirect resources to such legislation. It is also unlikely that we will be able to bring the measures forward at the same pace as the rest of the United Kingdom, putting Northern Ireland's population at a disadvantage in terms of these important public health measures. So given the overwhelming public support for the measures in Northern Ireland, I believe that it is my duty to seek the same provision as the other devolved administrations, and I believe we would face considerable public criticism if we were to reject this opportunity. It is also expected that there will be a strong opposition to the bill from the tobacco industry, and that legal challenges are possible, and I believe that these would be better dealt with by a UK government on behalf of all the UK. So turning now to why I believe we need these measures. I'm sure members are well aware of the harms caused by tobacco and the growing concern over vaping, especially by young people. These harms are the reasons I feel that this legislation is so important for Northern Ireland. So just to recap on some of the key facts first on tobacco. Tobacco use is the #1 cause of preventable illness and premature death. Each year over 2,000 people in Northern Ireland die from smoking attributable conditions, and smoking increases the risk of more than 50 serious health conditions. For example, it accounts for 70% of lung cancer cases and over 1 in 4 of all cancer deaths. It substantially increases the risk of cardiovascular disease, heart attacks and strokes. It increases the risks of premature birth and low birth weight. And of great concern is that people with serious mental health conditions die 10 or 20 years earlier, and the biggest single factor in this is smoking. Smoking is also a major cause of health inequality, because smoking rates in our most deprived areas of Northern Ireland are typically more than 2.5 times the rate in the least deprived areas, and children of those smokers are subsequently more likely to smoke themselves. So those inequalities manifest themselves in health outcomes, with the incidence of lung cancer 2.5 times higher in the most deprived areas than the least deprived areas. So smoking attributable death rates in our deprived areas are double those in the least deprived areas. So my department has a long-standing strategic aim of a tobacco-free society. So the generational approach to eliminating tobacco use proposed in this bill, I believe, offers a groundbreaking means by which to address this key public health threat for young people and also future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've listened to some argue that this is nanny statism, suggesting that a smoke-free generation will deprive people of freedom of choice, and that the decision to smoke or not smoke should be a personal one. Sadly, smoking has little to do with personal choice. It results from an addiction to nicotine that usually starts at a young age, and it is an addiction that is notoriously hard to overcome and has deadly consequences. Smoking kills up to 2/3 of smokers, as I have outlined already, increasing the risk of multiple serious health conditions. 3/4 of smokers say they would never start if they had the choice again, and I have heard the Chief Medical Officer in England recount his observations of a smoker who had undergone limb amputations as a result of smoking, crying as they lit yet another cigarette. That is how addictive smoking is. Personally, I can think of no better law than one that seeks to prevent this misery for our future generations. Smoking doesn't just impact on smokers, it impacts on non-smokers exposed to second-hand smoke and on families dealing with the illness and death of loved ones. Unfortunately, it also has implications for us all and as taxpayers and as users of our health services. Members here today will be all too aware of the financial pressures facing our health service. In 2019-2020, Northern Ireland hospitals spent £218 million treating smoke attributable conditions. The same year, there were 38,617 smoking attributable hospital admissions. So every penny spent on treating tobacco-related illness is avoidable. So the harsh reality is that this is money our hospitals could be using to address other pressures. So in terms of implementation, once the bill passes into law, the age of sale changes will not be commenced until January 2027. So if the Assembly agrees to Northern Ireland's inclusion in the bill, we will use that lead time to engage with councils in relation to enforcement functions, and will continue to work closely with UK Government in relation to development of guidance for retailers. And I want to say a few words regarding our growing concern, and that's the growing concern about the detrimental impact of vaping, particularly on our young people. Vaping rates amongst young people here continue to rise, and recent young persons' behaviour and attitude survey data showed that the current e-cigarette use rose from 5.7% in 2019 to 9.2% in 2020. However, amongst Year 12 pupils, the growth in current use has been particularly concerning, with reported current use rising from 11.7% in 2019 to 23.6% in 2022. So whilst e-cigarettes may have a role to play in helping some people to stop smoking. The long-term harms of continued use are still unknown. So the Institute of Public Health in Ireland has taken forward a rapid review of evidence on behalf of their department and found strong, high-quality evidence of an association between e-cigarette use and subsequent tobacco cigarette use, actually based on longitudinal data. So the reviews included found that those who had never used e-cigarettes in their lifetime had over 3 times the risk of tobacco cigarette use at follow-up. So these results actually support a conclusion that there is a gateway effect of these products. And this substantiates my view and the view of our Chief Medical Officer that robust measures to address the appeal of these products to children are justified. The World Health Organization actually points to nicotine's deleterious impact on brain development, potentially leading to learning and anxiety disorders. The UK Government command paper relating to these proposals also includes that there are high health risks associated with the other ingredients in vapes. So the long-term health harms of inhaling colours and flavours are yet unknown, but they are certainly very unlikely to be beneficial. So in addition, Deputy Speaker, there are growing concerns about social and educational harms of vaping, with increasing numbers of post-primary school children actually at risk of disciplinary action, including suspensions, as schools attempt to deal with the number of children vaping actually on school premises. So turning now to the regulatory impact assessments that have been carried out. The smoke-free generation measures will result in some cost to retailers in terms of lost profits, training costs and additionality. So however, on a whole economy basis, these are outweighed by the social benefits. UK Government has published a UK-wide impact assessment, and the net present value for the bill is estimated at 18.6 billion over 30 years. In other words, there will be a net benefit of 18.6 billion over the next 30 years to the UK economy, and that takes account of the healthcare and societal costs associated with smoking tobacco. Secondary legislation relating to vapes would be subject to further detailed impact assessments. So members may want to note that further restrictions on tobacco and e-cigarettes may come with some additional enforcement, but also communication costs. However, several of these measures are not new. For example, enforcement measures are already in place in relation to tobacco age of sale and age of sale of nicotine vapes. And we will of course engage with enforcement authorities and the Public Health Agency in respect of those matters. So regarding human rights and equality impact assessment, the Department of Health and Social Care in England has confirmed that the bill is compatible with the Convention of Rights. The UK screening exercise concludes that there is no evidence to suggest that a smoke-free generation policy will have a significant negative impact on people living in rural areas, nor of those with protected characteristics. And in recognition of our local equality obligations, my department has also completed screening exercises which will be published shortly and have reached the same conclusions. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I've received correspondence from members in this room, from councillors and from parents, seeking additional measures to set smoke-free targets and to allow us to tackle the problems of youth vaping. And while we have made good progress in reducing youth smoking rates in Northern Ireland, I believe there is no room for complacency. Every year, approximately 127,000 new smokers are recruited across the United Kingdom. So this UK Government bill offers us a key opportunity to address these issues and to address them quickly. Deputy Speaker, I would ask members to support the motion here today.
Minister, thank you for that. I now call Liz Kimmins, Chair of the Health Committee.
Good last and I welcome this opportunity to confirm the Health Committee's support for the motion that the Minister of Health has brought to the House today. The harmful impact of smoking on health is well known and cannot be understated, and as outlined by the Health Minister, around 2,200 people die from smoke-related illnesses each year here in the North. And there are many more people living with the debilitating effects of smoke-related illnesses such as heart disease, stroke and diabetes, as well as many other life-limiting conditions. Avoidable illness, disease and deaths caused by smoking is unacceptable in this day and age. We also know that tobacco use is a leading cause of health inequalities, with smoking prevalence rates higher among people living in areas of social and economic deprivation. The Department's 2023 review of the last tobacco control strategy reported that inequalities in smoking prevalence also persist amongst other groups, particularly those with mental ill health. The Committee therefore welcomes the extension of the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, as the measures contained in this bill will unquestionably provide significant health benefits here, and particularly so for our young people. As the Minister outlined, by prohibiting the sale of tobacco products to people born on or after the 1st of January 2009, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill will introduce measures to stop people from ever starting smoking and becoming addicted to tobacco products. The Committee wholeheartedly endorses this measure that will surely go a considerable way towards realising the ambition of achieving a smoke-free generation in the future. However, the Committee acknowledges that this legislation is not a silver bullet, and whilst it contains provisions that will protect future generations, it does not contain measures that target the current generation of smokers. The Health Committee therefore looks forward to engaging with the Department of Health in its development of a new tobacco strategy, which must contain specific measures that will support existing smokers to quit, and in particular it must contain measures that target those groups where smoking rates are highest. As the Minister has outlined, the Tobacco and Vapes Bill will also introduce measures aimed at tackling increased rates of youth vaping, including measures to reduce the appeal and availability of vapes to children. When we consulted with the Youth Assembly members on this bill, they told us that they were also concerned about the increasing rates of vaping amongst their peers. They told us they were particularly concerned about the unknown impacts of vaping on health, and also the very evident impact that disposable vapes are having on our environment. The concerns expressed by the Youth Assembly were supported by the Institute of Public Health, which also provided evidence to the Health Committee on the bill. The Institute advised the Committee that it had carried out an evidence review to support the Department of Health in responding to concerns about youth vaping. That review found strong, high-quality evidence of an association between vaping and subsequent cigarette use, supporting a gateway effect of these products. The review also found evidence to support the association between vaping and physical and mental ill health and other substance use. The Committee shares the concerns expressed by the Youth Assembly and the Institute of Public Health about vaping, and was particularly concerned about the obvious targeting of the youth market with flavouring and packaging that is appealing to young people. The Committee notes that the bill contains a number of regulatory making powers, which will make provisions in respect of point-of-sale displays, restriction of product flavours and packaging, and age-of-sale requirements from non-nicotine vapes. The Committee therefore requests that the Minister and his officials engage with the Health Committee at the earliest opportunity in relation to both the development of the local regulations for which the Minister of Health has responsibility and the broader regulations for which the Secretary of State has responsibility. I welcome the confirmation from the Department that the £100 fixed penalty notice for the underage sale of tobacco and vaping products outlined in the legislation will not apply here, and that the fixed penalty notice for here will be £250. The Committee also requests that, in recognition of the particular concerns that the Youth Assembly raised in relation to vaping, that the Minister and his officials make meaningful efforts to engage with our young people, and in particular the Youth Assembly, on the future regulation of vapes and vaping products. The Health Committee shares the concerns articulated by the Youth Assembly on the potential harms caused by vaping products, and recognises the lack of research that is available on this subject, requesting that the Department supports research into developing an evidence base to widen our understanding of the impacts of vaping products on health. I would like to thank the members of the Youth Assembly who met with the Committee on this LCM. I and other committee members were very impressed by their ability to convey their opinion and to give their real-life experiences of smoking and vaping, and I look forward to engaging with them more over the next number of years. I'd also like to thank the Institute for Public Health for their engagement with the Committee on research in this area and for providing further briefing papers in advance of this debate. And I would like to thank the Department officials for their briefings and responses throughout the consideration of this LCM. In conclusion, I wish to confirm the Committee's support for the Minister's motion today that asks this Assembly to support the extension of the Tobacco and Vapes Bill. The Committee agrees with the Minister's view that the measures contained in this bill offer a huge public health opportunity that cannot be missed and will go a considerable way towards the ambition of creating a smoke-free generation. This is an ambition that the Health Committee fully endorses and supports. I will now make a few remarks in my capacity as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. My party also fully supports this LCM, and having recently met with various organisations including Cancer Research, Asthma and Lung UK, Cancer Focus, Chest, Heart and Stroke and the British Heart Foundation, all of whom endorse this very, very important legislation and the role it can play in improving the health of our communities, and particularly around reducing the prevalence of preventable cancers and other medical conditions. However, we do acknowledge that this will take time, and we must do more in the interim to also support smokers to quit and raise greater awareness of the very serious implications for our health on smoking. This undoubtedly will be impacted by the challenges facing public health campaigns as a result of funding difficulties. However, we must acknowledge the long-term impact of not providing education and providing support to smokers and those who may take up smoking. In addition to this, I would also like to hear more about what progress there has been made with the Minister's counterparts in the south of Ireland in an effort to align policies around tobacco use and vaping. Coming from a border area, it's very important that this LCM does not open up opportunities for a black market for these products, which would inevitably have a counterproductive effect. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, I look forward to seeing this progress, and hopefully we'll get answers to the queries raised to ensure that this legislation will deliver for the people here and make a significant impact on improving the health of our communities for future generations.
Thank you. And I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and the LCM which we're debating today and been asked to support is part, I feel, of our collective effort to try and create a smoke-free society, and it's very welcome, and the SDLP will be supporting this motion today, because if we are serious about establishing that smoke-free society, then this is an important step towards that. I know that it is not easy legislation for some people. I know that there are many who hold genuine concerns over the restriction of cigarettes and indeed vaping. Equally so, there was similar views when the ban on smoking indoors back in 2006, and I hope that when we noted from that the sky didn't fall in, that it will be the same on this occasion. Yes, of course.
The member given way. Just wondering, would the member accept that some of the concerns around this piece of legislation or LCM will be around the actual workability of it, the difficulty on it? The Minister outlined, and the Chair of the committee, some of the evidence that had been received on this. The Minister suggested there would be opposition from the tobacco industry. Have the committee or anyone heard of opposition from anywhere else? Have opinions been sought from NERDA, for example, around implications for, like I said, the workability and how this will affect shop workers in particular?
Yeah, I thank my colleague for those remarks, and again it highlights how there are some complexities with this, and that it is probably one of those bills that is easier on paper than it actually will be in action, because it will cause significant issues on the high street. It will cause problems, flashpoints at points of sale, but thankfully the consultation, which was rigorous and implemented right across the whole of the UK, and in which the Minister suggested there were significant contributions from people here in the north, show that there is that overwhelming majority, I think of nearly 80%, that want to see that ban. And I think when we're getting that sort of feedback from people, then it's incumbent upon us to act upon it. I mean, the dangers posed by direct and indirect smoking are well known and have been for some time. It's an industry that has thrived on and been the source of addiction, is a key driver of health inequalities, and I don't think we can underscore that enough. It is really obvious, there is absolute facts and figures to show that there is an inequality when it comes to smoking in terms of those of socioeconomic backgrounds that undertake smoking, and therefore we know exactly what the impact upon those people's health is, and I think it really is important that we do all we can to try and remove the scourge of the impact of smoking on people. It has been a cause of untold numbers of deaths all around the world as a result of cancer, of cardiovascular disease, of stroke, and indeed of diabetes. Here in Northern Ireland, over 2,000 300 people lose their lives as a result of smoking-related illnesses each year. And I make these contributions and comments as a former smoker myself, and I know how hard it is to quit. It's incredibly difficult to give up smoking. But, Deputy Speaker, I did so because I wanted to enjoy a long and full life. I wanted to be able to go for a run and not have to stop halfway to try and catch my breath. I wanted to be able to go out and actually sit down and eat a meal and enjoy the taste of food. And for anybody that has never smoked before, that is something that you're robbed of. You just literally cannot taste the food that you're eating, nor do you have the full range and sense of your smell. You're not actually able to smell the smells that are around you, and whenever you give up smoking, within a very short period of time, those are some of the things that come back to you quite quickly. But fundamentally, I didn't want to die from a smoking-related illness, which I knew that I could have helped prevent. And all of that to do what? Well, simply to line the pockets of some tobacco corporation, an industry which made $10 billion in revenue last year. However, I know that the health benefits that I've enjoyed for the last 20+ years from I have stopped smoking far outweighed any pleasure that I got from smoking. Now, Deputy Speaker, the issue around vaping are somewhat more complex. E-cigarettes have only appeared in the last decade or so, and the research around the health impacts of vapes is somewhat sketchy. However, we know that many of them contain nicotine, and while this may help reduce the number of cigarette smoke, there still is an addictive compound to them. It is in dealing with e-cigarette sides that I have a few concerns about this motion, and I would ask maybe if the Minister was able to comment on these in his wind. The first is that if we want people to successfully transition away from smoking, one of the easiest ways for them is to step down by moving towards vapes. And the problem is that if we make it socially unacceptable to vape, if it becomes something very stigmatised, that you have to go into a shop where there's no packaging and there's nothing there to attract a person away from smoking towards that, I fear that it may actually prevent us from getting people off smoking. But at the same time, I appreciate that we can't have an industry that then abuses that and is very attractive to children and young people. The second one, which my colleague had mentioned earlier, is around the workability of the bill and its enforceability. I mean, how does the government expect this to be enforced? Will every person, regardless of age, now be asked to produce identification? And if we fast forward 30 or 40 years, are we going to be in a scenario where a 16-year-old working in a shop is going to have to be asking a 70-year-old to produce ID to tell us whether they're 70 or they're 71? So there could be some problems there. And again, as I said, it refers to it as becoming a flashpoint at the point of sale. I also want to acknowledge and thank the role of the Youth Assembly that they played in the committee stage of this bill whenever we met with them. I suppose fundamentally, given that there is that age restriction in there, they are going to be the generation that's going to be most impacted by this, and it was an excellent opportunity to be able to go along, listen to their views, and then actually be assured that their views were considerable. They were almost unanimous in saying that they agreed with the outworkings of this bill and that they wanted, in some instances, to see further restrictions placed than the bill actually goes to. So it was an excellent example of youth participation in decision making in this building, and it is something that I wanted to acknowledge and welcome. I would close by reminding members that we cannot debate this legislative consent motion as being some sort of panacea to delivering the best possible health outcomes. Rather, it has to be seen as a suite of options for how we improve the health of our society. I know that the Minister is here today to fulfil his duty as Health Minister, but there are other issues around encouraging active travel, ensuring nitrate-free school meals, establishing greener and cleaner spaces for communities, which are issues which all executive members and ministers must live up to. And I hope that we can see some of those other initiatives being brought forward so that we can try and improve the overall health of our society. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we know that the health benefits of not smoking or vaping outweigh their enjoyability, and so for that I am content to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise as well on behalf of my party to offer my support and my party's support to extending the Tobacco and Vapes Bill to Northern Ireland. It is important that we are part of the UK-wide legislation. I think that all of us in this chamber today will unite around the aim of a smoke-free society in Northern Ireland. But as our previous speaker has just illustrated, it is vital that the legislation that is brought forward to tackle what is a very great harm in society is properly assessed, is fair, deliverable and workable at the end of the day. We all know the harm caused by smoking. The report published by the Northern Ireland Audit Office in January of this year reiterated the fact that smoking is the main cause of illness and early death in Northern Ireland, contributing around 2,200 deaths each year and 1 in 4 of all deaths from cancer. Those are very stark statistics for us to reflect upon. Research also suggests that life expectancy of each smoker is shortened for each cigarette smoke. And smoking also affects others, whether it is that unborn child or those who inhale second-hand smoke or passive smoking. And yesterday it was a delight to welcome Cathy Brokenshire to the Assembly and to visit us here in Northern Ireland. Cathy is the wife of the late James Brokenshire, who died from lung cancer despite never having smoked in his life. And I look forward to the autumn when we will bring an event to the Assembly here to discuss the harms of smoking, lung cancer and indeed passive smoking. So that was a real honour to be able to facilitate that yesterday. Smoking also results in high costs to the health and social services sector, and we are indebted to around 600 smoking cessation specialist service who provide their services free of charge to people across Northern Ireland, because it is a difficult addiction to break, and we need to help people in doing so and work in this particular area. The bill, as drafted, does have significant challenges, and I would hope that as the bill progresses its way through Parliament, that some of these issues will be dealt with in the scrutiny of the bill, and that is where our parliamentary team will be working to try to use their influences in this relation to this. As I've previously said, a generational smoking ban is well intentioned, but its success will ultimately rely on implementation and enforcement arrangements that can work and which do not unduly restrict the rights of retailers and consumers. And there are some doubts at this moment as to whether the bill as drafted actually meets those requirements. Concerns have been raised by retailers and shopkeepers that they could be criminalised under the new smoking ban, and should they be unfairly deemed to have permitted sales to those covered by this generational problem. And given that the overwhelming majority of cigarettes are bought from local shops, we need to be clear on enforcement, and we need to make sure that we are not criminalising the retailer in this issue. And I'm glad to hear that there's some work has been done in clause 53 of the bill, because I do think that that is very important. I think that age verification is another issue that will have to be looked at. And we need to understand, as Colin McGrath has said, how we will work out in years to come, if this bill is successful, whether that person is 29 or 30, or that 30-year-old is asking that 29-year-old to actually buy cigarettes for them. And I do think that that is really, really important, because legislation is only useful if it is workable. And we need to work out that conundrum in relation to that. We also need to remember that for retailers, asking for proof of age is one of the greatest triggers for violence and abuse of those retailers. And often in local shops, that will be young people who are working in local shops and having to take that particular abuse. So we need to really work at that element of the bill. The other element of the bill that gives us some concern is the issue around vapes. And this is an industry that needs to be regulated. It is a new industry, but it is an industry that needs to be regulated, and that is very important. And so far, the bill doesn't really lend itself to a great deal in that respect. And we need to know the content, we need to know the flavours, we need to know how this will come forward, because we don't want in 20 years' time to be talking about the harms of vaping in the same way that we're talking about the harms of tobacco, and that is very, very important. And it's also particularly important that we get some sense of those regulations, because I suspect that they are some way down the line in terms of time. So we'll be passing something that deals with smoking but doesn't really deal with vaping, in the hope that those regulations will come forward. Can I ask the Minister also, in closing, whether he and his officials have considered the applicability of the bill in Northern Ireland, given the fact that the Windsor Framework has stopped legislation in both Rwanda and in aspects of the Legacy Bill. And it's important that we're honest with people in Northern Ireland and that we understand this as well. Can I also pay tribute to the Youth Assembly in relation to their conversations around the bill? It's really important that the voice of young people is heard in relation to all of these things. And it's really concerning that some schools that I visit report such an increase in vaping among young people as well. So these are harms that our young people have to deal with, and it was brilliant to hear their voice and to understand that, and look forward to working with them as we go forward. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I confirm our support for the inclusion in the bill, and I would like to hear the Minister in his summary address some of those issues which I think are very pertinent to the working of the bill.
Thank you, and I call Nita McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to support this LCM to create a smoke-free generation by ensuring that no one born on or after the 1st of January 2009 will be able to buy tobacco in their lifetime, bringing Northern Ireland into line with the rest of the UK and also becoming world leaders on this issue. It must be welcomed that the Health Minister did engage with the UK Government to ensure that Northern Ireland was included in this legislation. Ultimately, this is a public health measure designed to protect the population from the harmful effects of smoking. Like many MLAs, I have engaged with Cancer Research and Cancer Focus, which they both highlight that tobacco is the biggest cause of cancer and death in Northern Ireland, with one person dying every 3 hours due to tobacco and around 1,500 tobacco-related cancer deaths each year in NI. Beyond the undeniable human impact of this, there is also an economic impact on our health sector, and I would agree with the Minister and the other members that over 200 million per year to treat smoking-related conditions is not acceptable. On a day where we will be discussing the impact of financial pressures on the Department of Health, this cannot be overlooked. It is also important to note the socio-economic aspect of this. As other members have highlighted, the NI Audit Office has stated that the rate of deaths per 100,000 as a result of smoking-related illnesses is 98% higher in the most deprived areas of Northern Ireland. As representative for North Belfast, one of the most economically deprived constituencies in this country, I am particularly keen to ensure my constituents are protected from the harm caused by cigarettes. And I am glad to see this cross-agency approach being taken to tackling the harms of smoking and tobacco, and I would like to thank my colleague Andrew Muir, the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, for taking decisive action in announcing a ban on disposable vapes. For this particular legislation being discussed today to be successful, there also needs to be robust enforcement from relevant agencies. And I want to thank the Minister for his interaction with the UK Government to ensure the fixed penalty notice of £250. But we will yet see if this is enough. This, of course, will take time, and enforcement must be important. I want to touch for a moment on the issue of vapes. The evidence is not clear as to the harmful effects of vaping, but let's be honest, there is no evidence to suggest that it is medically, ethically or socially acceptable for children to buy or use vapes, especially children dressed in school uniforms. There are no excuses for any shop or retail worker to accept or allow the selling of vapes to children. I respect that the onus will be on the seller, and we need to ensure that we have appropriate advertising and engagement with the retail sector, so hopefully the Minister can touch a little bit on that in his response. But I also want to focus for a little bit on the role of local councils. We are all aware of many constituents who come to us regarding the sale of vapes or cigarettes to under 18s, and it does take local councils a number of weeks to ensure that enforcement action is taken on those selling vapes or cigarettes to under 18s. However, with this legislation coming into effect, we will need to ensure that there is greater support on local councils to take this action. I look forward to hearing from the Minister regarding these issues that I have raised. But this is a positive step for us in Northern Ireland to be one of the world leaders in ensuring that we have this smoke-free generation. I look forward to working again with the young people right across Northern Ireland and hearing their voices when it comes to those regulations taking effect. And I would also like to thank Cancer Research UK for their engagement with the committee and with individual MLAs on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I and my party very much welcome today's LCM. As has been said, tobacco is the largest cause of cancer in Northern Ireland and accounts for over 2,000 deaths locally every year. It is a matter of fact that nothing would have a bigger impact on reducing the number of preventable deaths across the United Kingdom than ending smoking. It is also a huge contributing factor to our persistently high levels of health inequalities here in Northern Ireland. The vast majority of people who smoke become addicted to smoking as a child. Therefore, it's clear that if we as a society are to truly tackle the problem, then we need to focus most efforts on limiting the number of young people taking up smoking in the first place. Whilst I acknowledge the various initiatives and measures already in place, as well as applauding the huge beneficial work being achieved by our smoking cessation teams, it is clear, regrettably, that children and young people continue to start smoking. And it has been more widely accepted over recent years, and as I've heard our local Chief Medical Officer state recently, tobacco is the only consumer product that kills up to 2/3 of its users. So we need to do something different, and this time we need to be even more ambitious. That is why I welcome the UK Government's consultation on a smoke-free generation and their decision to include Northern Ireland in that. The timing of the restoration of the institutions in early February was then apt, as it came just in time for the Minister and his officials to move very swiftly to work with the UK Government to secure Northern Ireland's inclusion on the face of the bill, and I congratulate the Minister and his team for achieving that. Today's LCM is therefore a key stage in the process. From the previous public consultation, it's clear that what the UK bill and today's LCM is doing has strong public support. Greater support, in fact, than the UK average. In addition, it's clear that the proposals have clear public health and clinician support. I'm, however, aware of some dispute about how the bill sits alongside the Windsor framework. But on that point, I will follow the advice of the local departmental solicitor's office, the UK government's legal teams and the UK government itself, all of which are quite clear that this is an age restriction and not a ban. I can understand why the tobacco and vaping industry have a vested interest in trying to spin that line, but ultimately it should come as a surprise to no one that the bill is going to be challenged in whatever way is possible. Despite that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill is the right thing to do, and today's LCM is the right thing to do. I therefore fully support today's motion and again want to pay tribute to all the departmental staff and organisations that have been so critical in getting us to this point. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister of Health for his work on the LCM, and I welcome the opportunity to support this today. As the Chair of the Health Committee has indicated, this is something of which the committee has considered in detail, and I thank departmental officials for their helpful updates and in answering our questions on this. Smoking is the largest preventable cause of illness and premature death. It is also a key factor in health inequalities and life expectancy, often coinciding with social deprivation. What is particularly concerning for the purpose of this debate is that according to 2022-23 Health Survey Northern Ireland, approximately 2/3 of adult smokers take up smoking before the age of 18 and over 80% before the age of 20. So if we can prevent people from below these ages from taking up smoking, there will be a huge reduction in lifelong smokers. We're also seeing a concerning increase in the use of vapes over the last decade. Although vaping can be an effective tool to help smokers quit smoking, given it is less harmful than tobacco, it is associated with some short-term effects, including headaches, coughs and nausea, and the long-term effects are not yet known in detail. Disposable vapes are a concern, not just because of the aforementioned health risks, but also their low prices and appealing packaging and flavours. They appear to be directly marketed to young people. These vaping products containing nicotine are highly addictive, and they will create lifelong vapors. So the provisions in this bill to restrict the sale of vapes, which will hopefully reduce the attraction and the sale of vapes to young people. I would echo the comments of the Chair in thanking the Youth Assembly for their engagement with the committee on this issue. I found their opinions and their life experience very, very informative and very useful to us, and like other members, I look forward to working with them further. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill offers an ambitious opportunity to create a smoke-free generation across the UK and in Northern Ireland, and we must do what we can to deliver this. As other members have mentioned, this bill is not perfect. There are procedural issues that need to be resolved over how it will work in the long term, including how the proof of age will be required in subsequent decades as people born after 2009 move into middle age and beyond, and how, more locally, how councils can be supported in terms of their enforcement in respect of vapes. As a Liberal Party, we need to balance the competing rights and obligations in society, and we are not convinced that bans are always the answer. But it should be said that this bill is not intended to ban smoking for anyone who can smoke today. Instead, the intention is to prevent anyone born in or after 2009 from ever being able to smoke, and if it succeeds, it will fundamentally change our society for the better, preventing suffering from lots of diseases that have been mentioned related to smoking, saving thousands of lives, and removing many of the associated pressures and costs to our health service. As a former smoker myself, I am very familiar with how hard it is to quit smoking, and as a nurse, I have seen many times people with conditions related to smoking that have had a huge impact on the quality and indeed the length of their lives. For these reasons, I am content to support this LCM today, but I would encourage the Minister to continue his engagement with UK Government colleagues to ensure that this bill delivers as intended and, most importantly, is concluded before the end of this parliamentary term, which is approaching very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I certainly agree that proceeding by this consent motion is the most expedient way to address this issue. I also share the general consensus that the essence of the bill is desirable. Smoking is an indisputable killer in our society, and therefore that which we can do to diminish the death roll from smoking, we should do. And that is my starting point in all of this. I think in respect of vaping, it's a largely unregulated industry, and I'm not sure, unless the regulations under this bill come up to spec, that it's going to be greatly regulated by these provisions. It is undoubtedly the gateway to smoking, and therefore, if we're going to deal with smoking, we need to deal with vaping, and I trust going forward that is how it will be. I want to look at this, though, from an aspect that has been glossed over to this point, briefly mentioned by Mrs. Dodds and by Mr. Chambers. Whether or not, though we assent to a national Act of Parliament to deal with this issue, that Act of Parliament will be permitted to be applied in Northern Ireland because of the overriding effect of the Northern Ireland Protocol? Or are we headed down the road of further subjugation of democratic will by EU diktat? As the Minister knows, under Article 5.4 of the Protocol, a series of some 300 laws and areas of law set forth in Annex 2 of the EU Protocol are made applicable to Northern Ireland. And one of those laws, as the Minister knows because he set it out in an answer to me, AQW 6192, one of the more than 60 areas of EU law that bind his department, one of those EU laws is the Tobacco Products Directive. Whether we like it or not, that is setting the legal parameters in respect of Northern Ireland because of the hideous imposition of laws that we can't change by the protocol. Article 24 of that Tobacco Products Directive says this: member states, and for that purpose we are regarded, sadly, as a member state, member states may not prohibit or restrict the placing on the market of tobacco or related products. So the question is a generational ban a restriction of placing tobacco on the market? That is the defining legal question, I would have thought. And there may be some guidance in that from what's happened in other countries. Because back in 2022, Denmark, an EU member state, proposed a generational ban, such as this, from those born after 2010. And yet it withdrew that proposal because of conflict with this very EU law that also binds us. In an answer in the Danish Parliament on the 6th of April 2022, the Ministry of Health said, "The Ministry therefore considers that a ban on the sale of tobacco and nicotine products to people born in 2010 or later would require an amendment of the European Tobacco Products Directive." And therefore they didn't proceed, because they believed, on their legal advice, that you could not have a generational ban because of Article 24 of the binding Tobacco Products Directive, which equally applies to us, which prohibits restriction on the marketing of tobacco. Certainly.
If I understand the member, he is suggesting that Brexit may prevent this LCM being applied to Northern Ireland. Is that correct?
Absolutely wrong. If we'd got Brexit, we wouldn't have this problem. We got the protocol instead, which keeps us subjugated to the EU under its laws, and the member hasn't been listening, or if listening hasn't understood. Article 5.4 of his beloved protocol subjects Northern Ireland to this foreign law that we can't change. And it is this foreign law which says that you cannot restrict the marketing of tobacco. So it is the Alliance Party's protocol, which of course it demanded rigorous implementation of, which in fact creates this dilemma. That's the legal reality. And of course, it comes much closer to home, because the Irish Republic also contemplated a generational ban. And just last week indicated it wouldn't proceed. It would instead increase the age of sale of tobacco products from 18 to 21. And it reported that it couldn't proceed with it because of the same EU directive. And yet we're told by Mr. Chambers, oh, the government lawyers, the DSO, they're content that this isn't a problem. Those are the same government lawyers that told us the legacy bill wasn't a problem, that told us that the migration issue wasn't a problem, and yet we've seen not once but twice what happened in the High Court when 2 acts of the Sovereign Parliament of the United Kingdom were struck down. Why? Because they did not comply with overriding EU law subjugating the right of Parliament to legislate in Northern Ireland. And it may well be that the Danes are right, that the Dublin lawyers are right, that you cannot proceed in Northern Ireland because of our subjugation to foreign law with this bill. And I've no doubt there will be legal challenge, and we will ultimately get an answer to it. But if that answer is negative, if that answer is that yet again a life-saving provision of the United Kingdom Parliament is prohibited from applying in Northern Ireland because of the supremacy of iniquitous EU law, then I hope those who are the cheerleaders for EU law will recognise what they have done. Yes?
Given that the member has made a point which has been addressed by the Minister and which he has said may be tested at some point in the future, do you not feel a bit reckless that we're dealing with an issue here that will save thousands and thousands of lives in the future, and the length of time that you're taking to spin it for your personal political outcomes is just a little bit tired, old and sick?
Comfortable to hear what the legal outcome of his embracing and advocacy of a protocol actually is. And if it turns out, I trust it doesn't, but if it turns out that EU law trumps this bill, and if it turns out that the lives which can be saved can't be saved because of EU law, then I trust the member will come to this House and acknowledge how wrong he was, both in supporting the protocol and in swiping away the legal realities which flow from it. And I do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have to express surprise that the committee, in dealing with this legislative consent motion, doesn't seem, from what I can read in their minutes, to have ever addressed this issue. I would have thought they would have taken legal advice on this matter. And it really is surprising that they didn't. So in this House today, I raise the flag of warning that we may well once again, and no doubt there will be vested interests willing to exploit it. We know that, the tobacco industry. Of course they will. That there may well be issues arising from our subjugation to EU law, where EU law prima facie seems to say you cannot do in a member state, which we sadly still are regarded as under the protocol, you cannot do what this bill seeks to do. And if that is so, then it will be an appalling situation, not just constitutionally, but from a public health angle as well. And if that happens, I trust there'll be enough honesty in this House to face up to the cause.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure about the approach laid out in this LCM necessarily being the correct one to tackle the issue of vaping and smoking. And the reason why I say this is because this has been an initiative that has been initially taken by a Tory government that has underfunded health over the last 14 years and this place for decades. And they see enforcement and outlawing as a possible quick and easy way for some headway on this important issue. The party who has underfunded health tells us that this is a measure being taken for health reasons. They're forcing charities to pick up the slack. They take up the slack to raise awareness for smoking, vaping and the problems and the health problems with it. And the Minister obviously outlined some of the obvious health problems, complications associated with vaping, and these are real and not disputed by myself or anybody in this House. But some of those same problems exist with tobacco, alcohol, prescription drugs, and I don't think anybody who is serious about tackling addiction, substance abuse would advocate for a prohibition model. Prohibition didn't work with alcohol, doesn't work with alcohol, and I'm not sure it will work with vaping. The underlying reason why people vape or smoke or use any of these other drugs won't be tackled with a ban. We need to tackle these underlying issues around alienation, low pay, poverty, deprivation, which obviously aren't mentioned in the bill today. Deputy Speaker, also concerned about this bill and this LCM leading to a underground, unregulated market of vapes and similar products. This could potentially put people at a greater risk of being taking products that aren't monitored or aren't checked in any way whatsoever as people try to fill the void, be they paramilitaries or criminal gangs who try to seek to make up with this ban comes into place. I think a better approach, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to tackle this would be a properly funded public health approach and a campaign that aggressively talks about the dangers of smoking. I think there's also serious questions here about enforcement and this legislation allowing for enforcement, and the Minister mentioned about powers for councils, which hasn't been detailed as far as I'm aware. Also, we have a serious problem in our society of stop and search of young people, which is incredibly high for young people, and I remain convinced that this LCM won't lead to more harassment and stop and searching of our young people, racialised minorities and other people as well. Also worth mentioning, and people talk about the Youth Assembly, but the Youth Assembly were split in aspects of the bill as well, talking about the restriction of age for tobacco sales, so I think that's important to emphasise that as well. And in closing, Deputy Speaker, it's also worth mentioning this Tory government has actually cut they cut the NHS programmes specifically designed to stop people from smoking. So I don't think they have much interest in actually stopping people or encouraging them from not smoking. And in Britain, at least, there's been actually an uptick in women who are pregnant not giving up smoking because these exact programmes have been cut. So I think there's holes in this. I remain unconvinced that it's going to do what it says it does, and I'd like the Minister to address some of those issues that I've raised. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call on the Minister of Health to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank all members who've contributed to the debate, and again, all members who have said they will be supportive of this LCM. I'm not sure of Mr Carroll's position in closing. I know he has raised questions, but I don't think he's indicated actually where he's supporting the LCM. In regards to particular comments, and I'll move first to the Chair of the Committee, and can I thank the Committee for the engagement that they have had in regards to this, both with officials but also with the Youth Assembly. I think that has proven actually helpful in regards to that, and also like to acknowledge their timely engagement in regards to that. But I do, as well, like others who have spoken, extend my thanks to the Youth Assembly for their extremely helpful contribution to this discussion, because I think it's clear from that engagement that vaping is a key concern for our young people, and I'm pleased that most of the Youth Assembly members were supportive of the Bill's proposals in that regard. And as I've said in my opening comments and reinforced by the Chair, we will engage further with the Youth Assembly on these issues as our regulations are further developed. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to, I suppose, specific issues that have been raised, and the first one was from the Chair in regards to engagement with the Republic of Ireland, and I think Mr Allister touched on it as well. The regular informal meetings between the tobacco control officials and my department and their equivalents in the Irish Republic, those regular updates on those developments have taken place, and that includes on the respective consultations both in the United Kingdom and again in the Republic of Ireland on smoking and vaping. And there has been discussions with the CMO in the Republic of Ireland and direct engagements with the policy team there. Further engagement also included policy colleagues from England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Minister Donnelly and the Minister for Public Health, Colin Burke, announced on the 14th of May that the Irish Cabinet had approved a proposal for legislation that will increase the age of sale of tobacco to 21. So adoption of tobacco 21 in the Republic of Ireland will create cross-border divergence, that's we're aware of. However, in time, it will still mean that no one on the island under the age of 21 will be able to legally buy cigarettes. So both Tobacco 21 and the smoke-free generation measures actually aim to achieve the same end, acting on the same population group over the same time period beyond the age of 21, and the chances of becoming a regular smoker are therefore significantly reduced. But a smoke-free generation approach is expected to continue to provide beneficial reductions in smoking initiation. In regards to, also as mentioned by the Chair, as the Institute of Public Health have referred to in their recent report for the Health Committee, the tobacco industry has lobbied intensively against a number of progressive tobacco control measures by raising fears, and it was mentioned, of black market and criminal activity. But evaluations of the impact of these measures repeatedly conclude that they do not contribute to increased rates of out-of-country purchases, illicit tobacco or cross-border purchases of tobacco products. But we are aware of the continued threat of illicit tobacco and the potential for it actually to dilute the effectiveness of legislative measures. However, it's an addiction to nicotine that drives the demand for illicit tobacco and vapes. So with the reduced addiction, we expect reduced demand. So when the smoking age was increased from 16 to 18, the number of illicit cigarettes consumed also at that time fell by 25%, and the smoking rates for 16 and 17-year-olds dropped by almost a third. In regards to issues raised by Mr McGrath and Mr Durgan, members may be aware that actually, and it was in regards to how shopkeepers and retailers will have to deal with this, but members will be aware that assaulting a shop worker will actually be made a separate criminal offence in England as Wales. In England as Wales as part of a government response, but that's in response to a wave of retail crime. Our Justice Minister here has indicated that the assault on a retail worker can already be prosecuted under existing laws designed to protect any member of the public from harm, but she has indicated she will give further consideration to protections for these workers in her consideration of the proposed sentencing bill. So there is additional work being done there. In regards to, I think, an issue that was raised by Ms Dodds and ensuring that this legislation was fair, deliverable and workable in how we bring forward the regulations, and I can confirm her in regards to the powers that the bill will bring forward, and that's provide powers to introduce a ban on the free distribution of nicotine products. These powers will sit with my department, but will be subject to the draft affirmative procedure. The powers to provide powers to regulate retail displays of nicotine products and non-nicotine vapes, again, those powers sit with my department and will be subject to draft affirmative procedures. In relation to e-cigarettes and nicotine products, product standards and issues, while the Secretary of State will bring forward UK-wide regulations, those will be done with the consent of devolved governments. And as Part 5 of the bill provides the Secretary of State with UK-wide regulation-making powers in relation to potential extension of e-cigarette notifications, will also be brought before the Assembly as well. She did mention as well, and I think it was timely as well, about the visit of Cathy Brokenshire. I think many of this House have a great respect for James when he was Secretary of State here, and I do thank Dame Arlene Foster for actually setting up that visit, because I know not only did Arlene and Cathy engage with party representatives here, they also met with my Chief Medical Officer and Deputy Chief Medical Officer in regards to this. So I do look forward in regards to those further publication and awareness events that will be coming forward later in the year, and I thank the member for raising that. She did mention as well about this legislation and how it would move through the House of Commons and the House of Lords. She may not be aware. I met with Minister Andrea Leadsom no later actually than yesterday as the sponsoring minister for this bill, and I think she has indicated that she's meeting the DUP Westminster team later today in regards to working through some of the issues that the member has raised as well. So I look forward to the positive outworkings from that. But I think she also raised, and other members did, the suggestion that retailers will be burdened with having to regularly distinguish between 39-year-olds or 40-year-olds in regards to identification. But I think that doesn't take account of the already declining smoking rates in young people, which we hope, when combined with these measures, will result in a further decline in smoking prevalence among younger people. So while there will be a cohort of smokers who are close to the legal age boundary and for whom retailers may need to continue to check ID, it is expected that the numbers of smokers below the legal age of sale will actually continue to decline as a result of this legislation.
I thank the Minister for focusing on that issue of the onus being on the retailer. But would the Minister accept that there are retailers, often small retailers, who willingly and knowingly do sell tobacco products to children and including children in school uniforms, and that's why enforcement is key to make sure that this does not actually happen?
No, and I think the member raised that in her contribution, but I'll come to that as well in regards to that. So in regards to, I think it was Mr McGrath while working through the debate as we were having it, the cessation services, and I think the tobacco strategy that has been talked about and the Chair talked about is supported by that comprehensive action plan that includes educational initiatives in schools, but there's also a stop smoking and vaping pilot service that is actually within schools in our southeastern area. The PHA are currently exploring models to support smoking cessation in disadvantaged communities, and there is continued investment in smoking cessation services. There's also an intention to further develop hospital inpatient smoking cessation support services as well. Our CMO has been clear that e-cigarettes should only be ever used as a short-term measure and only then to assist smokers who choose to use them in their efforts to quit, actually recognising that other licensed and effective quality controlled nicotine replacement products are also available free of charge through the Northern Ireland Smoking Cessation Services. So it's not always necessary to resort to vapes in regards to that. So I think in regards to Mrs Dodd's contribution in regards to the powers of the Secretary of State, there are provisions relating to vape and nicotine product standards that actually mirror those existing provisions in relation to tobacco, which is actually set out in the 2014 Children and Families Act at Westminster, and those provisions allowed for UK-wide regulations with the consent, again, of devolved administrations. So I believe, and I said in my opening comments, there's a practical benefit in retaining as much consistency as possible in product rules, as a single regulation regime across the whole of the UK actually helps ensure that coherent and operable enforcement regime regarding those products. In regards to, it was something that, again, Ms Dodds raised, Mr Chambers raised, but also Mr Allister raised, and I do thank him for his support, but also rightly using his political mandate to raise his concerns in regards to the outworkings of this bill. He did reference the UK, or the EU Tobacco Products Directives, TPD, and he referenced that it listed under Annex 2 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, Article 5.4, does state that Union law listed in Annex 2 shall also apply in Northern Ireland. But the Tobacco Products Directive is concerned with the manufacture, presentation and sale of tobacco and nicotine-containing products. It includes restrictions such as limitations on the nicotine content of e-cigarettes, requirements for the manufacturers to report on ingredients in tobacco products and e-cigarettes, and a requirement for the provisions of information to customers, including health warnings on packaging. There are potential EU barriers that have been considered in conjunction with the UK Government during the development of the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, and we remain unaware of any Windsor Framework barriers to the Northern Ireland application of the measures set out in this bill. And again, it was something I raised specifically with Minister Leadsom yesterday, and again she provided me the reassurance that not only through the work of my own department officials but also hers and the legal advice that she has received, that this will not be an impediment. I will, yes.
The Windsor Framework impediment is the unaltered protocol of 5.4 and the application of the Tobacco Directive, which applies to the sale of tobacco. Is the Minister not concerned that both the Danish government and, from what I read in the Irish press, the Irish government, who said that their preliminary legal advice suggests Ireland cannot pursue a smoke-free generation policy, as has been suggested in other jurisdictions due to the EU single market rules and the Tobacco Products Directive? Here are two EU member states, and we're in the same pickle, who have said we can't do it. Does that not concern the Minister?
It does concern me, and the member will know, and again that's why I raised it as a specific issue when I met Minister Leadsom yesterday. But our understanding is that it is for the UK Government to ensure Northern Ireland's compliance with the Windsor Framework, and since this is a UK Government bill, it will be ultimately for the UK Government to determine any barriers to our inclusion and to deal with any challenges in that regard. However, I emphasise again that we have been assured by the UK Government that no such barriers exist. But I do recognise the member's concerns and the positions he holds in regards to that. But again, I do thank him for his support for the intent and the content of what we aim to do through this LCM and bringing it forward. And I do sincerely hope, for the sake of public health, but also for the sake of regards to the concerns that he has raised, that this doesn't become a concern or an issue through the Windsor Framework and Protocol. In regards to, and I think it goes back, moving on then to the issue that was raised by Nuala McAllister in regards to the enforcement of these issues. As we know, age of sales restrictions already exist in Northern Ireland. That enforcement does fall to our district councils. The department does actively actually engage via the PHA and actually funds tobacco control officers to carry out test purchasing activity and to engage with retailers to support compliance with tobacco legislation, and we envisage those arrangements will continue. We will engage again with councils in the coming weeks to seek their views on any additional operational challenges with the new regime. Council enforcement officers are actually represented on the Tobacco Strategy Steering Group, and we are aware of their support for these measures. Again, detailed discussions on enforcement will be arranged in the coming weeks. However, we're confident that we can work together to ensure effective and efficient enforcement in regards to that. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that I have covered most of the specific concerns that have been raised by most members in the House. And again, we do know that countries around the world are considering ways to further address the harms of tobacco use and the growing use of vapes by young people. So it's absolutely critical that Northern Ireland is not left behind on such significant public health initiatives. As members will be aware, a key element in the reform of our health service is enabling people to stay well for longer. I believe that this bill offers a huge opportunity to do just that. In 2006, we introduced legislation banning smoking in indoor public places and workplaces. At the time, such legislation was not without its challenges, but now it is heralded as one of the most important pieces of public health legislation of our time. And this bill offers us a similar opportunity to take bold action to protect our children and grandchildren from the misery that tobacco use brings and to protect them from new forms of nicotine addiction. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my officials who have worked on bringing forward this LCM, but also the engagement that they have had during the lack of a functioning assembly. And again, I want to thank members for their acknowledgement as well of the work that was done. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, order. The next item on the order paper is a motion on veterinary medicines. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the House of Lords Windsor Framework Subcommittee's inquiry into veterinary medicines and the Windsor Framework acknowledges the deep concern of the agri-food industry that the number of veterinary products estimated to be at risk in Northern Ireland could be up to 51%. Further notes that the absence of adequate access to veterinary medicines risks competitiveness and could lead to increased vulnerability to disease outbreaks, reduced capacity to treat and prevent illnesses, and compromise animal welfare standards, recognises that this not only poses a threat to individual animals, but has broader implications for public health, and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to bring forward proposals to the UK Government and European Union authorities that would positively resolve this matter.
Thank you, and I call Tom Elliott to move the motion.
Move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Elliott. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion, Mr Elliott.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for that, and I welcome the Minister here to the Chamber today. I know that the issue is broadly a matter between the European Union and the United Kingdom Government, but it is important that our department as well, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and our Minister take a proactive role in trying to at least encourage and put forward proposals that will help resolve this matter. Following the UK's exit from the European Union, the whole of the United Kingdom remained aligned with European Union rules on veterinary medicines. However, under the Windsor Framework and EU regulations, new rules were applied to Northern Ireland that would seriously restrict the level and number of veterinary medicines available in Northern Ireland. That number obviously has some contradictions. 51% of non-available veterinary medicines was the figure that was produced by the UK Veterinary Medicines Directorate. But even the British Agricultural Bureau stated that 85% of products authorised in Northern Ireland are actually registered in Great Britain. Therefore, they were suggesting 85% of the products would no longer be compliant with European Union rules. That is a massive, massive amount, no matter how you look at it, that would be not available for veterinary products, and that is extremely critical to Northern Ireland. A European Commission notice published in December 2022 extended the existing grace period for veterinary medicines until the 31st of December 2025, following which EU rules will apply in full unless alternative solution is reached. In January of this year, the House of Lords European Affairs Subcommittee on the Windsor Framework launched an inquiry into veterinary medicines and the Windsor Framework. The Committee's inquiry examined the consequences of the outworking of the regulation and what impact it would potentially have on the agri-food industry in Northern Ireland. There was a consensus among the inquiry witnesses that the full application of the EU rules at the end of the grace period may seriously restrict both the range of veterinary medicines available and the availability of products in different pack sizes. Further, there are particular concerns about the ability to import certain medicines such as botulism vaccine, which are fundamental to controlling disease in Northern Ireland. The witnesses to the inquiry outlined the serious economic effects for their respective industries, primarily food, farming and the agri-food industry, but also for show animals such as horses and indeed pets. As a number of witnesses pointed out, the rural economy is an essential part of the social fabric of Northern Ireland, and anything which affects the economic viability of this industry may have serious social as well as economic consequences. Mr. Deputy Speaker, industry experts were also keen to stress the link between animal and human health, particularly for food-producing animals. Serious concerns were raised from witnesses that the loss of veterinary medicines may have consequences for public health in Northern Ireland and on the island of Ireland. While I have no major issue with the Government's decision to establish a veterinary medicines working group, there are questions as to what more it can or will do beyond the House of Lords inquiry, as its key objectives include establishing a shared understanding of issues facing the supply and availability of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland following the end of the grace period, which is the 31st of December 2025, and also reviewing evidence with a view to providing a recommendation to UK Government on solutions to safeguard the supply of veterinary medicines. Most of these issues have been part of the inquiry. It is vital that the working group does not add to the delay in finding a resolution to this matter, as time is not on our side. I note the Government has indicated in the command paper that while an agreed outcome with the EU remains our clear priority, we will, if necessary, deploy all available flexibilities to safeguard and sustain the supply of veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland. I would be interested to know, what are these available flexibilities? Does that go as far as what is contained in today's amendment, which is to bring forward legislation to ensure no divergence between Northern Ireland and GB? I don't know if legislation is actually possible to do this, but if it is, what would be the result for trade of products into the EU from Northern Ireland that have been potentially treated with veterinary medicine products not licensed by the EU? Witnesses to the inquiry expressed their concern at the current pace of progress and emphasised the urgent need to find a solution well in advance of the end of the grace period, particularly given the upcoming European Union and UK elections. Witnesses stressed that commercial decisions are being taken now, which could have ramifications for the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland for years to come. As I've highlighted, it is vital that the working group do not slow up progress to a resolution. It would be helpful, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the UK Government sought an extension to the current grace period to allow time to put in place any agreement that may be found and allow the industry time to prepare for such changes. Questions have been raised on whether a solution could be found in the veterinary medicines, which is comparable to that reached between the UK and EU on human medicines in the Windsor Framework in February-March 2023. The risk, as the EU sees it, is that the UK has left the European Union and is no longer applying the European veterinary medicines regulations, and therefore there was a future risk of veterinary medicines that no longer align with the European Union veterinary medicines regulations entering Northern Ireland and being used in the food-producing animals, and that food can then move around the single market. In this context, the British Agricultural Bureau said that a similar solution to that implemented for human medicines could be considered. That is, that medicines with a valid marketing authorisation in GB can be supplied to Northern Ireland, and it added that any solution must also respect Northern Ireland's place in the UK single market. The United Kingdom left the European Union on 31st of January 2020 and moved into a transition period for human medicine use in Northern Ireland, which ended on the 31st of December 2020, with the UK and the EU agreeing to a trade and cooperation agreement on the 24th of December 2020. A series of actions were taken by the UK and EU to help deliver a positive resolution to the human medicine impasse. On the 16th of December 2021, the UK Government introduced regulations. These regulations were brought forward to establish the Northern Ireland MHRA authorised route, which helps to ensure that people in Northern Ireland can continue to access the medicines they need. This regulatory approach is based on an existing EU directive. It ensures patients in Northern Ireland can access prescription-only medicines at the same time as patients in Great Britain. All these medicinal products will have met the authorised stringent requirements for safety and quality. Doctors, pharmacists and patients in Northern Ireland do not need to do anything differently to prescribe or access medicines through this route. It is a legal measure to help support supply chains into Northern Ireland where required. Surely, Mr Deputy Speaker, with common sense on all sides, a similar resolution could be found to the animal medicines here. The Ulster Unionist Party were the only political party to make written representation to the Lord's inquiry. And like others, our responses provided options and offered alternatives to resolve this matter. Indeed, unlike other reports, a number of potential resolutions to this problem have been identified. Protecting Northern Ireland's supply of veterinary medicines is critical to the agricultural industry in Northern Ireland. Therefore, I commend the motion.
Thank you. And I now call William Irwin to move the amendment.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr Irwin, you will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Irwin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion in support of the amendment. In effect, the amendment seeks to put further meat on the bone in terms of the action by those in the British Government who have direct responsibility to resolve this issue and in the longer term to prevent the uncertainty that continually manifests itself in this important matter. The current arrangements amount to a grace period and exist until 2025, and within the time frame available, it is absolutely vital that every and all opportunities are grasped to find a durable solution to this issue. The prospect of Northern Ireland losing access to vital veterinary medicines in Great Britain would have a huge and detrimental impact on our agricultural industry, with many negative knock-on impacts on animal health, disease control and indeed, at least, animal welfare. The DUP in its negotiations with the Government prioritised this threat to the supply of veterinary medicines, and included in the safeguarding the Union Command Paper was the commitment by the British Government to establish a veterinary medicines working group whose task it is to study, report and advise the Government on solutions to effectively address the issue. As a lifetime farmer myself, I know all too well the importance of access to high-quality veterinary medicines. I know the literal lifeline this is to sick animals. Farmers only want to do the best they can for their animals, given the importance of animals to their livestock and farm businesses. Work undertaken to date by the House of Lords Windsor Framework Subcommittee inquiry estimated that around 35% of medicines currently available would be at risk. That includes important medicines such as botulism vaccine. This potential scenario whereby such medicine are unavailable is not an outcome that our industry can tolerate, and there's a real sense that the British Government that this needs to be fixed. The Safeguarding the Union Command Paper explicitly recognises the importance of continued supply of veterinary medicines. The document refers specifically to the fact that a grace period is in place and the Government is committed to a long-term solution that guarantees the free flow of trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This amendment seeks to reiterate the commitment to action as issued by the British Government to urgently find a durable solution to this matter, whilst of course space will be given to find a long-term agreement with the EU on the supply of medicines. It is also worth highlighting that this is on record. The Government will shortly set out plans to introduce legislation to avoid new regulatory divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland on veterinary medicines. Now is the time we need to see those. I will, yes.
Member shed any light on this oft-repeated promise of the government bringing legislation on issues such as this? When is that going to happen? If the DUP did that deal with the government, surely they know when. And what assurance is there that any legislation such as that will not fall foul the way others has to the supremacy of EU law?
We have assured the British Government that this will happen in the next few months. I'm not going to give you an exact time frame, but I'm assured that this will happen before the autumn. The can cannot be kicked down the road on this issue indefinitely, and I do sense a prioritising of this issue. The various advisory groups and officials tasked to the issue should redouble their efforts to ensure the solution arrived at is robust and meets the needs of our industry in Northern Ireland. The motion and amendment seeks to consolidate the message that progress must be made swiftly by the UK and EU in the window of time available, and currently certainly for both our agri-food industry. Veterinary medicines and suppliers must be replaced by a durable solution. Veterinary practices and suppliers must be replaced by a durable solution. This is a message that all parties can get behind, and I trust that will be the case in the House today.
Thank you for moving the amendment. I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you, Mayor Margaret. I'd like to take the opportunity to support the motion before us here today. The North is facing a serious exceptional challenges in regard to post-Brexit trade, and there are serious concerns around the future of veterinary medicines. Before Christmas 2022, an extension to the current grace periods for important veterinary medicines, which was due to end on the 31st of December 2022, was granted until the end of December 2025, which eliminated at that stage the risk of discontinuation of over 50% of products. And thankfully, this extension has been deemed necessary by the European Union, although they have stated this will be the last extension granted. Veterinary products available within the market in the North must comply with EU regulatory requirements by the start of 2026. And the EU-UK Joint Committee is a key instrument for agriculture and agri-food trade, and we have always appreciated the significant role it has played in adopting solutions that lead us on a more sustainable path that promotes food security and protection for rural communities. The EU-UK veterinary agreement would be helpful, but the British Government are opposed to this. And last year it was indicated by the Veterinary Medicines Directorate that over 50% of medicines were at risk of being discontinued here to the north. Recent information from DEFRA shows this figure has been reduced to approximately 35%. The risk of medicines being discontinued is now reduced due to some supply lines being amended, meaning supply lines can now be rerouted through the south and not through Britain. I want to take this opportunity to encourage the continuation of negotiations to further reduce this number of medicines being discontinued in the north. The agri-food sector is a vital indigenous industry. There are over 20,000 small farm families here in the north. A report produced recently by Rural Support, a charity based in Cookstown, highlighted an increase in family farm referrals, with the main issue and concern being financial issues resulting in an impact on their mental health. It is vital that there is no additional risk to the viability of small farms as a result of a reduction of access to veterinary medicines. Doubly, our food and drink industry is recognised as world class. For example, the North won the world's best food destination at the 2018 International Travel and Tourism Awards. And it's vital that the UK Government and the EU continue to work together to get a solution to veterinary medicines before the grace period ends in 2025. The protocol is an international treaty between the EU and the British Government, which recognises the special status of this island and stops a hard border from emerging in Ireland. And this safeguards jobs and the all-island economy. And importantly, it also safeguards our food processing industry as well. And members here will know, for example, if you take the dairy industry as an example, a third of the milk that's produced here in the north, which amounts to 800 million litres, is exported to the south for processing. So it's absolutely vital that we keep aligned right across the island to protect that really, really important industry. And it's vital that the UK Government continues to work with the EU to get a solution to the veterinary medicines and ensure that there's no impact on food production or processing due to lack of access to these medicines. And finally, I encourage the Dairy Minister to work with the Economy Minister to take advantage of the opportunities provided under the dual market access, particularly in the context of granting of protected geographical indication status for Irish grass-fed beef. We support the motion.
Thank you. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And much water has passed under the bridge since the EU referendum in 2016. Indeed, the story of much of the past 8 years has been about trying to find the means by which Northern Ireland can live with the outworkings of Brexit. In navigating the myriad of challenges thrown up by leaving the EU, the fact remains that Northern Ireland will need special arrangements in order to manage our unique circumstances. That truth is inescapable, whether we're talking about the backstop, the protocol, the Windsor framework, or this latest iteration. That's why Alliance has consistently sought out flexibilities and solutions specific to Northern Ireland, solutions which are consistent with international law, which protect the Good Friday Agreement and which maintain our dual market access. Today is not about rehashing or relitigating the arguments of the referendum, or it is instead about charting a course towards a bespoke and mutually agreed solution on the issue of veterinary medicines. And I welcome the motion from the Ulster Unionists today, which gives us an opportunity to debate that aim. The starting point for this debate is acknowledging that there is an issue, and recent reports do suggest that a significant proportion of veterinary medicines used in Northern Ireland may no longer be available when the grace period expires in December 2025. And in reality, we know that the deadline is actually much sooner, as many pharmaceutical companies plan production, regulatory changes and logistics at least 18 months in advance. Failure to adequately address the issue has potential to cause difficulty for animal health, for agriculture and for our wider economy due to additional cost, a reduction in competition and increased bureaucracy. Crucially, however, solutions do exist. It may well be the case, as others have said, that a further extension to the grace period may be required in order to allow meaningful engagement between the UK Government and the European Union on the options that are available to us. The aspiration must, of course, be for a comprehensive UK-EU veterinary medicines agreement. In the absence of this, enhanced collaboration between the UK and EU on regulation and supply of veterinary medicines could offer some interim relief and be overseen by a UK-EU technical group. Various mutual recognition agreements are already in place between EU countries and countries such as Australia, Canada, New Zealand and Switzerland, which aim to promote greater harmonisation of regulation and provide learnings which could be instructive to us in solving our own issues. The motion itself, however, calls on the Dairy Minister to bring forward a proposed solution. And I think there's a missed opportunity in that, because we know broadly what the solution is. And I think we as an Assembly need to be calling on the UK Government to pursue that solution on a mutual basis with the UK Government. I am, however, grateful for the constructive role which the dear Minister has played in his engagement with the Veterinary Medicines Working Group. Reaching that solution will require efforts to build trust and confidence, and would actually be aided further by enhanced efforts towards wider UK-EU alignment. That's why Alliance was the first party to call for a comprehensive SPS veterinary agreement as far back as January 2021, and hopefully we will see further progress in that direction under a new UK government. We know that where the UK and EU engage in good faith, uphold the rule of law and collaborate, solutions and flexibilities are forthcoming. If the past 8 years has taught us anything, it's that the folly of threats of unilateral action or pursuing an insular and isolationist approach will only leave us worse off and delay progress. To embark on such a course would not only cause further challenges to our economy, but also cause issues in terms of our access to the single market. That is why we do have a slight concern in terms of the DUP amendment before us today. Whilst there is much in there that we can agree with, it does appear to hint at unilateral action, which is not a solution and which would only compound the challenges being faced. Yeah, happy to, yes.
Thank you for giving way, and I also appreciate the constructive way in which the Alliance are looking at this motion and amendment. I would give the assurance that whilst that may be a concern from the Alliance Party, that is certainly not the intention of the amendment. The amendment's focus is to try and ensure that the UK Government focus on tangible solutions with the EU, and we recognise that indeed that single market access in relation to veterinary medicines is crucial in the wider scheme of things.
There's an extra minute.
I welcome that clarification from the member, and it is helpful, and I welcome his constructive tone as well. It's unusual that myself and the member engage in constructive debate in this chamber, so it makes a change. But it also does beg the question, just further to that point, that had the UK Government been engaging in good faith rather than entertaining the fantasies of the Internal Markets Bill and other retrograde actions, would we actually be in a better place today when it comes to these issues? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I close by saying this. I hope we can learn the lessons of the past 8 years with the circular arguments around Brexit, that we can unite around the crux of this motion before us today, which is the urgent need for a legal, sustainable and mutually agreed solution on veterinary medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Patsy McGlone.
And if you permit me, I'll start with a quote from a historic figure. That was Napoleon Bonaparte. He said, "In politics, stupidity is not a handicap." Yet here we are today to debate another of the unadvertised consequences of Brexit, which was one of the greatest self-inflicted stupidities in modern history. Back to the regulation of veterinary medicines. The Veterinary Medicines Directorate, sponsored by DEFRA, regulates veterinary medicines in the UK. Indeed, according to a recent review, we are more closely aligned to EU regulations on veterinary medicines than before. So it is not a divergence in regulations that is the issue at present. That there is a problem is a result of the failure in negotiations between the EU and a Tory party that was tearing itself apart. Both sides have since stated that they continue to work for a long-term sustainable solution. However, they may have different destinations in mind, and that could leave us stranded in the middle. And just on the particular point of the DUP amendment, I do have a concern about the introduction of legislation which could lead, maybe inadvertently so, to obstacles in cross-border trade, as Declan McAleer referred to earlier there. That's a very, very important matter on this island, given the entire all-island nature of the economy in regard to agri-food business in particular. So, following the publication of the Northern Ireland Protocol, a grace period was initially put in place for the use of veterinary medicines from Britain to achieve that solution. That has now, as we heard, been extended to the end of 2025. That is the point in time at which a long-term solution must be in place. Otherwise, the loss of the only licensed salmonella vaccine in cattle and the most widely used salmonella vaccine in poultry, for example, risk causing a public health emergency. We simply can't have that. There are two main issues that may affect the supply of veterinary medicines if an alternative agreement isn't found by the end of 2025. Veterinary medicines stored in warehouses in Britain will have to go through another quality check before coming here. This also includes veterinary medicines manufactured and checked already in the EU and being transported through Britain. Secondly, the marketing authorisation holder location will have to be in the EU or Northern Ireland. These issues have the potential to affect the number and variety of veterinary medicines available here, as the increased costs involved, and this is a major issue too, may prove prohibitive to manufacturers. There are also a smaller number of veterinary medicines imported from countries such as the USA and Australia under a special import licence, which will not be allowed to be used here at the end of that grace period. As was the case with the issues around human medicines, there are potential solutions. These solutions will require compromise from either the EU, the British Government, or more likely both. I am not entirely convinced it's realistic, while we will be supporting the motion from the Ulster Unionists, that it is realistic of the proposer of the motion to expect the Minister to interject in any negotiations with proposals of his own. However, I would expect that the Minister will have had conversations with both sides about the potential impact on the supply of veterinary medicines here if an agreement certainly isn't reached, and the Minister will obviously be able to confirm that later. Most of the veterinary medicines at risk of being discontinued here are licensed in other EU member states by the relevant licensing authority, so they meet EU standards. Among the potential solutions are a bonded warehouse for storing veterinary medicines in transit to the north, acceptance by the EU of quality testing in warehouses in Britain, and of the current market authorisation holder addresses, and also the introduction of a grandfather rule to allow for the continuation of the supply of veterinary medicines that were available pre-Brexit. That would also mean that only newly licensed products would have to be required to have a marketing authorisation holder address in the EU. There is still time for these issues to be resolved. The danger is that both sides may think that playing hardball will get a better deal for them. And conciliation, I would venture in this instance, where there is such a serious risk to public health, needs to be the priority rather than playing silly political games at this point in time. Meanwhile, that deadline inches closer, as does the risk to animal and human health, not just in the north, but across the entire island of Ireland. That is the message the Minister would suggest takes to the British Government and to the EU.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That's all I have to say.
He has agreed to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend this sitting until 2 p.m. The debate will continue after the scheduled urgent oral question, when the next member to be called will be Anya Murphy. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Okay, so the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Health, and we'll start with the list of questions. Questions 2 and 7 are withdrawn, and I call Cathy Mason.
Question number 1, Lidhull.
Minister.
They indicated that as Minister, one of my immediate priority areas, subject to available resources, is actually enhancing primary care. So I was pleased to announce recently that the 24-25 GMS contract has been agreed, and a key aim of the new contract is actually to provide GPs with greater certainty over their income throughout the year, as well as actually reducing the administrative burdens and associated costs to practices. To support that, the 24-25 contract brings the Quality and Outcomes Framework, previously known as QOF, and Specified Enhanced Services, actually into the core contract, so under the clinical care domain of a new contract assurance framework. So the associated funding is incorporated into the core contract. So in addition, funding that is provided for clinical waste will also be repurposed into core GMS funding. And as a result of these actions, a total of £38.9 million will be made available for repurposing. And of that, £5 million will be dedicated to GP indemnity as an interim measure, actually pending identification of that long-term model for future provision.
I call Cathy Mason for supplementary.
Margaret Cancorlia. The Minister will be aware that GPs in rural areas such as South Down, where there actually is no emergency department, are very often the lifeline to their community. Do you plan on giving the likes of these surgeries any extra support to deal with workforce shortages that they are dealing with now, so they can provide a full service to their large rural communities?
Minister.
And I think the member makes, I think, a vital point just in regards to how I would like to increase those multidisciplinary team programmes that we have. So over the past number of years, my department has made significant additional investment to build capacity in primary care through initiatives such as primary care, the MDT model, and actually using our general practice pharmacist programme. And those programmes represent recurrent additional investment. So we've also previously made available significant funding to enable GPs to improve their telephone systems and accessibility. So there is work that is ongoing in regards to how we support the wider teams around multidisciplinary team, but also investing in general practice.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jim Alistair.
Minister, the Northern Ireland Audit Report Access to General Practice said that in 2022-23, 5.4% of HSC spend went on primary GP care. How does that percentage compare with the percentage of the work done across the health service?
Minister.
In regards to the work done, we fully recognise that the majority of those initial assessments are actually done at primary care level. So in regards to the figure of the 5.4%, and if that's a figure of 375 million that was actually quoted in the report for investment in primary care, it's not fully comprehensive, as it does focus on the elements of funding that are allocated directly to GP practices and federations. So it doesn't include elements of spend which are allocated to other health and social care bodies, and that actually includes trusts, but actually are invested in primary care. That includes a significant proportion of spend in their primary care MDT model, as well as the investment in primary care elective programme and the work on No More Silos. So investment in general practice pharmacy scheme is also captured in that money. So whilst recognising the demand for general practice for an increase in the level of funding allocated to this area in social care, my department also recognises the necessity of viewing the health and social care system as a whole. So any decision to redirect money from one part of the system to another part results in those pressures. But I would assure members that my department recognises the pivotal role that general practice plays within our health and social care system, and that continuity of the provision of health care that they actually provide is that first point of contact.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin McGrath.
So, Deputy Speaker, Minister, you're the Health Minister on behalf of an executive which has 4 parties in it. Are you all equally prioritising the need for rural health services to be delivered and for MDTs to be delivered, and are you receiving the support that you need from the Department of Finance?
Minister.
I thank the member for his point. I can't speak on behalf of other ministers or other parties, but I can assure him that I and my party are actually and absolutely prioritising health as he would expect. In regards to MDTs and that investment in the further rollout, he won't be aware, but I can inform the House that I have actually put forward a bid into the transformation pot so we can actually recruit further health and social care staff, because MDTs originally, as I think we had in the debate last week in this House, were part of transformational funding. Unfortunately, due to the reprofiling, that is now into the baseline of my department, but there's a commitment that we maintain that MDT model, but also invest not just in the staff but also in the finance to make sure that we can roll it out across Northern Ireland.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, apart from the fact that I sound like I need a GP at the moment, I just want to ask the Minister, he did reference about telephone services, and one of the recurrent themes we hear is about constituents needing to get through on the telephone. In the last mandate, he announced 1.7 million for telephone improvements. I have not been able to find out exactly where that money has went to. So can the Minister detail the breakdown of where that 1.7 million went in terms of federations?
Minister.
And I'm sure the member will appreciate in a specific question like that, I don't have that data or that detail in front of me, but we'll get it to her in writing in regards to that.
Okay, question 2 is withdrawn. I call Keith Buchanan.
Question number 3, please.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The various waiting times for hernia repair operations depend on several factors. Those include the type of hernia a patient may have, the severity of their condition, as well as their personal circumstances. My officials have been advised that 576 hernia repair operations have been carried out in the Northern Health and Social Care Trust in the last 12 months. Given the reduced waiting list initiative funding, which has been allocated in Q1, trusts have had to prioritise this funding for red flag and absolute time-critical patients. So within my previous request for funding in the recent budget exercise to deliver additional waiting list initiatives, it had been my department's intention to target £4 million this year at supporting approximately 800 of our hernia patients who have been waiting for the longest period of time. But unfortunately, the budget allocation provided has not targeted that resource.
Keith Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thanks, Minister, so far for the answer. Minister, can you advise what part the private sector plays or played in those numbers? And as well as that, if an individual goes to the private sector or referred from the trust, and then the private sector is not fit to deal with that person and they go back to the trust, where are they at on the list then?
That would be for a trust to answer. Not if the member has a specific case. If he wants to write to me, I'll follow up in regards to that. But again, those waiting list initiatives would have been using the private resource actually to support our core health and social care services as we were delivering those specific questions. I think what the member asked was the number of hernia operations in the Northern Trust. So in regards to that specific support that was available there, we would have been using waiting list initiative money to actually engage with the private care sector to do that work. But if the member has a specific case, if he wants to contact me.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Question number 4.
Minister.
I thank the member. Short break and respite care provide valuable opportunities for children and young people with complex needs actually to spend time away from their parents and primary carers, whilst also allowing parents and primary carers to have a break from their caring responsibilities. So across Northern Ireland, respite care for young people with complex needs and severe learning difficulties is delivered by the 5 health and social care trusts in partnership with the community and voluntary sector. So access to and the frequency of short breaks is dependent on individually assessed need. Our short break provision in Northern Ireland for young people with complex needs and severe learning difficulties who are being cared for at home may comprise of overnight periods of care in a short break residential unit, day or overnight periods of care with an improved care, support care services provided to the young person in their home that actually enables the family to engage with other tasks, befriending services, community activities or day trips. Short breaks and respite services are also provided by the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice for all children with a life-limiting condition across our 5 trusts. And my department officials continue to work with the Northern Ireland Children's Hospital to plan for a more sustainable future because it is acknowledged that regional availability for young people with disability is a pressure across our trusts, and there has been an increase in children and young people reported to have a disability, and there has been an increasing demand for access to short breaks and respite services. And my department continues to work with each of those trusts in terms of closely monitoring regional service provision for both young people and adults.
Thank you, Minister. Call Tom Buchanan for our supplement.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. But Avalon House in Omagh was a facility that was used for respite care for these families. That was then, over COVID, was closed and made into full time for a few patients, leaving now that the families in Omagh have no place to go for respite care for their families that are disabled and learning disabilities. So, what message am I to take back to them today, having met with them? To take back to them as to what care is going to be provided for them in the Omagh area where they have nothing at this moment in time.
And I think the member does raise the point in regards to the repurposing of a number of our facilities to look after those long-term young people who actually need that more intense care as well, because I do recognise that because of the reduction of facilities, or the reduced number of facilities that we currently have, but also the workforce as well, that actually been able to provide placements for those young people was actually an ask for political representatives from the area as well. So it is about that displacement, unfortunately, why we actually build up our capacity elsewhere. So with regard to planning for the future, I have initiated a task and finish group that has been established by my department to finalise the adult learning disability service model and the children with disabilities framework. So further to that, the department has established a children's services reform process to actually reform our children's services, while we look at where additional facilities and additional provision can be met as well. So it is an area where I said in my initial answer that we're seeing that increased demand, that increased pressure, but also that increased acuity in regards to the young people that we are now supporting as well to that. So we're trying to fit what facilities we have, supported by what staff we actually have at this minute in time to meet the higher needs. And it's unfortunate and not something that I want to see continuing, that those other parents and families are actually losing out in those respite services as well.
Colonel McAllister.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, Elaine in my constituency has a son who has severe learning difficulties and autism. Recently she posted on Twitter photographs showing the violent consequences of one of her son's outbursts, which just illustrate how he has been failed and she has been failed. So what can the Minister tell me that I can tell Elaine and other families like her who desperately need emergency respite provision?
As I've said, Deputy Speaker, in regards to the pressures that we're currently seeing in that respite provision in regards to the facilities we have, but also the staff that we have, we are seeing that higher level of acuity, more intense cases as well in regards to that. I haven't seen the message that the member refers to, or the individual that the member refers to as well, but we do recognise that there is more to be done. I am challenging our trusts in regards to that provision across all areas so that we can actually improve those respite facilities, also not just for the long term but also for short break provision as well. So to gain a better understanding of that provision across the region, as I said, my department is developing a monitoring framework to capture that monthly data, and the Children with Disabilities framework is also currently being finalised by my department in response to that increase in challenges faced by families of children with disabilities and the corresponding difficulties experienced by trusts in meeting what is a rising demand and increased complexity of need.
Justin McNulty.
Will the Minister join with me in recognising and praising the wonderful compassionate care available in respite facilities such as Carcoar and Oaklands in my constituency near Armagh, and what an important lifeline that is for families? And has he given consideration to a regional unit to accommodate the greater demand, which families are often left out in a huge limb because of inavailability and in access to respite when it's been scheduled, but because of complex cases is not available?
Look, and I do think the member, I don't know the facility he speaks of directly, but I can be assured, Deputy Speaker, if the member's praising it, it is worthy of praise in regards to the service it's actually providing. In regards to the establishment of a larger regional facility to look after those more complex cases, look, I would rather that we had more localised facilities, though that families actually remain close to the contact of those who are actually seeking respite rather than to travel those further distances. So I'd rather that we were able to invest and repurpose some of the facilities and upgrade some of the facilities that we currently have and add additional capacity to them, rather than looking at an additional cost of rebuilding a regional facility as well. But I take the member's word in regards to the facility that he mentioned at the start of his question.
Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I too am working on 2 cases at the moment to do with respite care, and parents are struggling significantly. Their children have complex special needs and they cannot find adequate provision at this time. Will the Minister commit to commissioning an independent evaluation of the effectiveness of direct payments, which are given to carers of children and young people with complex needs, often as a poor alternative to adequate respite provision?
In regards to those additional payments, I'm not sure in all cases they are considered as a poor alternative. There are some families who actually value those payments and actually make full use of them. If the member has specific concerns and anyone who is receiving those direct supports or payments, I'm happy to engage with her further in that area as well. But as I've said in previous answers, we are seeing that mismatch in regards to demand, but also that increasing complexity in regards to that. I haven't heard a call prior to the member. I've been asked to initiate an independent review of those payment processes at this minute in time, and I'll take that under consideration.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you. Question 5, Principal Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for his question, and I was pleased to recently give my approval, as I said earlier, to the 24-25 General Medical Services contract, because I believe that contract is an important step to achieving greater stability across general practice, and it makes significant progress, including provision of dedicated funding for indemnity costs. A key aim of the new contract arrangements is to provide GPs with that greater certainty over their income throughout the year, and the specific provision of £5 million of funding towards indemnity costs as part of the overall basket of measures designed to actually support the ongoing sustainability of primary care. So in the context of a very disappointing budget settlement for my department, I believe that this ring-fenced allocation will actually make an important contribution towards supporting GPs with their clinical negligence indemnity costs. However, it's important to be aware that the issues impacting the sustainability of general practice are much broader than simply the indemnity provision. So we need to acknowledge that there are a range of issues facing general practice which are complex and will require a sustained long-term response. So the provision of support for indemnity costs as part of the 24-25 General Medical Services contract is just one of a range of measures that are being implemented to secure the ongoing sustainability of general practice locally. So as an Assembly, I do believe we need to work together to ensure that we get the funding we need for health and social care, so that we can ensure the long-term sustainability of provision for those that we serve.
Thank you, Minister. Stephen Dunn for supplement.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. And I do recognise the significant challenges that GPs are facing right across the country, and I do also welcome progress on this funding. However, what more can be done to improve our GP services, given that many sick and elderly people, including within my own constituency, continue to have to queue up, often very early in the mornings, just to try and get a telephone appointment with their GP?
I refer back, I know the member's question was actually in regards to indemnity costs for GP services, and I think as I raised earlier on in answer to the first question was actually in regards to the revision of the GMS as a result of those actions. There's an additional 38.9 million that will be made available for repurposing. 5 million went into indemnity. The remaining 33.9 million has been added to core global sum payments made to practices. So again, in regards to that investment from multidisciplinary teams, but also that ask that came from GPs in regards to supporting the indemnity, but also how we worked around QAF, that quality framework, in regards to how we actually replaced that with that quality assurance framework that now removes that administrative burden, or a lot of that administrative burden that our GPs were raising concerns about. We can actually move that forward and see them actually progressing and spending what they were raising concerns with, that they were spending more time on administration and enable them to see more time where they can actually see patients.
Call Paul Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Just picking up on the last point there around the administrative burden, and I'm just wondering, Minister, to what degree are you engaging with the community pharmacists alongside the general GPs to see how they could better work together so that more patients can get access to care and treatment? Thank you.
And again, I think the member makes that valid point that is often raised in here, that there's no one part of our health service and health and social care service actually can work or works in isolation, but it's how we come together and works in all those parts as well. So I was able to announce recently in regards to the community pharmacy, that overarching framework as well, that we've both agreed between community pharmacy, Northern Ireland and my department about how we can look actually to be expanding the services that can be supplied, can be provided in community pharmacy. Again, there is a financial ask that comes along with that, one that I'm unable to meet at this minute in time, but one that I've always recognised in regards to community pharmacy, even during some of the most challenging times of the pandemic, how we're able to utilise and leverage a skill set, a professionalism that is there, that we can actually support primary care and not just see it as GPs, but see it as a more holistic approach across Northern Ireland.
Patsy McClone.
Thanks very much indeed, Minister. Minister, can you confirm if the level of financial assistance offered per GP for indemnity is on a level, on a par with that offered to GPs within the UK?
I think what the member refers to is actually what was initiated in the rest of GP was actually that state-backed indemnity scheme. It's not something that we were able to replicate directly here in Northern Ireland, but if we want to move, I believe, to that further, that enhanced package, which could be indemnity scheme, it is where I believe that our Northern Ireland GPs can actually join that state-backed scheme, which looks at, supports GPs across England and Wales. As I said in an earlier debate, I actually met with Minister Andrea Leadsom yesterday, who is Minister responsible for primary care, and it's something that I raised once again with her, that there is a possibility, or there should be, I believe, a possibility that Northern Ireland GPs should be able to join the provision of a state-backed scheme for indemnity, and see how that actually moves forward as to the next step. So this is the first time the £5 million that we've actually put into indemnity payments for GPs is the first time that has been done in Northern Ireland on this scale, and I think it's shown an example of the commitment that we have within my department and I have towards general practice.
Call Alan Chambers.
Question 6, Madam Principal.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'll take question 6 and question 13 together. The 34 million which has been earmarked for waiting lists, which is coming directly from the UK Government and which has already been long announced, does not even cover half of what is required to maintain red flag cancer and time-critical patients. So my officials are currently working with trusts to examine if it is possible actually to displace other hospital services to fund the amount of the remaining investment needed. That in itself will cause significant damage and disruption to our services. So if we are unable to fully do so, it will lead to longer waiting times and reduce the amount of care available to red flag and time-critical patients, and that would be, I believe, deplorable. This is also a missed opportunity to improve waiting lists where significant progress could have been made. There has been no additional funding over that from our executive provided for tackling our waiting lists. Had I been allocated the funding I had bid for, there would have been an initial focus on those people waiting more than 3 years. Over 28,000 patients waiting more than 3 years for treatment would have been treated, and over 57,000 patients waiting more than 3 years for a first outpatient appointment would have had an appointment. So instead, I believe, unfortunately, our waiting lists will continue to grow, which stands in stark contrast to other supposed commitments that tackling them was going to be a priority.
I call Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, I thank you for your response, and I find it frankly shocking that despite all the various commitments that were made both before and after the restoration of the Assembly and the Executive, that when push came to shove, not a penny extra has been allocated to target wait lists. Could the Minister provide a snapshot of what could have been achievable in terms of numbers had his bid been fully allocated.
And I thank the member for that point as well. And I think these are figures that I have recently, and my officials have recently advised to the Health Committee in regards to that work of that original bid that we had made. Funding for that bid and included that bid would have included 6,000 patients waiting over 4 years on a dermatology outpatient assessment, 4,400 patients waiting on knee and hip replacements and other orthopaedic procedures, 4,200 patients waiting over 3 years on gynae outpatients assessments, 1,100 patients, many of whom are children, waiting over 4 years on tonsillectomies, 2,800 patients waiting on cataract procedures, 2,100 patients waiting over 3 years for a rheumatology outpatient assessment. 20,000 patients could have been seen at mega clinics across a number of specialities. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a snapshot. Many more patients could have been seen for a number of other procedures.
Thank you, Minister. Call Patsy McGlone.
Question number 7, please.
Your question 13, Patsy. Your group was 6.
Well, let's go. Question number 3, Jake. Question number 13.
You have to ask a supplementary, Patsy. I'll move on.
Take your time, Patsy.
You're Michael or Patsy. Okay, I'll call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, my understanding is that in the allocation of additional money, the Health Service got almost 50% of that allocation of additional money. And in the first debate in this Assembly, you promised us an update on the elective care plan. A few weeks ago, you promised me that within 2 weeks you would deliver the plan for the reconfiguration of hospital services. As of this morning, we have no paper from the Department of Health on the budget for discussion tomorrow. So, Minister, we would like to see a plan to deal with the issues and within the resources that you have.
Those are currently working their way across my desk at this minute in time. The member will be aware that I haven't accepted the budget allocation that I've been given, because although it is over 50%, it is a decrease of 2.3% on what we actually finished last year at, in regards to comparing where we were financially with the allocation in regards to pay increases and pay pressures as well as to currently where we are at the moment. So that work has been done. It has needed a recalibration in regards to what we were expecting as a department in regards to financial supports as to actually what we received.
Call Connie Egan.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Could you please outline for us how you will use the money allocated to you to tackle waiting lists, and are you going to be proactive and look for efficiencies across your department?
Yeah, I can absolutely assure the member that I have, as I referred to when I was talking to Ms Dodds in the earlier answer. I have an updated assessment as to where we were on the elective care framework that I first published in June 2021, that would have seen an ambitious investment of £570 million that would have tackled waiting lists over that 5-year period. Unfortunately, that finance wasn't there in the 2 years that this Assembly hasn't sat, and there's no additional monies at this minute in time earmarked for this financial year in regards to that. So we have continued to work at where we are in the elective care framework, looking at those day case procedure units or overnight elective care centres or rapid diagnostic centres or post-anaesthetic care unit beds, as to how we actually utilise the resource that we currently have in regards to how we actually make use of that fuller estate. In regards to, I suppose, the financial outlook, I've also engaged a GIRF report with Getting It Right First Time and brought in some of those professionals from England in regards to looking at our back office management spends across our trust as well. They're currently in place at this minute in time. Deputy Speaker, our trusts will come forward, or have been asked to come forward by the end of this year the end of this month, apologies, as regards to looking to the impact that their budget allocation will actually have in regards to what procedures they think they will have to actually cease.
Sorry, Jonathan, the Minister's run the clock down. I can't get asking you question number 8. Yeah, you look really sorry too, Minister. So that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Before I call Colin McGrath, I wish to remind members that an urgent oral question has been selected on the infected blood inquiry, and it will be taken after question time. So I call Colin McGrath.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Minister, tomorrow junior doctors across the north will strike, causing disruption to services and delays to the delivery of healthcare and patients here. Has your department done absolutely everything that it can, and has this executive done everything it can to prevent this strike? And if so, then why is it still taking place?
Minister.
I thank the member for his point. I believe that my department has done everything that it can in regards to the limits that we're currently under. I met with the junior doctors this morning and made it very clear in regards to the challenges where they are coming forward for additional pay asks, that I don't have the financial capability to currently do that. If the member looks to even the Fiscal Council report that was published recently in regards to the concerns it raised in regards to potential or further industrial action, because the large amount or the large percentage of the additional monies that was provided to this executive back in February for the restoration, the most of it went in pay package, are those pay commitments that have been previously made for 23-24. And at this minute in time, and I was straight with the junior doctors this morning, as I am with this House, that I don't have the financial capability or flexibility to actually add any additional monies to that. I'm actually concerned about how I'll be able to honour further pay awards that may be made this year, or pay recommendations that may be made this year by DDRB, but also Agenda for Change.
Colin McGrath for supplementary.
Thank you very much. Can the Minister confirm then that negotiations will continue and that he will undertake to work with his executive colleagues to try and find a solution so that our junior doctors can get the pay that they deserve to be able to do the work that they need to do within our health service? Minister.
Absolutely. Look, in regards, and I think I had a good conversation with our junior doctor committee this morning in regards to, and I think it was about recognition in regards to where I recognise the strains and the stresses that they're under, the remit that they have to seek further pay settlements in regards to this industrial action, but they also acknowledged the challenging position that I'm currently in regards to the budget allocation that I have. So while we continue to talk, we continue to negotiate, we'll continue to engage at all levels in regards to that, and I think it's subject to a debate later this afternoon as well.
Colin Gildernew.
Minister, you will be aware of the situation that applies whereby there's an anomaly between social work students who travel across to England to study social work, don't qualify for the bursary, and they don't qualify here, putting them at a disadvantage to both their counterparts in England and here. Can you update as to whether that situation is being looked at?
It has been, the member will know, it has been an issue that has been raised before, where those bursaries and those supports we provide for students who study in Northern Ireland. And unfortunately, again, not just because of financial constraints, but any Northern Ireland student who decides to study outside of Northern Ireland isn't able to access those at this minute in time. It's something, it's something I would like to be able to look at, but again, it's about investing in the workforce who are currently here, investing in our students that are currently here under the remits that we currently have.
Gildernew for supplementary.
Given the pressure that there are on social work vacancies and the pressures that's placing on teams, and I don't think it's a case of people deciding, I think it's often a case of people not securing a place here, and then in an attempt to become social workers and potentially come back here to work. So I'm asking, Minister, can you consider how those would be supported, or how much it would cost to meet that bursary for them?
And I think part of the challenge is in regards to that. While I would like to do it, and I think the member clearly identifies and he's fully cognizant of the pressures that are currently on our social care workforce, again, we have I have a bid going into the transformation pod that currently sits with the executive in regards to those additional places under MDTs, which is actually looking at another 40 social work training places here in Northern Ireland, so I'd like to be able to make sure that we get that support from the executive, but also that we have the financial package to support them as well while they get through their studies as well. My concern would be, and I think the member will realise it's a genuine concern, if we extend that provision to social workers, there then would be a duty to extend it to any student who went to study across the water in regards to receiving those financial supports as well. So it's not something, and the member knows me, it's not something I'll rule out, but it's something I'd be keen to explore, but I'd also be far more open to be able to increase our social work training places here at home, rather than having the unfortunate situation where people have to go and study social work with the potential of coming back here across the water.
Paul Cathy Mason.
Can I ask the Minister for his assessment on the current crisis that's facing children with special educational needs?
In regards to the engagement that we have across both the Department of Health and the Department of Education as to how we actually support and make sure that we have that engagement and a joint working to make sure that the child is actually at the centre of the support that we have. I'm keen if the member has any specifics that she wants to raise with me in regards to that. If it's a specific case or a specific example, I'm happy to engage with her on that or follow up in the supplementary.
Cathy Mason for a supplementary.
Yes, the Minister will be aware that children and the families of those children with special educational needs are present, filled with fear and anxiety about getting their child a place this September in school. Can the Minister just outline what is being done within his department and working across with the Education Department as well to ensure that children are statemented adequately and have access to the allied health professionals that they require?
And I think in the last point, having engaged with the Education Minister, it is about how we make sure those allied health professionals are there with the best skills, actually to support our young people as they go through education. And again, and I don't think I'm bragging any confidentiality, we have, again, through the transformation funding that is available through the executive and the financial package, there's a joint ask and in between ourselves, education and actually justice, to increase the number of training places for speech-language therapists, because we realise there is a deficit across those education, those early years supports as well, as we need to support that as well. So there is that cross-working, that cross-determination to make sure we're meeting the needs for our young people in regards to the supports of those allied health professionals that they need access to.
Call Paul Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, you'll be aware that a national patient safety alert was issued last week by MHRA, warning of the impending shortage of the 4 groups of medicines for the treatment of ADHD. What is your department doing about this?
I thank the member for her point, and while supply disruptions of some ADHD treatments have now been resolved, my department is, again, as she's aware of, ongoing supply disruptions, including various strengths and preparations of other ADHD treatments, actually across the UK, which has been caused by a combination of manufacturing issues, but also an increase in global demand for these products. And as the Department of Health and Social Care, DHSC, actually leads on the maintenance of medicine supply chains to the UK, my department has been working closely with them and other devolved governments and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency to ensure that the impacts of these shortages are mitigated and that patients continue to get medical supplies they need. There are national and locally tried and tested mitigations in place to deal with medicine shortages, and during the period of supply disruption of medicines and treatments, communications have been issued to healthcare professionals across health and social care settings, which have provided advice and appropriate actions to take to manage patients affected by these disruptions. So it is anticipated that ADHD treatments currently affected will resolve at various dates between this month and September of this year.
Paula Bradshaw for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I suppose I am concerned that there are families out there who, because they can't get through to their GPs, they are worried. Obviously, it's a condition that can cause great anxiety, and I'm just wondering, in what ways can your department or the Public Health Agency actually improve communications directly to patients as opposed to relying on GPs to convey the message?
And I thank the member, and I know this is an issue that was raised in the media last week and did receive some coverage at that point as well. But Again, in regards to the direct communication would be through the medical professional who's done the prescribing rather than my department. We wouldn't hold that level of detail as to who they are. So the National Patient Safety Alert, which was issued actually by the department, which was reflective actually messaging, which was agreed across the United Kingdom. And again, the supply disruptions were initially expected to be resolved at various stages actually towards the last year, but there has been challenges in regards to certain prescriptions, certain medications that are ongoing. But again, we are hopeful that they will work their way out through the system between May and September. But as I've said, Deputy Speaker, these are unfortunately supply challenges that are being seen not just here in Northern Ireland, but also to supply chains across the United Kingdom and again on a global level.
Call Connie Egan.
Thank you. Minister, can you please outline for me what action your department is taking to ensure that GPs are fully resourced so that everybody in North Down who needs an appointment can get one?
I thank the member for her question, and I'll move further than North Down, Deputy Speaker, if I may, in regards to the answers that I actually provided in oral questions at the start in regards to the work we've done on the GMS contract and being able to repurpose 5 million of that in regards to the indemnity that their GPs have accessed, the move away from QAF to that quality assurance framework, which should free up more time as well, but also the further investment that I want to do, and I think we all want to do, and that's that further investment in our multidisciplinary teams, which should see that access to primary care actually move quicker. But again, Deputy Speaker, this is about, Principal Deputy Speaker, this is about a long-term investment rather than a quick fix.
Connie Egan for supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, Priory and Spring Hill Surgery in my own constituency and others have patients queuing outside first thing in the morning to be told they can't get a GP appointment, or patients phoning up as soon as the phone lines open and being told that in a matter of minutes all appointments are gone. What do you say to those people who need a GP appointment?
What I'd say to those members, and if the member has a direct complaint to make against Primary and Spring Hill, I think she said, I'll provide her with the details of where she can actually make those, because she will be aware that the contract held by that practice, that's the initial route of access as well. My department has established a GP access working group to explore issues relating to the access to services and to oversee work to improve the experience for patients. That group includes representatives from general practice and service users amongst its membership, and work is ongoing to develop guidance for practices in the management of patient demand and actually optimising workflow within practices to maximise efficiency. That group's also considering how technology can and is being utilised to help develop improvements to the process for accessing services for patients and practices alike, and one of those workshops is planned for this year. But again, I do hope the member has raised those concerns directly with the practice itself rather than coming here to air them initially.
Donny Donnelly.
Speaker, just to ask the Minister what is being done to maintain the adult neuromuscular outpatient care service to provide continued uninterrupted provision of Ridazepam and the associated required services for eligible patients.
I thank the member for his detailed question in regards to Ridazepam. I would need to get back to the member in writing and specific in regards to that. It's not something I have in front of me today, so I hope the member accepts in regards to that specific medication. I will revert to him either in writing or if he's a follow-up supplementary that he wants to expand on.
Donny Donnelly for supplementary.
Thank you for your answer, Minister. I look forward to that communication. There was an urgent, two-day urgent written question last week that still hasn't been answered. So I would just ask him what he's doing to reassure and to communicate with those patients about that service.
I think the member, I'll follow up on his urgent written question as well, because I'm sure it's not been made for any headline grabbing opportunity, but due to a real concern that has been raised specifically with him. So, Deputy Speaker, I'll give you my assurance and the assurances to this House and to the member that I follow up on that for him.
Number 7's withdrawn of the deadline. I call Alan Chambers. You've 1 minute.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, with just a week to go before this Assembly is asked to agree this year's budget, could the Minister provide an update on his engagement with the UK Government and ministerial colleagues on the issue of the shortfall in health spend this year?
I thank the member for his question. He may be aware that when I was in Westminster yesterday, I also engaged with, as I've said on a number of occasions, with ministers from the Department of Health and Social Care, but also the spokesman for, or the Shadow Secretary of State for Health in regards to West Riding, in regards to highlighting the concerns and pressures that we're currently facing in health in Northern Ireland, especially around the budgetary process. And I can be assured that I continue to raise my concerns with executive colleagues in regards to what I see as a financial shortfall in regards to the allocation that has been provided to health going forward to the budget process next week.
So that ends question time. Mrs Diane Dodds has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I would like to remind members, if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. So, Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health to outline the measures he will take following the publication of the Infected Blood Inquiry report on Monday, 20th May 2024.
Speaker, with your indulgence, this could be initially a substantial answer in regards to the member's question, because I had hoped to bring a fuller statement to the Assembly in regards to the follow-up of the announcement that has been made in regards to compensation just a few hours ago. But supporting victims of contaminated blood has always been one of my topmost priorities since first becoming Health Minister in 2020. And having met on many occasions with those from the community, I am aware of the life-changing impacts and financial hardship that people have endured as a result of receiving a devastating diagnosis following treatment with NHS contaminated blood. The anguish and the trauma that they have endured over many decades is inconceivable. The health service use of contaminated blood in the 70s and 80s resulted in untold suffering and loss, and I reiterate again my department's apology and my apology to all those in the infected and or affected community in Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, they were failed by the system that should have been there to help them, and for that I am deeply sorry. So while I welcome the publication of the final report from the Infected Blood Inquiry, I also recognise that this is a poignant time for so many. The publication of the final report will be a watershed for victims, many of whom have given evidence to the inquiry. This will no doubt have been a traumatic experience, opening up old wounds and bringing back painful memories that they would prefer to forget. Those victims are to be applauded for their courage and dignity in coming forward to tell their stories, and it's with deep regret that we cannot undo the actions of the past. However, it is incumbent on us in government and across health service to ensure that this never happens again. So I'm grateful for Sir Brian Langstaff and his team's thorough work in producing what is a comprehensive report, which is published in 7 volumes, released yesterday, comprising of 2,500 pages and 12 recommendations, including 50 individual recommendations. The detailed recommendations of the final report are wide-ranging, cutting across a range of areas in my department, including quality, safety and improvement and workforce policy, as well as the culture and working practices of the wider executive, civil service and the health and social care system. So addressing these will require a collective effort and coordination of communications in collaboration with the infected and affected community. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to carefully consider the details contained in the report and its recommendations published yesterday. Therefore, I am not yet in a position to respond in detail now. I am, however, committed to working with all my ministerial colleagues on a 4 nations basis, as well as across the Northern Ireland Executive, and taking action to respond, because I have no doubt that the work of the inquiry and its recommendations will help to inform and shape the delivery of health care in Northern Ireland and in the future.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. Sorry, I've probably got that all wrong again. Minister, I think most people will acknowledge that you say that these people were failed by the system and that you are sorry and that you hope that this would never happen again. but we have to take concrete steps to make sure it doesn't ever happen again. And one of those concrete steps is a statutory duty of candour. And I have asked you about this before in committee, and this has come up in the hyponatremia inquiry in relation to the case of Claire Roberts. So will you outline to the House where we are in relation to that statutory duty of candour, and can we expect to see legislation in relation to that in the near future?
And I thank the member for that point, because in regards to the duty of candour, I think in regards to Sir Brian's recommendations yesterday, there was also a duty of candour to be put in government and executives as well. So it actually was a quite ranging recommendation that I had. There are other recommendations in regards to the duty of candour is something that, as the member says, has been referred to in other inquiry reports. It's something the member is aware, and I think I mentioned it when I was in front of committee with her. We're looking at that overarching outcomes quality framework in regards about how we bring all the recommendations from all the inquiries that are currently outstanding, to make sure that we bring that all together. In regards, I think the recommendation that comes forward from Sir Brian's recommendations yesterday actually strengthens that position as to where we want to go, I think, as a department in regards to making sure we get this right. But I also think it's important now in regards to this. Before I actually left office, the last time I'd written to my counterparts in England, Scotland and Wales about bringing forward a duty of candour on a UK-wide basis to make sure that we were working to the same level, to the same standards across all four health services. But I think in Sir Brian's recommendations yesterday, he goes even that step forward in regards to that duty of candour for government as well, because what we saw in regards to the failings, especially in infected blood, that it just wasn't that failing within the health service. There's also wider failing across government, which was acknowledged yesterday, and what was a very moving, I think, outworking where Sir Brian actually presented his report to many in the hall, that included those infected, those affected, and those who had lost as well.
Collis Cummins.
Concorda, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I mean it's just to share in the comments of others, to send out our solidarity to all those families who have been impacted. And one of those people would be Nigel Hamilton, who's chair of Haemophilia NI. We met him recently with the Health Committee, who lost his brother Simon just in December. So this will be healing, but I think we've a long road to go. And Minister, you may or may not be able to answer this today, given what you've just said, but I know that the British government have said that they expect payments to be made in the next 90 days. Is there any indication of how that will look for people here in the north who are affected as much as anyone in Britain, and will that affect anyone already engaging with the compensation scheme?
I thank the chair for her comments. I spoke with Nigel yesterday in regards to the event. Simon's voice was actually used in some of the video evidence that was given, not just to the inquiry, but also presented yesterday in the findings of the report. And for the number of advocates, the number of champions that we have in Northern Ireland for this group, I think those two brothers have borne quite a heavy workload, along with others, Conor McGrath and Paul from Londonderry as well, in regards to the work that they've actually undertaken on this behalf, and many others. And I don't want to by not naming anyone, actually leave that out. In regards to the announcement of payments that have been announced just in Westminster today, we weren't given sight in regards to that. The infected, the representatives actually met with myself and Minister Glenn back on the 3rd of May this year in regards to what the compensation package may look like. He didn't give us any detail at that stage, and we were listening to the statement as he made it today. I hope by the time I come back from delivering this question we'll actually have that in writing. But what I will be able to reassure the chair in regards to the previous payment of 100,000 that was made, we were able to process that through our business BSO in regards to, because there is a payment process there. I've already explored, and I think by direction, once I receive that money from Westminster, we can transfer it to BSO, and hopefully, and I intend, it's not even hopefully, we will make those payments in the same time frame as the rest of the UK, because that was one of the commitments that those who were infected when we met with Minister Glenn at the start of this month in regards to that there will be no postcode differential, and how those who are infected and unaffected will actually be treated or supported through this compensation package, because we believe, and I believe, that they have already been failed by the state, and I think to delay this because of where someone lives would be a further failure.
I call Donny Donnelly.
The Minister will be aware of many inquiries into patient safety failings here in Northern Ireland. We've already mentioned the hyponatremia inquiry, but we've also had the neurology inquiry. How are the findings and the recommendations of all these inquiries being knitted together and progressed here in Northern Ireland?
No, the member makes a valid point in regards to those other inquiries and the recommendations as well. And as I said in the previous answer to Ms Dodds, it is that overarching quality framework. I think the committee may have presentation either scheduled or already had in regards to as to what that looks like as well. So you'll get the opportunity, I think, to have a look then as to how we bring those all together, rather than looking at individual recommendations from those individual inquiries, because unfortunately, Principal Deputy Speaker, we're starting, there is a commonality across many of the recommendations. So to me, it makes sense that we bring those forwards in a single set of actions.
Call Alan Chambers.
I welcome the fact that the Minister was over in person in London yesterday at the inquiry publication, something that I suspect was appreciated by individuals and families affected locally. It was a scandal that should never have happened, and the tone and content of the report was rightly highlighted the multiple failings. Would the Minister join with me in once again calling on anyone who feels they may have been impacted to come forward and speak to health professionals? They suffered a great wrong, and it's only right that they receive the compensation they are entitled to. Thank you.
And the member does make a valid point, and I think that's something that, even coming out from this urgent oral today, or the statement today, in regards to those people who think they are either infected or have been affected, that they do come forward to their GP as well as to look into that additional support that may be out there, because the payments that are proposed today, that will be coming forward today, will be to those who are already on our schemes. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it's important that those who feel they have been infected or affected actually take that step forward as well, and make themselves known to their GPs and come forward through the health service.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and we remember all of those that were impacted by this scandal, and I think of my constituent Brian, who passed away a few weeks ago. Minister, meaningful counselling and specialist psychological support is of real importance to those that are impacted, and it's referenced in the report. Do you envisage making any of these services available to those that are impacted here?
The support that has been provided through the Belfast Trust, through the contaminated blood, that specific unit up there, it's actually something they have asked and something they have explored. If there is a further need, it's something I'm currently open to in regards to that. My understanding is available currently. Whether it needs to be expanded or looked at again, it's something I'll follow up on in regards to the member's comment.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Minister for his answers so far. I have listened obviously intently to what the Minister has said, and I think it's important that we do not throw some of these elements into process, like the duty of candour and one thing and another, that we actually act upon some of the issues that have been coming out in terms of some of these inquiries, and in particular the cultural issues that exist, and how does the Minister intend to resolve some of those cultural issues which are deeply embedded, particularly in Northern Ireland, in the small healthcare system that we have.
And again, I think the member for her point, the idea of culture we have, I think looking at the number of the inquiries that we have had, that culture is something that needs challenged. But again, I will refer to Sir Brian's comments yesterday, and it was a very powerful experience to hear him going through his rationale, his reasons, and especially to identify those people who have been failed by the system, but also what governments need to do, not just the Westminster government, but also here in regards to Northern Ireland. So that duty of candour that he talked about in regards to how governments actually take on that duty of candour as well, and how they address their culture as well, I think is something that all devolved assemblies, but also Westminster, will need to look at as well as we work our way through these recommendations to make sure, and again, I don't say this lightly, Principal Deputy Speaker, to make sure that we can provide that reassurance of anyone who looks to government, anyone who looks to our health service in Northern Ireland, can be reassured of the advice, the guidance and the support they're being given as something that they can trust and believe in.
Call Paul Bradshaw.
Speaker, and just following on from that point, Minister, I would like to concur with the good wishes to those campaigners over the years. But Minister, that point around assurance, there will be people who engage with the Northern Ireland Blood Transfusion Service. There will be those people who may be going in for an operation, etc. What reassurance can you give that this sort of thing would not happen today?
I think, as anyone who listened to Sir Brian's comments yesterday in regards to where the feelings were, was that British government didn't actually act quick enough in regards to the heat treatment of blood products, how we look to not pulling those plasma donations as well, and rather than having that wider complement as well. So from what I took from his report yesterday, I think there's a belief now that our blood transfusion services and that supply is safe in regards to the investment that we've made in blood transfusion service here in Northern Ireland. And I do hope, Principal Deputy Speaker, that no one takes away from this that either receiving a blood transfusion in Northern Ireland or actually going forward for an operation, that these sort of risks still maintain because of the quality standards that we have now put in, also not just in those who come forward and donate blood, but also the treatment of it prior to being given in donations or in transfusions for those who currently need it.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
So far, I would just like to commend the work of Brian Langstaff, the chair of the inquiry. He has done a tremendous job. He has gathered evidence over the past 6 years and presented a very thorough report and recommendations, and has been a real champion of the victims of this blood scandal. In relation to the compensation, Minister, will there be a right of appeal against the level of reward for individuals?
And again, I thank the member. The information, as I say, Principal Deputy Speaker, is not. We didn't have any notification as the statement that was being made, because I think rightly the Minister wanted the families to be the first to hear as well. So from what I have at this minute in time, there's an early action for an interim payment of £210,000 to those who have been infected with HIV and or hepatitis C and who are registered to the financial, or currently registered to the financial support schemes. In regards to the range of compensations awards, what I'm aware is going to be across 5 heads of loss, and they will be available to the new compensation scheme, which was actually recommended by Sir Brian in a second report, that being injury impact award, a social impact award, an autonomy award, care award and a financial loss award. At this minute in time, I'm unaware of the exact details of delivery or if there's going to be a appeal, but as soon as I'm aware, I'll definitely make sure it's circulated to all members of the House.
Call Jerry Carroll.
I want to offer my solidarity to all the victims as well. Minister, one thing clear from the inquiry is that senior civil servants in Britain destroyed documents relating to patients and former patients to cover their tracks in the scandal. Can he confirm, does he know of any patient records that were cancelled or destroyed in Britain relating to patients here, or any documents that were destroyed here relating to former patients here?
Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't have that detail.
Members, sorry, if members just take their ease until we change the top table. Thank you.
Members, we resume our debate on veterinary medicines, and the next person listed to speak is Anya Murphy. Anya Murphy.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight how vital it is that negotiations between the British Government and EU continue at pace to resolve the matter on the restriction of veterinary medicines to the north. I welcome the work already done to reduce the risk of some veterinary medicines being discontinued. However, there remains real concern about the ability to import certain vaccines which are fundamental to controlling disease here in the north. We note the Chief Executive of the NI Pork and Bacon Forum, Deirdre McIver's comments on how the pig sector has reduced the use of antibiotics by over 75% over the last 8 years, and that limiting access to veterinary medicine flies in the face of responsible use of antibiotics and the One Health approach that the sector has successfully adopted. The grace period is due to end in December 2025, and Sinn Féin wants to see a prompt solution found between the UK and EU joint committees to ensure continued access to a full range of veterinary medicines. Disease protection is absolutely vital to our food chain. The agri-food sector in the north is a major source of economic prosperity, recognised for its quality, safety, knowledge-driven approach and transparency in its supply chain. The DAERA Minister must also work with the Economy Minister to increase the opportunities for farmers and indeed food producers to maximise dual market access, particularly on all-island protected grass indicator status, PGA status, for grass-fed cattle. As we are aware that greenhouse gas emissions from grass-fed systems are lower compared to indoor systems due to minimal inputs, it is important that we make the best of these opportunities. Thriving rural communities with a growing population, jobs and housing are an essential part of the social fabric of the north. Agricultural businesses are most pronounced in these rural areas. Almost half of all businesses in rural areas are engaged in agriculture, forestry and fishing. Agriculture plays a huge role in employment in these areas. Anything that impacts on the economic viability of our agri-food sector could have serious social and economic consequences. To conclude, Les Cancollier, this crucial issue of veterinary medicines must be resolved between the British Government and the EU as soon as possible.
Thank you. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I first, from the outset, thank Tom Elliott for bringing this motion to the House today. Often when we reflect in this place about how pressing and important private members' motions can be, though I don't believe anybody in the House today can escape the crucial nature of this motion and the time bomb that is about to explode. It is my earnest hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this House can cast aside party political points and remain or leave arguments. This debate is not only about security of supply of animal medicines, but also, and perhaps more importantly today, it's about sending a united message to both London and Brussels that this issue must be addressed for the long term. Make no mistake, members, as we speak in this chamber today, pharmaceutical companies are forward planning. And if things aren't resolved, we know for a fact that Northern Ireland could potentially see a complete withdrawal of some 50% of vital animal medicines from Northern Ireland. It's as serious as that. And if not addressed, it will have devastating impacts on our agri-food industry, veterinary practices and animal welfare in Northern Ireland. The recent inquiry by the House of Lords Windsor Framework Subcommittee into veterinary medicines and the Windsor Framework has highlighted an existential crisis that could severely impact the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland due to the Northern Ireland Protocol. Currently, about 85% of veterinary medicines products authorised in Northern Ireland are registered to a GB address. EU Regulation 2019-6 on veterinary medicinal products, coupled with the additional requirements for products moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland to undergo batch testing, imposes an unnecessary cost and burden on manufacturers. As a result, and as I have said, we could be facing the alarming prospect of losing access to more than 51% of our veterinary medicines. This potential reduction in the range of veterinary medicines, up to 35% of the current supply, poses significant risks. Not only will it affect the availability of pack sizes, but it will also jeopardise the import of specific products such as vaccines. The economic consequences for our agri-food industry are severe, as the inability to sell agri-food products to GB due to reputational risk can damage consumer confidence. Moreover, this issue extends beyond economic ramifications. The absence of adequate access to veterinary medicines could lead to increased vulnerability to disease outbreaks, reduced capacity to treat and prevent illnesses, and compromised animal welfare standards. This scenario threatens not only individual animals, but also public health at large. Our concern is not limited to farm animals, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Show animals such as horses and companion animals, pets, are also likely to be at risk. The loss of vaccines against many equine diseases and essential pain management products could be devastating. The British Veterinary Association has warned that the loss of the sole vaccine for poultry against salmonella could lead to serious public health emergencies. I welcome the establishment of the Veterinary Medicines Working Group, and I think it would be churlish for the House to not recognise the composition and how far-reaching their expertise do go. The group will urgently advise the UK Government on proposals to resolve these issues for farmers, industry and animal owners. Members, our goal should be to find a pragmatic agreement with the EU that respects Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market for veterinary medicines whilst maintaining our valuable trade routes. Let us collectively call on the European Union to engage productively with the UK Government. By doing so, we can ensure the continued supply of veterinary medicines, protect our animals' health and welfare, and sustain the economic viability of our agri-food industry. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to address this crucial issue, which I do think should have been resolved a long time ago. Alliance welcomes today's motion and the opportunity to discuss this, which focuses on the protection of animal welfare, farming and food security. As we approach the midpoint of 2024, it is seriously concerning that we are still no clearer on what will happen at the end of 2025, with no tangible movement or actions evident on this issue. It will inevitably be the case that there is too little time to make any of the necessary changes before we hit the end of the grace period. Whilst the extension of the grace period was welcome previously, we must now establish a long-term solution through a veterinary medicine agreement. This agreement is necessary to provide the much-needed certainty and stability for our industries, ensuring the smooth functioning of our operations and trade activities. Our farming communities are vital to Northern Ireland's societal framework and economic sustainability. Farmers, veterinarians and industry representatives have repeatedly raised the issue of veterinary medicines and expressed concerns about the potential impact this will have. A significant number of veterinary medicines are at risk, we know this, but we are undoubtedly facing a potentially devastating situation that will seriously affect animal welfare. Given that Northern Ireland supplies meat and dairy products around the world, the discontinuation of these veterinary medicines will significantly impact on our food supply chain. A vital element of this food supply chain is protecting our animals from diseases. For instance, diseases such as botulism and pneumonia are emerging and increasing in number, but they require vaccines from outside of the UK. The inability to protect our animals from these diseases will not only affect our economy, but also have implications for human health as well as the health of the animals. A point that is not emphasised as often as it should be is that this will not only affect farm animals, but also veterinary medicines for domestic animals, such as pet dogs and cats. People in Northern Ireland cherish their pets as integral members of their family, and this should be deeply concerning for many across our community. I know the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Andrew Muir, has been diligently addressing this issue since he took office and will persist in advocating for agri-food sector and the health and well-being of all animals. Establishing a long-term, sustainable solution for supporting the supply of veterinary medicines between Great Britain and Northern Ireland is crucial, and it must not be delayed any longer.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, given the undeniable seriousness of this issue and the potential devastating consequences for our entire agri-food industry and more, it's a huge disappointment to me that when the DUP had the leverage, they squandered it and instead returned to this House without this issue being resolved. Mr. Buckley referred to it as a time bomb. The opportunity to insist on the defusing of the time bomb was before you give up your leverage. And it is a disappointment that other things mattered more than our farming community. And those who present themselves as the friends of the farmers let down the farmers in sacrificing that issue. And what did they get? Well, what maybe turns out to be a talking shop, who knows? And the promise of legislation on the never never. And for that, we continue to live under the cloud and the threat of devastation arising from the withdrawal of veterinary medicines. And it really, as far as the EU side is concerned, is a nonsense. Because throughout the grace period, since we left the EU, has there been a single threat posed by the veterinary medicines we're using to their single market or to animal health? No. And yet they say we cannot continue to use the very medicines which aren't causing a problem. That is a typical EU triumph of dogma over reality, with a punitive tinge, which is often there when it comes to how the EU deals with matters. They know, as we know, that pharmaceutical companies are now forward planning, that they are deciding what they will and won't produce for where, and yet they hang back, refused to arrive at an arrangement to solve a problem that isn't a problem for them, but is a mammoth problem for Northern Ireland and its agri-food industry. And within that, I find echoes of the most punitive and the most belligerent of responses, which don't surprise me, because we've had them before from the EU. So here we are. Our traditional path of medicines is from GB. 85% of them come from there. Not one of them has inflicted any damage, any hurt, anywhere in the EU on animals or on health. And yet, with that proven track record of non-damage, the EU belligerently refuses to do the decent thing. They could have done this when they made concessions about human medicines, but they held out on this, refusing quite deliberately to deal with this issue. And that speaks not to the goodwill, not to the benevolence, but to the belligerence of the EU and its attitude towards Northern Ireland. All the more shame why, and this, of course, is the root of the problem. All the more shame that Northern Ireland was betrayed under a protocol and left subject to EU law and EU veterinary medicines agency and all the rest of it. And now we're paying the price. A price which is only there to extract pain and discomfort and to serve no purpose, no animal health purpose at all, is being served by this approach by the EU. So shame on them, though no surprise.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to respond. The Minister, you will have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank Mr Elliott for starting this debate and the constructive comments he made. I'm very aware of the concerns around this area, which are raised regularly with me and are very much on my agenda and the agenda of many people here in Northern Ireland. I do want to commend the work that has been done in the absence of the Assembly by many groups that have kept the issue of veterinary medicines supply to Northern Ireland on the agenda and who are key in ensuring a further 3-year grace period until the 31st of December 2025. I will set out a little bit of context to highlight where we are and outline the complications of the situation for Northern Ireland. Up to the point of the UK leaving the EU, the UK veterinary medicines regulations were aligned with the European Union veterinary medicines legislation. However, a new piece of EU legislation was introduced. Regulation EU 2019/6 of the European Parliament and of the Council of the 11th of December 2018 on veterinary medicine products, which has applied in the EU since the 28th of January 2022. This repealed Directive 2001/82/EC, which applied to the UK. This made an almost immediate divergence between the UK and the EU on this issue and between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, as it repealed and replaced Directive 2001/82/EC, and that was listed within Annex 2 of the Windsor Framework. Northern Ireland is required to comply with the European Veterinary Medicines Regulation 2019/6, which has many areas that potentially could risk a continued, full and comprehensive supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland. Members here today have mentioned the various issues that may occur with veterinary medicines supply and have raised that veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland could potentially be impacted in some way, either through changes in pack size, frequency of supply or indeed removal from the market. Many of the products that are supplied could face some degree of reduced availability and frequency of supply, fewer variations of products and increased costs through the supply chain. However, as ever, as Minister, I am solutions focused. Whilst I am the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and currently have no control over this area, as the movement of veterinary medicines between Great Britain to Northern Ireland is now subject to the direction and control of the Secretary of State as provided for in the Regulation 3 of the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024. I have met with groups and developed an understanding of the issues threatening our supply of veterinary medicines. I understand the issues and recognise the many concerns. Those same concerns have been raised by fellow members here today. We are all in agreement in this House that solutions need to be found. I consider it important that we focus on resolutions, and a mutually agreed solution is what I am focused upon. I am not losing sight of the potential problems, but we really need to talk and understand how we can mitigate and come to a solution that has real-world, actual, durable solutions. In an increasingly interconnected and competitive marketplace where consumers demand transparency and accountability, our ability to uphold the highest standards of animal welfare is not merely a moral imperative, but a strategic imperative as well. I believe that it is a sign for us all to work together to find a solution, and I will take every opportunity to put forward my preferred solution. In this vein, I offered and volunteered to take part in the UK Government's Windsor Framework Working Group on Veterinary Medicines, which was established as part of the Command Paper on Safeguarding the Union and is chaired by Minister Baker, Minister for the Windsor Framework in the Cabinet Office, and Lord Douglas Miller, Minister for Biosecurity, Animal Health and Welfare in the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Members, I was due to meet Minister Baker at 3 o'clock in this place, in my office, and I've cancelled that meeting and I've came to respond to this motion. That's why I think it's important to respond to the motion, but I will seek to reschedule this meeting with Minister Baker so I continue that engagement, because I think engagement is important. As a member of the Windsor Framework Veterinary Medicine Working Group, I have actively participated in meetings, discussions and consultations, sharing insights, contributing expertise and working collaboratively to develop solutions to promote the continued supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland. The Veterinary Medicines Working Group has met so far twice, with a third meeting scheduled for the 5th of June 2024. Decisions are ultimately for the UK Government and for the European Commission to agree. However, the solution to this situation must respect the international treaties that have been agreed between the UK and the EU, and unilateral actions should not be an option. The recommendation to introduce legislation to prevent regulatory divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland would leave Northern Ireland outside the EU regulatory environment impact leave Northern Ireland outside the EU regulator, and the impact would be upon the movement of animals and animal products, risking many more issues than it would solve. I would not support breaching an international agreement. I want to reiterate that Northern Ireland is facing into a potential problem of access to veterinary medicines, with the possibility that many veterinary products supplied to Northern Ireland could be impacted in some way, whether it be in relation to pack size, frequency of supply, or indeed removal of supply. Yes? Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. I do appreciate he has missed his meeting with Minister Baker, which is obviously important as well. Just trying to get a handle if he can give us any idea at what stage the negotiations are between the UK Government and the European Union on the veterinary medicines issue, if he has any insight.
So I know from my engagement in the Veterinary Medicines Working Group, upon which there is a requirement to sign a non-disclosure agreement to participate in that. So some of the matters which have been discussed are confidential because they're commercial and legal, as you probably understand. I know that we've been discussing some of the flexibilities that are available within the current law. The engagement with the EU, my understanding, I can't speak on behalf of the UK Government, hasn't been significant around this issue. I hope that it can step up. I could have provided members with a greater update from a meeting with Steve Baker, but what I will do is, after I have the meeting with Steve Baker, I will raise this issue. I will seek an update from Steve Baker, and I'll write to yourself and the committee around this issue if that is helpful. I want us all to work together to find a solution and practical implementable actions to address this, and it's absolutely key that we address it. I am committed to doing everything within my control to ensure we provide as much certainty and stability as possible. The interconnectedness of animal health, environmental health and human health cannot be overstated, a reality that underscores the urgency of finding a solution to this issue. Yes, no problem.
That he places on the huge vulnerability that there is facing Northern Ireland with a lack of supply of veterinary medicines. Is it the Minister's assessment that the working group established has the capacity and capabilities of progressing this debate towards a solution?
So I'll happily engage with the working group, but there is a fundamental reality. In order to get a solution to this, we need a commonly agreed and mutually agreed solution between the UK and the EU. And within the current flexibilities, I don't have the confidence that we could get a solution without actually getting an agreement between the UK and the EU. So that's what fundamentally underpins the way forward around this, which is about engagement and trust. Any discussion about unilateral action will massively undermine that. So we need to engage the UK Government and the EU around that. I engage in the working group because I'm focused upon solutions, and there's other people who are part of that as well. But we do need to get a solution around this. It may be, as part of this, we may need to argue for an extension of the grace period because of the timescales around this. I'll be honest with you all, I think I'm looking towards a change of government in the UK to be able to get solutions in relation to this. Because the response I received from the current government in terms of their attitudes towards alignment between the UK and the EU is not positive. And one of the solutions around this is very key, is in terms of alignment between the UK and the EU. But I'll do all I can to get a solution in relation to this. And whilst it doesn't sit within my power and responsibilities, I recognise it's a concern, and I engage with any government that speaks to me to be able to get a solution in relation to this. I would also say, in relation to engagements with the EU, the current protocol from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office massively inhibits me in terms of my engagement directly with the European Union. And I would encourage the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to reflect upon that, because currently my engagement is through the UK Government to the EU, and it would be much more beneficial if we could have that direct engagement with the EU so we could get engagement and solutions upon this. I understand that we must adopt a multifaceted approach, one that encompasses both short-term mitigation strategies and long-term solutions. We must seize this moment as an opportunity, a chance to re-evaluate existing frameworks and chart a course towards a more resilient, sustainable future and strengthen collaboration across borders. Crucially, I will support the response that is underpinned by the principles of inclusivity, stakeholder engagement and respecting the law. The voices of our farmers, our vets, our industry experts. Only by working together in partnership and solidarity can we hope to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. The negotiations and any agreements should seek to build trust and partnerships and maintaining trust and relationships so that Northern Ireland is able to ensure the health and welfare of its animals and also public health. Doing nothing is not an option, and waiting for a negotiated outcome to the last minute would be just as bad, as many decisions are being made now by manufacturers, suppliers and wholesalers. The House of Lords Subcommittee on the Windsor Framework Inquiry recommends a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, or otherwise known as SPS. We're very good at acronyms. An SPS agreement between the UK and the EU would not offer a complete solution to this issue, but it would set out measures to ensure food safety and protect the health of animals, and it would also reduce a lot of the friction experienced to date. My ministerial policy and preference is an SPS agreement between the UK and the EU. I support this because it simplifies so many of the issues that we are facing. It would reduce friction and aid trade between the UK and across the EU and lay the groundwork for alignment and mutual recognition of veterinary medicine regimes of the UK and the EU. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. My personal preference in relation to this issue is a negotiated veterinary medicine agreement between the UK and the EU, which would have a direct long-term solution to this issue. As Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I am committed to advocating for the interests of Northern Ireland in the development of this agreement, working collaboratively with the UK Government and the EU and ensuring that the health and welfare of our animals are protected. In closing, I would just like to reiterate that I will, at our next meeting with the UK Government, it's with Steve Baker. I meet Steve Baker once a month now, and I think it's important that we have that established relationship. I will reflect some of the comments that have come here. I will, if this motion is passed, write to the UK Government, and I'll share a copy of that letter to the committee outlining what my proposals are in relation to that. If this House can unite around the position that I've outlined, that we want a mutually agreed veterinary medicines agreement between the UK and the EU, that allows this House to speak with one voice and be united on this issue, and hopefully people can look to that as a direction going forward. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call on Tom Buchanan to wind on the amendment. Mr Buchanan, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for bringing the motion to the House today. The recent inquiry into the Windsor Framework Subcommittee not only threw a light on the crisis facing the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland, but it also demonstrated the significant distance that still has to be travelled if a permanent and durable solution is to be found. Losing access to key veterinary medicines from Great Britain would decimate our agri-food industry and result in dire consequences for animal health, welfare and control of disease right across Northern Ireland. And there has been collective concern around the House today with regards to the future availability of veterinary medicines. And we know that many companies store products in GB for onward supply to veterinary practices and wholesalers here in Northern Ireland. And current supply chains, which have been built up over many years, would be uprooted if the import requirements levied by the EU were applied to movements from the rest of the United Kingdom. The grace period was also mentioned by many of the contributors around the House today, but the extension of the grace period to the 31st of December 2025, while welcome, it is not enough to simply kick the can down the road. The regulations of the medicines is a complex, and adapting to new process requires a long lead-in time. Therefore, it is completely understandable that pharmaceutical companies will be looking to make decisions now rather than waiting for the cliff edge. That makes the need to find a permanent and lasting solution even more pressing. Therefore, a pragmatic agreement with the EU which respects Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market for veterinary medicines, preventing trade diversion and added costs for businesses and customers must be found. It is something that is essential. We must be clear that the current degradation must not be viewed as a staging post to on unacceptable fostering of full rigours of the EU Regulation 2019/6 on our rural and business communities. Any conditionality that was explicit or implicit in the latest grace period around agreeing to action plan toward full implementation of the EU demands should be severed by this government. And I know we have had quite a bit of support around the Chamber today, and just to touch on some of those things, the proposer of the motion did mention that the UK government regulations introduced in 2021 for human medicine, that it leaves doctors that they have no need to do anything different, and therefore a similar resolution could and should be found for that of the veterinary medicines. And it would be quite simple, I'm sure, to find a similar resolution for the veterinary medicines. William Irwin spoke about the progress that must be made swiftly by the government for a durable solution. And that's what we need. We need a durable solution, and we need it done swiftly by the government. Declan McAleer spoke of the small rural farms within Northern Ireland and the mental health issues that is associated with some of the small farms, and therefore it is vital that no future pressure is put on the small farm holdings in relation to accessing veterinary medicines. And of course we know that the pressure that comes upon the small farmers. And his colleague spoke about the agriculture society or the agriculture industry, about it being the social fabric of Northern Ireland, and it needs to be protected. And of course that's what the agriculture industry is. It is the social fabric here of Northern Ireland. Patsy McGlowan said that there was still time for the issues to be resolved, but caveated that with the danger of a carve-up between the UK and the EU and the risk to animal and human health. Johnny Buckley did say about the sending forth a united message to London and Brussels that this issue must be resolved, and that's what we have to do from this House today, is send through that united message. Mr. Allister did say that while no medicines had ever caused any problems, yet the EU insisted on blocking them and blocking them from coming into Northern Ireland. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the amendment to the House.
And thank you. I now call on Robbie Butler to conclude and wind on the debate. And Mr. Butler, you have up to 10 minutes.
Hope you're going to take that 5 seconds of my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm lucky it wasn't my phone. I'll just make sure it's on silent. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I do start in all seriousness, I want to recognise something that happened in the Chamber in regard to this motion, because we did see a rare moment of cross-party cooperation between the members from Upper Ban. Genuinely, I mean, I know I'm a sort of a touchy-feely, nice type of politician that loves to see that genuine reach across, but I did enjoy that between Owen Tennyson and Johnny Buckley. We're on this matter, actually. Not only did they agree, but they smiled at each other, and I think it's a remarkable moment. I just want to recognise that. I'm going to savour it, because I'm sure over the period of this next couple of years we will lock horns on many issues, and that is the truth. We will lock horns on many issues, but it is really good that we get a moment in this Chamber where, in the response by the Minister, we see great crossovers and that recognition of the pressures that is faced by both our veterinary providers, the medical producers, our farmers and the agri-foods industry. And it seems to be pretty much a cross-party realisation of the moment that we find ourselves in. This is a critical issue. It is one where we can smile and we can have a bit of fun, but it is a critical issue. And I think that to neglect the motion and to neglect the seriousness of it would to fail to recognise that the very foundations of our agri-food industry could be seriously affected and possibly crumble. I come at this from, and I'm not declaring an interest per se, but I do have a huge interest in this from a busman's perspective. I was for many years a butcher, and this been around a number of shops. And one of the things that I enjoyed about that job, apart from serving the customers, the fine customers of Lagan Valley and wider, was the fact that what I was working with, whether it was the beef, whether it was the lamb, whether it was the pork, whether it was the poultry produce, I knew that what I was working with was world top quality. But that doesn't happen by accident. That happens through decades and decades of hard work by our farm workers and our producers, ensuring the integrity of the products that Northern Ireland is famous for. And that's why today's motion is slightly more than just what is happening in the political moment. But as has been pointed out by a number of members this morning, that up to 51% of our veterinary products are at risk here in Northern Ireland. This is a staggering figure, and it poses a significant threat to our agricultural sector, which is the lifeblood of our economy. And the Minister has recognised that, and the Minister has, to his credit, given firm commitments, and I know that many in the agricultural sector are grateful for that. But veterinary medicines are not merely products that sit on a shelf. They are essential tools that ensure the health and productivity of our livestock. They support our farmers and are a safeguard of our food supply chain. Now, the absence of adequate access to these medicines actually jeopardises our competitiveness on a number of levels, and Northern Ireland's produce is not like anywhere else in the world. Without the necessary veterinary products, our ability to prevent and treat illnesses in animals is severely compromised. This vulnerability can lead to devastating disease outbreaks, causing immense economic losses and undermining the tireless efforts of our farming community. Mr Buchanan actually mentioned the mental health and welfare of our farmers, and they have been under pressure for many years, and I know we spoke last week, myself and the Minister, in regard to it, and I know it is a priority, and that is something that's impacted when there is a pressure on veterinary medicines. The subcommittee that we're speaking about in terms of the delivery of the report has highlighted that the current situation creates an environment in Northern Ireland it makes that Northern Ireland is at a competitive disadvantage compared to other regions. This disparity could result in increased costs and operational challenges for our farmers, who are already under challenging conditions. The subcommittee also emphasised the critical role of the veterinary medicines in maintaining high animal welfare standards, and that is critically important for the position that Northern Ireland puts itself in regard to its offering. Without these essential products, our farmers are unable to manage and treat diseases effectively. That leads to unnecessary suffering of our animals, and we are an animal welfare-facing assembly. We are an animal welfare-facing people here in Northern Ireland. So it's not just an ethical issue, but one that affects our global reputation and our marketability. Moreover, the implications of this issue extend beyond individual farms and animals. Public health, that has been spoken about by a number of members, is intrinsically linked to animal health. And when we fail to control diseases in animals, we open the door to potential zoonotic diseases, which can have catastrophic consequences for human health. And when I was a butcher, I was around at the time of CJD and mad cow disease, and I remember the fear that instilled right across, not just businesses, but into our very public. So the interconnectedness of animal health, food safety and public health underscores the critical need for reliable access to veterinary medicines. Absolutely.
And it leads on to an important point. Would the member agree with me that this is a time-critical issue? And just like the public understood the debate around whenever we were talking about human vaccines in relation to the protocol and how they interacted with Northern Ireland, they equally understand and are concerned about veterinary medicines, and therefore it would be a dereliction of duty on both the UK Government and the European Union not to come forward with the solution quick.
For his intervention. I actually do agree, because it speaks to the very interconnectedness that I'm referencing, and I'll go slightly further than that, and perhaps speaking through the chair to the Minister in this point. We have had that democratic deficit that we faced through the outcomes of Brexit in regards to we haven't had a voice. We have allowed, and as has happened, and probably the mess that we're in is because we haven't had that voice through the Conservative government into the EU. But this does offer us a chance, and the Minister, to his credit, has said that he will be offering up solutions. But I do agree with the member that this is time critical, and we do need to be addressing this with haste. The subcommittee has further noted that the current regulatory framework under the Windsor Framework does not adequately address these issues. There is a clear need for more tailored and region-specific solutions that recognise the unique challenges faced by Northern Ireland. On that, I'll just take you back to another moment where, again, I'm just reminiscent about my days as a butcher. I remember the first introduction and influx of Brazilian beef, actually. And the difference between what the offering is here and what we have accepted from other regions is marked, and we really do need to face into protecting the quality product that we have, which is underpinned by access to the best medications, which are recognised by both jurisdictions. The subcommittee's inquiry underscores the necessity for proactive measures to ensure the continuous supply of veterinary medicines that mitigate the risk of disease outbreaks and safeguard public health. In light of these concerns, and the motion did call upon the Minister for Agriculture to give voice and advocacy, and I give credit to Minister Muir in that he is already committed to doing so. But that is to take that message to the European Union and indeed the government at London. And I would hazard just against that delay in waiting on a Labour government. And whilst that may be the outworkings, we don't want to waste any time, and I know the Minister will not do that. So therefore, it's imperative that we secure a positive resolution to ensure the continuous supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland. Our farmers and our agri-industry deserve the tools that they need to maintain the highest standards of animal welfare and public health. Our agri-food industry, a pillar of our economy, must not be hampered by bureaucratic hurdles that can be overcome with clear, proactive negotiation and cooperation. I'm just going to turn very briefly, and please don't be annoyed if I don't give you a wee shout out here, guys. I just want to pay credit to my party colleague, Tom Elliott, who put the motion together. I think Tom's background, and he should have disclosed, he really should have declared his interest as a farmer, to be fair. And I'll do that for him if it's okay. However, he has set up a good motion here today, and it's good to see that cross-party support. William Irwin, I think, also did declare his own interest, and he spoke about the amendment and the need to put meat on the bones. And I think there's been clarification in terms of the amendment, and we will support the amendment because there was that concern that we would put ourselves in a position that would work against the industry, and I think that's been clarified. Declan McAleer, he talked about the extensions of the grace period, potentially, if needed, beyond 2025, but he reiterated that the EU needs to be informed and brought along with that, and talked about food security. Owen Tennyson, apart from the agreement with Johnny Buckley, also referenced the outworkings of Brexit, and he welcomed the motion, which was great, but he highlighted the challenging timeframes, and he spoke of the potential need for an extension to the grace period, which I think we will all agree to, only if it's required, because we really want to get to the point where we get the certainty and that our farmers and our agri-food industry know exactly what way they're going to be facing, because to be caught in this vacuum is not useful for anybody. Patsy McGlone reiterated the problems that are a result of the failure of the EU and the Conservative government, and he referenced the human medicines as a potential solution, what we did with the human medicines, but also reiterated that there are other viable alternatives. Johnny Buckley, you did speak about the time bomb and the time constraints, and it was nice to get a little reminder of that. Jim Allister then did speak, and he recognised the scale of the matter, the import of the issue.
We're bringing remarks to a close.
But did query the reliance of the DP on the promised UK legislation, which I think is a fair point, and we had a fine wrap-up by the Minister. So I commend the motion and the amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Butler. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Tom Buchanan, William Irwin and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, members, order, members will resume their seats. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Tom Buchanan, William Irwin and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and William Irwin. Tellers for the noes are Patsy McGlone and Peter McReynolds. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
68 members voted, 27 members voted aye, 41 members voted no. The amendment falls.
Members, the amendment falls. The question now is the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unfasten the doors. Members, just take your ease briefly for a change at the top table. Now, you see, I've never done our prep for that speedy vote.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on junior doctors' pay. I'll ask a clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises the valuable work of all staff within health and social care in Northern Ireland, as well as the unprecedented pressures facing our health and social care system. Acknowledges that junior doctors are a vital element of the health system in Northern Ireland. Notes that junior doctors in neighbouring jurisdictions currently experience better paying conditions for less pressurised workloads than their counterparts in Northern Ireland, causing significant issues for recruitment and retention. Further recognises the upcoming strikes are a measure of last resort and calls on the Minister of Health to urgently and meaningfully engage with the British Medical Association regarding junior doctor pay, taking account of agreements reached in Scotland and Wales.
Thank you. I'll ask Nuala McAllister to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Nuala. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to propose this motion and urge the Health Minister to urgently engage personally with the BMA Junior Doctor Committee in good faith, not as a box-ticking exercise, but with an open mind. And while it may be too late to avoid strike action planned for this week, there is still time to act ahead of action planned for the start of June. Secondary care in Northern Ireland is in crisis. Huge waiting lists, growing vacancies in the system and greater remuneration in other countries are creating an untenable situation for our members, are creating an untenable situation for our patients and our constituents and the health and social care system. But underlying all of this are our healthcare workers, our nurses, our consultants, our auxiliary care workers and our junior doctors, to which today's motion is the focus of. Junior doctors are working in understaffed and under-resourced health systems that are facing record demand while working through enormous backlogs of care made worse by the pandemic. But these pressures are not the only pressures that they are facing. Pressures both in the workplace and pressures at home trying to manage that work-life balance, something that many junior doctors are bringing to the conversation both at the front of this strike in the upcoming week and the strike ahead. But before I go in to talk about the pay and the role of junior doctor, I want to highlight what that actually means, because sometimes the title can often mislead. Junior doctors are qualified doctors who are in clinical training. They have completed a medical degree and can have up to 9 years of working experience as a hospital doctor. Despite having a junior title, their clinical role is anything but. The reality is, if you have to go to hospital, whether as an inpatient or a visit to the A&E, aside from nurses, you are most likely going to be seen by a junior doctor at some stage of your visit. Despite playing a vital role in sustaining our health service, our junior doctors are struggling due to the unrealistic expectations put on them. And I want to talk about the issue of pay. The Department of Health confirmed in a statement last week the vast majority of junior doctors work on rotas which attract almost an additional 50% of their basic pay. I'll comment further on that particular press statement, but I want to accept that this is likely the case, the 50% additional to their pay. However, I would like to highlight what this actually means. For a junior doctor to receive a 50% supplementary pay on top of their basic pay, they must be doing at least 40 to 48 hours a week, including 2 12-hour shifts and 1 set of night shifts and 1 weekend shift per month. Then there are junior doctors who earn a Band 3 wage, and while this earns a significant higher pay supplement on top of basic pay, it comes as a result of working at least 56 hours per week and at the expense of rest periods. But that is only if the junior doctors work those noted hours, take breaks and lunches, but we know that this is not the case. Why? Because they simply cannot leave their patients. I had a recent visit to the Children's A&E where we were seen by a junior doctor at 1 p.m. who had already been on a long shift. Then that same junior doctor had to transfer shifts, working long past 7 p.m. We then had a visit from another junior doctor who had a phone consult with the same junior doctor on the earlier shift to discuss the issue of my child's results, because that continuity of care is key in diagnosing and seeing the overall picture of any patient or anybody's child. And no junior doctor turns down those phone calls because they understand the importance of that care. On admission, we had another junior doctor who hadn't even had time to take a break to eat that day see us. And even if they do have a time, there often isn't a facility for them to actually take a break in. How do we expect medical professionals to take care of us when they are running on empty?
Will the member give way?
Yep.
I thank the member for giving way. Would she agree with me that junior doctors, especially those working in speciality areas like haematology and oncology services, are the backbone, frankly, of some of our services, and they deserve our support and value at this time?
With the member, and I also note that the member has personal experience with her husband and under the care of many junior doctors, and it is vital that their professional livelihoods and their work-life balance is taken seriously when they are dealing with the most vulnerable in our healthcare system. I want to ask the Minister directly, does he accept that the wages that junior doctors earn, having outlined what it takes to earn that supplemental income, are actually a result of much longer working hours, antisocial hours, and unsafe hours? Could the Minister please confirm how many junior doctors are currently working Band 3 rotas? Does the Minister accept that the number of junior doctors working unsafe, unsociable Band 3 rotas skews average wages he could quote for junior doctors in Northern Ireland? I hope that the Minister will address these issues. I want to talk a bit about the reason why we felt the need to bring this to the Assembly chamber. Because unlike the Minister before today, I have personally engaged, along with my Alliance colleagues and many colleagues across the Health Committee, extensively with the BMA to understand their reasons for taking strike action. And I have touched on the pay issue already. However, the glaring issue in this process has been the lack of personal engagement before today with the Minister. And I appreciate that the Minister is busy, and I appreciate that he also does send officials to meet with the BMA and their Junior Doctor Committee on a number of occasions. However, the Department of Health has responded to Assembly questions, statements, press and comments to committee, stating that his door always remains open for negotiations. And with respect, how can anyone believe that the door was open in the first instance when the Minister neglected to meet face-to-face with the BMA before 2 days before the first strike? 1 day, before the first strike. To state a belief just last week that they do not accept that the talks have collapsed is at best disingenuous. And I would honestly say that at worst, an exercise in gaslighting. Unfortunately, this is not the only cause of erosion of trust between the Minister, the Department and the junior doctor workforce. Back in February, there were issues around implementing the DDRB uplift for 23-24. Back then, they were told it would be implemented immediately, but unfortunately, after learning at their visit at the committee, it would be implemented in June, and I'd like to hear from the Minister on that. I also want to speak about the issue of working conditions, whilst this motion focuses on pay. 2 weeks ago at the Health Committee, we heard from the BMA, from junior doctors, that represented by Fiona Griffin, who highlighted the issues facing junior doctors, and you could sense the frustration felt that day. Upon questioning from many members across the room, we learned of further disappointing engagements with officials around working conditions, with verbal agreements made to only find these watered down when sent back in writing. You can understand the frustration of junior doctors when they do not feel that they are being listened to in good faith. Furthermore, the Department is sticking to the position that any discussions around pay restoration for junior doctors is a national issue, and so we must wait until agreement is found in England and Wales. This is despite the BMA being told by the Secretary of State prior to restoration of these institutions that he could not engage because it was a devolved issue. Where exactly do we stand? Both of these statements can't be true. This sequence of events has left us with no choice but to bring this directly to the floor of the Assembly. I understand between the tabling of this motion today, a number of things has happened. The Minister outlined a question time earlier. He has met with the BMA, and we have had further contact from them. However, we need to be honest, and we need to be open and genuine. We need to be willing to discuss pay for junior doctors. I don't want to preempt the Minister's response, but I probably know what he will say. And I understand that the Executive is facing an extremely difficult year ahead with finances, and it's not just limited to health. But what I would reiterate is that we will obviously need a business case, a proposal to go forward to the Department of Finance. So why not engage with that first. We need strong leadership at this moment. There are plenty of efficiencies to be found within the Department of Health. Earlier today, we did pass the LCM regarding tobacco and vapes, and I recognise it is a long-term approach, but it is an efficiency to be made in the health system. The Fiscal Council commissioned the Nuffield Trust report in which they found patients in Northern Ireland are staying for longer here compared to patients in England and Wales. Another example of efficiencies and why investing in domiciliary care actually saves money in the long term. And so also does the advancement of day procedure hubs, those elective surgical hubs. The efficiencies of the hospital services are also something that is brought to my attention and my colleagues' attention whenever we meet with doctors, despite their heavy work schedule and trying to balance their work life. One of the junior doctors has highlighted how they have recently put their house up for sale. They will be relocating their family to England because they want to move to a location that respects them and their work. I want to commend this motion to the House, but also ask the Minister to get on board in a serious and respectful way. Thank you.
Graham Declan Kearney.
Thank you, and I am speaking in favour of this motion. For some years now, pay and working conditions for doctors has been getting worse. And these doctors are at the heart of our health and social care system. And therefore, we have to have a comprehensive resolution to these problems.
Cut to the chase. I'm calling on the Department of Health to urgently resolve the junior doctors' pay dispute. But it is also critical that the poor working conditions that are being endured by so many of our junior doctors are comprehensively addressed at the same time. Junior doctors play a vital role within the North's healthcare system, a system that's already suffering with very significant workforce planning stresses and pressures. And the planned strikes by our junior doctors this week are a stark reminder of how reliant we are upon these essential workers within our hospital and our clinical care settings. Our junior doctors correctly believe they are undervalued, underpaid and overworked. And as a result, they've been forced onto these picket lines for fair pay and equal treatment. And they are demanding that they are given parity with their counterparts in other regions and that their pay reflects those similar arrangements. Others are now choosing to leave the healthcare system entirely and to emigrate to other jurisdictions where they're actually going to be valued for the highly skilled, trained professionals that they are. Failure to deliver fair pay and tolerable working conditions for our doctors will make retention impossible. We are losing highly trained medical professionals to other places and jurisdictions where they are being treated with respect and decency and fairness. In my meetings with junior doctors, including on their picket lines, I've listened to their experiences of a lack of rest periods and access to even basic showering and washing facilities. And that's for younger doctors who are regularly working far beyond their roster shifts, and many of whom are rearing young families of their own. Leaving junior doctors to work long shifts, many at night, with inappropriate spaces to take a break, to have a rest, to have something to eat, to get a wash, those are impossible circumstances. These junior doctors deserve better. And just like nurses and other healthcare service staff, junior doctors are absolutely central to the sustainability of our healthcare system. The need, Alias-Ceann Comhairle, for the Department of Health to fully engage with them and find acceptable resolutions to this dispute is now non-negotiable. It is time for these doctors to be valued, respected and to receive fair pay.
I call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Principal Speaker. The alarm bells rang in this building earlier today to call us to order, but it is safe to say that the alarm bells are ringing with regards to the future of our health service. Yet another day and yet another crisis in health. The mounting pressures that weigh upon our health system, in all honesty, makes me fear for the future as a father of a young child, but as a citizen of this province. As we stand on the precipice of junior doctor strikes, we recognise that this action tends to be a last resort. It is a desperate plea for fair pay and acknowledgement for their sacrifices. Junior doctors state that in neighbouring jurisdictions they enjoy better pay, improved working conditions and manageable workloads. It is therefore no wonder that recruitment and retention have become pressing issues here in the province. We had all hoped that with the first industrial action held earlier this year, that would have brought matters to a head. There is no question of the vital role that junior doctors play within the health service. But I have to say that it spooks me how this latest strike action will have on patient outcomes. I fear that this strike will only result in a further loss of those we train. Such is the frustration amongst junior doctors, and with waiting lists at an all-time high, now more than ever we need to retain those that we train. The Health Committee recently heard from the BMA Junior Doctor Chairperson, who said that there had been no negotiation. She highlighted to the committee that junior doctors' pay is the lowest in the UK. She says that they were not looking to pay uplift in one go, but would accept an annual uplift with an annual negotiation. We were also told that the DDRB uplift for 23-24 had not yet been paid, even though the department had allegedly given a commitment that it would be paid immediately following the restoration of the Assembly. It is, however, good to learn that the award will be paid in the June pay run, with the department now stating that it will be in pay packets next month. And I do hope that that will be the case. Pay is indeed a central issue of concern, with 72% of junior doctors saying that their current pay would make them more likely to leave the health and social care service in the province. The BMA state that we will only see staff levels rise if we see proper pay rises, which would make Northern Ireland an attractive place to practice medicine. It will be impossible to address waiting lists if we don't have the staff working in the health service. But whilst pay is key, so too is burnout. At committee we were told that coffee and goodwill was currently saving the health service. The Minister, in correspondence with the committee, says that he would await further clarity on any final settlement and ongoing pay negotiations in the mainland. However, health in Northern Ireland has evolved, and therefore I do wonder why we must wait on the outcomes in England, particularly when we see the movement that has occurred in Scotland and in Wales. The Minister is on record as saying that below inflation pay awards is a direct consequence of the policy of the austerity adopted by the Conservative government. Each 1% increase in medical pay is currently estimated to cost £6.6 million per annum recurrently. We are all too versed in the financial pressures of this administration, but the recent budget announcement where health will receive over half of the total amount allocated to departments for day-to-day running has created hope amongst junior doctors. But they need more than hope. There is no question of the vital role that junior doctors play within the health service, but it spooks me how this latest strike action will have on patient outcomes. I therefore ask the Minister what action has been taken to ensure patient safety during the forthcoming strikes. And I do call upon the Minister of Health to keep engaging with the BMA to try to address the concerns of junior doctors, taking inspiration from the agreement reached in Scotland and the recent outcome in Wales. Our junior doctors are valued by everyone in this House, and our citizens should receive the care they deserve. There needs to be a balance struck, but it can only be done in direct engagement by all sides in good faith. And I do hope, even at this late hour, that in the back of this debate, that this situation can be de-escalated. And I very much look forward to the Minister's updated position today.
Thank you, Alan. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The motion that we are debating today is a timely one, given that the strikes will take place across the north tomorrow. The work that is done by our junior doctors is nothing short of remarkable. Day after day, they go into our hospitals to care for some of the most vulnerable in our society. There are countless expectations that are placed on our junior doctors. If there are gaps in the workforce, they are expected to fill that gap, despite possibly having just worked a full shift. They are running from one case to the next for hours on end. And they have detailed, as has been explained, that whenever it gets the opportunity to have a break, they even have to go at times out to their car to take that break because there's nowhere appropriate for them to have it. The practices of working that we expect them to work under are simply not safe. And that doesn't even touch what was expected of them when they were working during COVID-19. They simply have nothing left to give, and ultimately pay has become the tipping point for them. And the question has to be, for us, Principal Deputy Speaker, what are we doing to make this place attractive for junior doctors? Of the 7% of medical students who have said that they will remain here after qualifying, what is it that they're actually going to stay for? Unsafe working practices, unfair pay, and countless expectations. One has only to look at the verbal abuse that junior doctors take on social media for having the audacity to expect that they should receive a fair day's wage to see what they have to endure. I encourage anyone who thinks or who says that they are paid enough to spend a day doing what they do, to walk a mile in their scrubs and to tell me that they are overpaid. And Speakers, while the SDLP support the motion, I would say I do have some questions of transparency, given that the proposer's own party have supported this year's budget at the Executive. If your party supports giving the Health Minister less than the budget that he needs to actually provide the pay uplift that we want to see, then it is a bit like putting somebody into the fight with one hand tied behind their back, and that is not a fair fight. Of course, yes.
Would the member agree, though, that the Minister would actually need to put a business case, through the Chair, put a business case forward to the Department of Finance, but yet that hasn't been the case? There hasn't even been a proposal or an option or anything to put forward for more finance for junior doctors' pay?
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. And if the motion simply said that the Minister should put forward a business case, I'd have no problem with that. But it goes on to highlight that they should actually be given the pay lift that they require. It asks for the Minister to work with them in a meaningful way, which can only mean that they get the pay uplift that they need. But if a four-party executive is not going to give the Minister the money that he actually requires to do that, then having this debate here is a little bit disingenuous, because it's telling those junior doctors that we're prepared to come in here and fight for you, but by the way, there's absolutely no money to be able to provide for the Minister to deliver. So it is a bit of a difficulty to have that discussion. If we truly believe, if we truly value our junior doctors, then we would make the money available for the department to be able to pay them. Equally, I would expect that if any member of the parties who have supported this budget tomorrow, there will be there's going to be picket lines, to go and stand those picket lines whilst you vote for a budget that doesn't actually give the money to support the workers in the pay call that they're making, is also a little bit disingenuous. And I hope that those that are on the picket lines tomorrow will ask any of the elected representatives who are there, are you voting for the budget? And is it going to give us the money that we need to get our pay uplift? Because anything other than that is just simply trying to curry favour with them. Speaker, the SDLP has always been consistent in our message. If we are serious and responsible about delivering full pay restoration, then what we do need to see is multi-year budgets and the delivery of the transformation of our health service, because it's through the transformation of our health service that we're actually going to see the savings made by the department so that it can invest its money within the department, which will mean that individuals such as our junior doctors will actually get that additional money that they need. To do that, we will also need a programme for government So we are happy to support this motion today. We salute our dedicated healthcare staff for all that they do, and we send the message to the executive to stop playing politics with workers' pay and let's just get it done. Thank you.
Call this Cummins.
Principal Deputy Speaker, without the workforce, we will only have empty buildings. Those were the stark words from the representatives of the BMA at Health Committee on the 9th of May as they detailed the very serious situation facing our hospital doctors and GP trainees as a result of years of pay erosion and the growing staff and vacancies. And as we've heard today, for the first time ever this year, junior doctors voted overwhelmingly in March to take strike action, emphasising just how dire the situation regarding pay and conditions is. As I said, that was in March. Now we're here again 2 months later with no progress on the issue, and the junior doctors are once again taken to the picket lines, this time for 48 hours, demanding action on pay. Junior doctors are working in the most challenging conditions, looking after very sick patients with huge responsibilities for as little as £12.50 an hour, leaving little to the imagination as to why we are losing junior doctors in their droves when they can earn more for doing the same job in the south of Ireland, in Britain or overseas. So if we are really serious about tackling the crisis in our health service, then this cannot be ignored. A survey by the BMA in 2022 showed that just 7% of medical students here intended to stay and work in the north. And 2 years on, with little to no change, I doubt those figures have got any better. And like others, I too have met with the Junior Doctors Committee on a number of occasions now, and we had them at Health Committee as well, where they outlined the engagements to date with the Minister and his department. And the lack of progress has been very disappointing, particularly around moving this pay issue forward. And when the Health Committee were told that the suggestion of an increase in pay above the DDRB as a starting point was given a flat no, even before the budget was agreed by the Executive, I think it's fair to say we were all fairly disappointed to hear that. And that ultimately appears to have closed down any prospect of further negotiations. However, I am aware that the Minister has met with the BMA this morning, but I'm not aware of any further progress in relation to that either. But we are all realistic in regards to the current financial picture, there's no doubt about that. And the Finance Minister continues to challenge the British Treasury in terms of the significant underfunding for public services here. And I think the previous member's comments around the Executive and us being disingenuous is pretty rich coming when I don't know what the alternative is to voting for a budget that we have absolutely no control over how much we have. We've talked this to death at this stage. We want to achieve progress on this. We want to pay the full pay restoration, but in reality that's not achievable in the here and now. However, that doesn't negate the responsibility to progress the issue and find a way forward and give a commitment that we will work towards that. I will, yes, go on ahead.
Agree that the junior doctors themselves are wise to this issue, that they understand the budget constraints, which is why they have not asked for 30% immediately right now, but they have said that it's the negotiation in good faith which is key.
Members, an extra minute.
I thank the member for intervention. You actually have led on to my next point, and I think that's exactly the point that we need to hear loud and clear here. They're very realistic in their expectations. They know that full pay restoration of over 30% is not something that can be delivered right now, but they do want a commitment to work towards this, and until they have that, they cannot move forward on any of the other non-pay issues in good faith, because they are not getting that commitment. So I don't think that is unreasonable, given that they're still waiting on the 2023-24 uplift. I think their words at committee were that they were told they would now get it in June, but they don't know if that's this year or next year or what year, as it's just told June. Las Cancorla, our health service is no doubt running on empty. Primary care is in crisis, secondary care is in crisis, social care is in crisis, and we are seeing colossal waiting lists, a lack of bed capacity, and staff vacancies, including our junior doctors, are putting patients and staff safety in dire risk. And I don't underestimate the challenges of the Health Minister, so I don't want to come across too critical, but this is only going to get worse if we do not address the issues that are forcing valuable staff out of the job they've trained to do, a job which they love, and for many want to stay in but sadly feel they have no other option. Striking is a last resort for all the doctors going back to the picket lines tomorrow. They should not be in this position. I'd urge the Minister to continue engagement with representatives of the striking doctors to reach an agreement urgently, like their colleagues across the water have been able to do so. And if this matter is not resolved, patients and healthcare staff will suffer as a result, and this will have huge consequences for our health service for a long time.
Thank you, Liz. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This is a very important motion and one I'm very proud to have been a co-signatory to along with my Alliance Party colleagues. Junior doctors are a critical part of our health and social care staff, and it is right that we recognise their contribution to the health service, especially given the unprecedented pressures we have been facing in recent years, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and political instability in this place. Junior doctors are also working in extremely challenging circumstances, with their huge waiting lists, the worst in Europe, increasing vacancies across the system, and more favourable working conditions being available in other jurisdictions. Personally, I am very aware of the long hours, the high pressure nature of the JHO role, and for an example, when there is a medical emergency on a hospital ward in the middle of the night, it is genuinely JHOs who come running whenever the alarms go. It is right that junior doctors are paid appropriately, and it is concerning that in Northern Ireland, pay is significantly lower than everywhere else in the UK, and we have heard that from several members today. According to the BMA, junior doctors in the foundation training are paid a basic salary of £26,713 for a 40-hour week. In contrast to England, where junior doctors start on a higher £32,398 a year. Of course, there are differences between here and England, and not because of devolution, but there are different contracts and different circumstances in terms of out-of-hours working, and we have heard about them already today. But it is nonetheless unacceptable that the differences in pay here are as substantial as they currently are. The workforce crisis we are facing in our health service is a consequence of many issues, but one key issue in particular is the pay erosion that has occurred since 2008. Calculations from the BMA estimated that junior doctors' pay has been eroded by 30.7% since 2008. This makes Northern Ireland a less attractive location to work and train compared with other countries. We also need to acknowledge that in addition to pay, wider working conditions remain a difficulty for many junior doctors. With many doctors leaving for better pay and conditions, this leads to greater burdens on remaining staff and regular understaffing. A BMA survey of junior doctors indicated that there were many were unable to take regular breaks or get a decent meal during long shift hours. Some have even mentioned having to sleep on the floor during night shifts in between exhausting jobs due to a lack of rest facilities. In that survey, 60% of junior doctors described their morale as low or very low, and 49% described their physical and mental well-being as low or very low. This is clearly very concerning. All of this is much worse than before 2020, given the huge and lasting pressures caused by the pandemic, and things are only going to get worse until action is taken. Another challenge more specific to Northern Ireland is that pay and conditions are more favourable in other jurisdictions. This is particularly the case in the Republic of Ireland, where doctors living in Northern Ireland can work without having to move. We see this even more so with other medical professionals, and we have known about consultants for a while. This is the reason we simply cannot copy and paste the approach of the Westminster Department of Health and Social Care. This motion rightly recognises that strikes are a measure of last resort when all other alternatives have not worked. We should acknowledge that the vast majority of junior doctors have voted for strike action, 97.6% in favour, with a 63.7% turnout. The position for junior doctors has been extremely frustrating. Firstly, from 2022 to February this year, when there was no executive or health minister in place, and it has previously been mentioned that the Secretary of State refused to engage on that basis because health is a devolved matter. However, it has also been disappointing that Minister Swan has insisted that we must wait and see the agreement reached in England before concluding an agreement in Northern Ireland, when this has not been the case in Scotland and Wales, who have successfully averted strike action through meaningful engagement and a commitment towards pay restoration. And as mentioned before by myself and other members, it is essential that the Minister considers the unique circumstances here and the impact of another jurisdiction being so close with more favourable pay and working conditions. It has been highlighted that it is only through transformation that we can deliver fair pay, but without staff there can be no transformation. Without staff there is no health service. To conclude, Mr Speaker, the Minister needs to engage productively with junior doctors urgently and do what he can to resolve these long-standing issues. Pay is not the sole motivation of many people working within the health sector, instead being motivated by a desire to help those in need. However, we must ensure that those who work within the health service are paid appropriately and on a similar level to their colleagues across the UK and Ireland. It is very worrying that 72% of our junior doctors are considering leaving the health service. They are the doctors, the GPs and the consultants of the future, and we cannot afford to lose them. I would encourage the Minister to engage productively with them and to work to resolve this unacceptable disparity. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I call Alan Chambers.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, firstly I want to pay tribute to all our junior doctors. It's been said many times before that they are an integral part of our workforce, and whilst that is true, we mustn't for one moment underestimate the sheer contribution they make to the health and welfare of patients. It's a simple matter of fact that so many of our local hospital services wouldn't be able to function without them. That is why I fully acknowledge that they are a really important part of the workforce and that we need to do all that we can to support and encourage them in their role. Pay, as well as broader terms and conditions, are inevitably a really important point of that. And unfortunately, during periods of political stalemate, our junior doctors, just like our Agenda for Change staff and all our other HSC staff, lose out on timely decisions on pay. That's exactly what happened last year, but I do welcome the fact that following the restoration of the Executive, the Minister of Health moved almost immediately to give a commitment that last year's recommendations from the pay review bodies would be delivered. In the case of the junior doctors, the implementation of the DDRB recommendations for 23-24 give junior doctors a pay rise with an average uplift of 9.1%, with over 10% for first-year doctors, comparing very favourably to an average CPI inflation rate of 6% in 23-24. I note, however, the BMA Junior Doctor Committee are sticking firmly with the call for full pay restoration, and whilst that is absolutely understandable as a broader objective, we as MLAs need to be very alert to what that actually means. Junior doctors were by no means the only group of public sector workers who have saw a degrading in real pay terms from 2008. In fact, I struggle to think of any such group that didn't. That's what a decade of austerity at a national level does, made worse by irregular absence of local political and budgetary certainty here in Northern Ireland. But do those who are demanding full pay restoration for junior doctors also want to see pay restored to our police officers, our teachers, and more importantly, in the context of today's debate, are they asking for a greater pay award to be allocated to our junior doctors compared to their other health colleagues? The last thing this House should be doing is promoting disunity between our Agenda for Change staff and junior doctors, for instance. This call for a major pay increase would have unintended but major knock-on implications right across the health service and wider public sector. The reality is there is not a bottomless pit of money. In fact, those other executive parties who recently agreed the 24-25 budget ironically seem to believe that health has already got enough. But it doesn't. By its own admission, the Minister hasn't even got enough resource cash at present to keep funding existing cancer and time-critical treatments. And yet, on top of joining every other populist call for funding, the proposers of this motion are suggesting that he somehow magics up the extra cash. My colleague, the chair of the Health Committee, has suggested that the doctors may not get, the junior doctors may not get all that they're asking for. She suggested that maybe commitments to work forward would satisfy them. But I would have to ask the Minister to tell me how he can give commitments to anyone in the absence of multi-year budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Derry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, people's lives and the very future of the NHS is at stake if this government does not pay our junior doctors properly. Junior doctor workers should not be forced to take strike action. They'd rather be in treating patients. but the desperate state of our health service can be judged by the fact that these life-saving workers are being forced to the picket lines and in many cases forced to go abroad to make a living. I would invite any MLA here to put themselves in the shoes of a junior doctor and then tell us why they shouldn't be given a pay rise or why they shouldn't take strike action. Junior doctors in the north have had their pay eroded by some 30.7% since 2008, and not only is that less than their NHS counterparts, but it's less than many more doctors across the world. And then we wonder why our waiting lists are sky high, why our emergency departments are rammed, and why doctors are leaving the NHS in droves. Long hours, crippling work conditions, and pay that is barely above minimum wage. Like all health workers, junior doctors are overworked, undervalued, and they need to be given a real pay rise if our NHS is to survive. And as has been said already, 75% of the North's junior doctors are already considering leaving the North because of pay and other issues. They're leaving as well, Deputy Speaker, because Stormont cares little about workers' living standards, about patients' health or our health service. If this executive did, then the money would be found in short order. Tory economic policy kills. It kills working class people whose health outcomes are diminished through poverty and alienation. It kills people languishing on waiting lists. It kills people in overcrowded and under-resourced emergency departments. And it kills the desire of too many workers to stay in our NHS. I think we're all hopefully in agreement here that the Tories have underfunded public services with catastrophic consequences, but it is this exact policy that the executive is following, and striking junior doctors can attest to that fact. Across this chamber, parties claimed that they would sort workers' pay and sort the health service when the executive was restored. So I would ask, and I'm sure the junior doctors are asking, what's the hold-up? People are right to aspire to a government that does more than implement Tory cuts. Junior doctors are right to strike for pay and for the protection of our health service. They won't be fooled by the excuses and hand-wringing of this executive or the proposers of this motion today. The junior doctor strike, like that of education support workers strike, shines a glaring spotlight on the duplicity of this government. It is a government that speaks out against Tory policy whilst implementing it through Stormont, a government that applauds the efforts of public sector workers whilst cutting their pay at the same time, a government that brings motions to the floor of this Assembly to call for the policies and services that they refuse to implement, a government that underfunds the health service yet gives hundreds of millions of pounds each year to the private healthcare sector. The refusal of this executive to explicitly support the junior doctor strike is unsurprising given Stormont's long-term neglect of these workers. But crucially, this strike, Deputy Speaker, poses a serious question. If this government can't deliver for health workers, for patients and for our health service, then what is the alternative? We desperately need an alternative because we can no longer accept the erosion of pay, forced migration of health workers, compromised patient safety and the decline and gradual privatisation of our health service. In our view, in my view, the alternative will be shaped through the strikes like that of the junior doctors tomorrow. It's workers who keep our society afloat. Workers have the solution to the problems we face, and workers have the power to shape that future. That may start with their pay demands, but it shouldn't end there. My message to them is that they should keep up the fight and continue to demand a national health service that delivers on its aims of free and accessible healthcare for all. Victory to the junior doctors, victory to the strike, and victory to the NHS.
Call Justin McNulty.
The health service depends on junior doctors. The sacrifices that junior doctors make and the responsibility they hold is enormous, and their pay and working conditions should reflect that. Junior doctors hold our lives in their hands. They sacrifice so much of their own lives and their own health to safeguard ours. They deserve so much more than their current pay and working conditions. We hear a lot about, and there is a major emphasis on patient safety, and it's acts as a carte blanche and justification for reduction of or removal of services and vital services. And what consideration has been given to the safety and welfare of overworked junior doctors, and how does their burnout impact upon overall patient safety? There is anecdotal evidence or a trend in relation to a mass exodus of junior doctors and other healthcare staff from hospitals in the north, particularly in outer areas, Altagavin, Daisy Hill, Swa, to hospitals and health settings in the Republic, where an additional 20 minutes on a work commute can result in an overnight doubling in income. How does this interact with the Department's repeated assertion that the inability of trusts to recruit and retain medical staff or specialists at so-called peripheral hospitals is necessitating service reconfiguration and withdrawal? Calls for courage from elected officials with respect to administration and reform of the health service are well documented, but would it be more appropriate to categorise these demands as calls for conditional courage? In other words, is it appropriate to refine the scope of health service reform as focused entirely upon the reconfiguration and withdrawal of hospital services? The goodwill of professionals that have dedicated their lives to taking care of others should not be taken advantage of as a means to sustain the health service. That goodwill rightly enjoys all of our respect and admiration, but it is crucial to recognise that it's not infinite and should not be taken for granted. Surely it is more appropriate to recognise that a major contributing factor to staffing shortfalls at hospitals are atrocious pay and conditions for our health service workers. Surely it would be more appropriate to tackle the crux of the issue rather than its outworkings. In other words, shouldn't we be treating the disease ailing our health service as opposed to the symptoms? Pay junior doctors what they deserve. Fair pay now.
Thank you. The next speaker I wish to call is the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, and just advise Minister you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful to the Alliance Party for bringing this issue to the floor of the Assembly today, because I want to start by acknowledging the absolutely vital contribution of our junior doctors to our health service. Their commitment and expertise and the long hours their jobs have long involved. It has always been a tough and very demanding job, and the current extreme pressures on our hospitals have undoubtedly exacerbated that significantly. I also fully understand the frustration behind the latest phase of industrial action, and I also respect the mandate that the BMA Junior Doctor Committee have received from their members. However, I deeply regret the decision to strike again, because it will cause serious disruption to patient care at a time of already significant and prolonged stresses on service. So I would again question what this industrial action can hope to achieve in a Northern Ireland context. This is a national dispute that will only be resolved at a national level for reasons that I'll set out as beyond the Executive's remit and the resources that have been provided to us to provide a unilateral solution. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I should begin by correcting a factual inaccuracy in the motion today, because as things stand, there has been no agreement reached in Wales on junior doctors' pay, and indeed the 5% pay increase for 23-24 that has been implemented in Wales was actually lower than the corresponding uplift in Northern Ireland. Wales has not yet matched the 23-24 recommendations of the DDRB and the National Review pay body for doctors. So we have here in Northern Ireland. So while that situation may yet be updated, that is the current factual position. I'm sure members will want to correct the record in that regard, because I do know a number mentioned Wales. But let me assure the Assembly that my department's negotiations with the BMA Junior Doctors Committee have not closed down, at least as far as I and my department are concerned. The talks have not collapsed. Indeed, there are important issues of real substance to be progressed. Our doors do remain open, and I had a very open, amicable engagement with a number of Junior Doctors Committee earlier today, and this is a point that I reiterate. I have met the BMA in regards to this, the Central Committee, on taking up office. Officials from the department have met with the BMA Junior Doctors Committee on a number of occasions, and again continue to do so. So while the negotiations are quite properly led on my department's side by our workforce negotiating team, I do remain across the detail and will continue to do all in my part to facilitate progress. And that's been detailed in the letters to the Junior Doctor Committee setting out my department's position, that I have offered independent arbitration in these talks. That offer has not been taken up to date, and again I made the offer this morning again. What I will not do is make promises that cannot be filled. Populist gestures might be good for headlines, photo opportunities and on picket lines, or indeed social media videos, but I don't think they help resolve this situation. The reality is, at the heart of what is a national dispute, is a demand for pay restoration for what would be a landmark pay settlement that reverses below inflation increases over the past decade and more. And I'm sure that there will be many in this House that has sympathy with that cause. But it must be remembered that public sector pay restraint has been a core element of UK government policy for 10 years and more. It has been a centrepiece of austerity, and that inevitably has impacted on all public sector pay awards in Northern Ireland over time. It was reflected in public sector pay policy, actually set by the Department of Finance, and indeed in pay awards announced by previous Northern Ireland health ministers, some of who are still in this House today, and by other ministers in other departments. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, all our public sector workers were impacted by pay restraint, and the issue of pay restoration therefore spans our entire public sector. So I want to set in context. If we had that mythical, magical money tree to shake, and I were able to commit to the BMA request of 32% uplift for our junior doctors, even over a longer term, that would require a further £52 million per annum before any other pay awards are considered. So to amend the public sector pay policy, adopt it UK-wide for all of our employed doctors and dentists, would require over £210 million additional each year before pay awards. I don't believe this House would really want me to make an exception just for junior doctors in that regard. To turn to nurses, paramedics, social workers, social care workers, and say, sorry, this special pay uplift is not for you. So give that tree another shake and we could maybe dislodge another £1 billion, which would be sought by Agenda for Change staff to restore their pay levels. Likewise, other ministers would not relish delivering the same message to teachers, to police officers, to civil servants, to public transport workers and all the other workers in key services. That, in a nutshell, is why pay restoration is not just a cross-cutting issue for the executive, but an issue that it cannot resolve given its limited fiscal headroom and current acute budgetary pressures. So we must realise those hard realities. But members have asked about business cases. What I can advise the House is that I've written to the Finance Minister actually to propose a comprehensive independent review on public sector pay in Northern Ireland, which actually looks at a range of issues, including comparisons with neighbouring jurisdictions and recruitment and retention considerations. I've asked that includes not just the estimated costs of full pay restoration, but also the potential cost to public services if pay erosion is not addressed. I therefore fully accept that this is an important issue, but I would stress again the responsibility rests with those policies created, which the situation was created namely by the Westminster Government. That's not to say that progress in other areas cannot be made between my department and the BMA Junior Doctors Committee, and some of them have been raised here today. Real progress has been actually made since the executive returned. So when the ballot for industrial action was launched, junior doctors, like the rest of the health service, had received no pay award for 23-24. We've put that right, implementing in full the recommendations of the pay review body, the independent DDRB. And it has been said that award will be paid in the June pay run, landing in pay packets next month. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the reason for that timeline is I actually had to wait to receive it from the Department of Finance, who had to wait to receive that money from Westminster as part of the restoration package. So it wasn't the fact that either us or the Department of Finance, or indeed BSO as the paying authority, were sitting in that money not moving. It was the fact we moved as quick as we could once we had received it. So I believe it's misleading to look solely in regards as well just at basic pay rates when comparing with other jurisdictions. Junior doctors in England have a different contract, which involves a higher basic pay rate than in Northern Ireland, but lower additional payments such as banding allowances which are paid as an additional percentage of basic pay and varying according to the rota of work by an individual doctor. So again, that is why my department and I am putting so much influence in regards to that contract renegotiation with our Junior Doctor Committee in Northern Ireland. And it has been indicated this morning when we had that meeting that that would be a first for Northern Ireland. Principal Deputy Speaker, we currently have delivered a new contract for our GPs under the GMS, something that is, when we talked about it earlier on in question time, something that has stepped outside those bounds of what would have normally been done. I firmly believe that my department officials engaging with our Junior Doctor Committee can do that again for Northern Ireland, addressing the other issues in regards to what has been addressed today. But I do recognise that the mandate that the Junior Doctor Committee has is on pay at this moment in time. So I asked them this morning if we could look at a dual track approach where we looked at contract while also continuing those conversations in regards to pay. So the vast majority of our doctors work on rotas which do attract that conversation and that additional payment that was mentioned earlier in regards to that. But that is the construct of the current Northern Ireland contract, which we are willing to engage in regards to that. Comparisons with Scotland have been made. Meanwhile, they're complicated actually by different income tax rates there as well. So it's always not about what the headline is, but also what the take-home pay is. So let me conclude, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, with 2 points. Firstly, I would urge our BMA Junior Doctor Committee to engage and continue to engage, notwithstanding the wholly unacceptable budget settlement for health, because I believe there are real issues of substance to discuss and actually make progress on. My department is clear that implementing the DDRB recommended package does not bring an end to pay discussions with the BMA. For example, the settlement is ongoing with Junior Doctors dispute in England, which actually could result in further funding becoming available to Northern Ireland through a Barnett consequential. It would of course be a matter of the Executive to decide just how such funding would be allocated. My argument, my position is that if that does come through a settlement in England, that it is allocated to my department so we can recognise it and implement it for our junior doctors here. And I would look to support from the other executive parties in securing that as well. So secondly, ahead of our national DDRB recommendations for 24-25, discussions on contract reform and non-paid terms and conditions, I believe, can still be progressed. That is the route to making real improvements in those working conditions that have been realised and recognised and talked about earlier on today, and in what I believe is now firmly an out-of-date contract. So with respect to members, let me conclude by emphasising that the budget the Assembly is poised to endorse next week will make progress on pay much more difficult, not just for junior doctors, but for all health service workers. Principal Deputy Speaker, that's not me saying that. It's the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council has referred to that in their last report in regards to pay and pay awards and the pressures that will bring. So it's not uncommon for some in this House to brush aside concerns about budget cuts with bland and grand pronouncements about efficiency savings. The budget the Executive is handing health for this year places even more severe limits on what can be done in junior doctor pay. So again, don't take my word about the budget, because also in a statement issued on Thursday the 25th of April 2024, the BMA said the budget is simply not enough to sustain a health service that is struggling to function effectively. And yet here we are. Party tabling this motion today proclaim to the world how much they support junior doctors are actually supporting the budget. Principal Deputy Speaker, you couldn't make that up.
Would the Minister agree with me and disagree through the Chair of the Health Committee to say that it's not simply a case of the Minister of Finance only option is to present this budget, that she can present a new budget and an approved budget which includes pay for junior doctors, education workers and others? Would he agree that there's an option for the Minister to do that?
I still believe that in regards to how I believe that our conversations with the BMA are still ongoing and haven't concluded. I think there is opportunity for the Executive to look again at the budget that has been presented in regards to, and especially I do note the fact and recognise the welcome work that the Minister of Finance has completed recently in regards to the fiscal framework, and the fact that she is in Westminster today further engaging. So I don't know why we would tie ourselves or shackle ourselves to a budget that was previously presented where there's still an opportunity for more money to come forward before we have to take an Executive decision.
back of that then, and I think it's important that I do correct the previous speaker, because it's not up to the Finance Minister to decide how education spends their budget, how health spends their budget. She makes the allocations on a very, very limited budget. However, you have noted the developments today around the fiscal framework, and I think that's very welcome. And I want to congratulate my colleague, Ciamh Archibald, for going over to the British Treasury and fulfilling the commitment to ask for more money, because that's what's needed, and that's the reality of why we're in this situation.
The chair of the committee will know that I've always recognised what I believe is this job's tough, but being Finance Minister in Northern Ireland, I think, is on a comparable footing at this minute in time. So I do commend her for the work that she is doing. What I don't agree with is the allocation that has been agreed by the other executive parties that have been given to health. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, going back to the BMA statement, the BMA statement of that date also went on to say that the Northern Ireland Executive also needs to be absolutely honest with the public about what health service they can expect as a result of this budget, because it's clear it will be impossible to match any expectation. So I, for one, am being totally honest about the budget. It's still, as I have said, not too late for others to join me. So as a parent, I worry about how best actually to explain sometimes the meaning of irony to my children. So I'm grateful for the members for providing an excellent example that I can bring to their attention in the future.
I call Paula Bradshaw to wind on the debate, and Paul, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and just would like to thank all the contributors this afternoon, and for the Health Minister for responding. All the contributors were certainly in unison about how valuable our junior doctors and our entire health and social care workforce are, and this was very much highlighted by Alan Chambers and the Health Minister. My colleague Nuala McAllister very rightly outlined the clinical training that junior doctors go through and the reality of what their jobs are their week is like in their place of work. Principal Deputy Speaker, today I was contacted by a junior doctor who highlighted to me that they are responsible for their fees for their junior doctor's exams, and this particular constituent was saying that they're having to find £1,650, and I suppose that really cuts to the heart of some of the contributions here today around how the strikes were possibly just the last resort because they're under so much pressure. And so we have to be careful how we frame the issues such as this, because fundamentally what we're talking about today is around patient safety, and my colleague Justin McNulty did highlight that. If we have junior doctors, an essential part of our system, becoming tired by impossible rotas under unreasonable contracts, then it is not just the junior doctors who suffer, it is first and foremost the patients. Do you want to be seen by someone who is suffering from fatigue, as Alan Robinson highlighted, and is feeling justifiably undervalued, and that was a word that Declan Kearney used, having gone through this rigorous training that Nuala had highlighted, just to find the workplace does not even have a hook for them to hang their jacket, and I think others commented on that as well. Low pay, therefore, is only one part of the problem, it's a symptom. However, it is now so low and so far behind our neighbours that junior doctors justifiably regard it as a core issue, and this was something my colleague Danny Donnelly highlighted. The Minister is developing, however, a reputation for not wanting to meet anyone. In correspondence, he turned down an invitation to meet with the bereaved families of the victims of Dr. Watts. Now he was only willing to meet the junior doctors coincidentally when this motion made its way onto the order paper. What correspondence the Minister has had with junior doctors suggests could take the form of contract reform, but this has not in fact really started, nor has there been any movement in terms of back pay yet, and I'm glad to hear today that the junior doctors will be receiving this in their pay packet in June, and this was highlighted by Alan Robinson, and Alan Chambers rightly pointed out that they did receive an uplift. I think he indicated 9.1%, and I was grateful for those figures, and the Minister highlighted that to restore it to in the future the progressive realisation of the back pay would cost 52 million before any other pay settlements. So look, we are dealing with harsh numbers here, colleagues, but it's not remotely good enough to suggest that Northern Ireland cannot advance this issue before. Go ahead.
Regarding those harsh figures, would the member also agree that because of burnout, because of gaps in the system and vacancies, that actually the cost of locum junior doctors is astronomical, and that is actually just a vicious circle? You're not saving, you're not investing, instead you're actually costing more.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. I fully agree, and I suppose the chief executives from the Health and Social Care Trust have been saying for many years I'd like to see the reform in that space. So as I was saying there, we need to move forward with this issue. Health is devolved, and this is how it works. And I think a number of members raised that, Nuala McAllister, Alan Robinson and Danny raised this, and the Minister did say that it is a national dispute and it is agreed and settled nationally, and raised the issue about Wales. Wales, in fact, are discussing additionality for 2023-24, unlike here, and they are wanting to advance negotiations further. So there is still, it hasn't been settled in Wales, and I do think that needs to go on the record. Also, issues are different here. The contracts are more hopelessly outdated, and there's the temptation of Castlereagh right next door, and obviously there are a lot of large health trusts over in England that would offer very attractive packages. So morale inevitably is much lower here than other parts of the UK, and again Alan Robinson highlighted that retention is a major issue, as did Jerry Carroll, who called it forced migration. The Principal Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health receives £4,300 for every person in Northern Ireland as a starting point before we would introduce Barnett consequentials, and this is more than half of the entire devolved budget. We have seen countless audit of departmental spending, and I think the Health Minister referenced one himself. For example, managing hospitals in the same way as they were managed in England, according to the Fiscal Council, would save over £400 million a year, while at the same time delivering improved patient outcomes. And let us repeat that another way. We are spending over £400 million a year to deliver worse outcomes. The fact is we need to see value for our health spend, yet in fact what we see is money allocated to outdated systems and approaches, while not allocated to reformed contracts and improved paying conditions for the people working on it. And Colin McGrath highlighted that we need to focus on ways in which we incorporate transformation that address the issues that the junior doctors have raised with us all. We also need, we have said endlessly that there's no more important element of our healthcare system than the people working in it, and if they feel justifiably that they're not being treated fairly and their legitimate concerns are not being taken seriously, then there will be no healthcare system left to budget for. And Liz Kimmins and Colin McGrath and others did raise the issue that junior doctors are taken to the picket lines tomorrow for 48 hours as a last resource, and the Health Minister did say that he respected their right to strike, but did raise concerns about the impact this will have in terms of the patients. But what we need to hear is less about how £4,000 per person is not enough, but what we need to hear from the Minister is how he's going to prioritise his spending so that the key driver of the system, the people in it, are compensated and treated fairly, while the system itself is transformed to remove waste and deliver better outcomes. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, the motion is clear. The Minister must engage urgently and meaningfully with the BMA to deliver a fair settlement, and he did indicate that his door is open, and he has said that he would be up for independent arbitration, and I suppose this is hopefully the starting point for the BMA to actually be able to sit down with the Health Minister and others to mediate that, because we cannot see more of our junior doctors and others leaving the health service and working in neighbouring jurisdictions, because we will not have a health service left. So the reference of the Health Minister to the suggestion to the Department of Finance around the review of public sector pay, I think it's certainly welcomed. But I do think that my colleague Nuala McAllister's point around putting the business case to the Finance Minister for more funding, I think that's probably more pressing at this stage. So we must consider the priorities that we need. We need to be proactive. If there's no value in the health system, what does this say for the staff that work in it? We need to be able to recruit and retain our staff. I think I've covered most of it, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll leave it there, but I hope going forward from this point that we will see movement in this area, because we have to show our junior doctors how much we value them and care that they stay in our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Would members take their ease to change personnel to top table?
Members, item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Joanne Bunting to raise the matter of the proposed closure of the Belfast Metropolitan College Castlereagh campus. I call Joanne Bunting. Joanne, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to have secured this debate on what is a crucial issue, particularly for, but not restricted to, my constituency of East Belfast. By way of context, towards the end of last year, Belfast Met launched its pre-consultation on the proposed closure of its Castlereagh campus. Castlereagh College, as it's known in our part of the world, is legendary. It has been an institution in more ways than one, and in the best possible sense, for decades, and it would be impossible to overstate its impact on the people of East Belfast and beyond for generations. After such a long and proud history over many decades, it is abhorrent to me that this proposal is under consideration at all. Rationale offered is the degree of investment required to bring the college up to standard. Belfast Met cites that Castlereagh requires £10 million for capital and maintenance works that it simply cannot find. It says the condition and layout are not in accordance with ETI and that it is not a modern teaching environment. Although some, myself included, might suggest an outdated facility may not be ideal, but it is certainly much better than none. The location of Castlereagh College is first-rate. It affords considerable room for expansion, is widely considered to be the easiest of the 4 Belfast Met colleges to access, and has the benefit of free parking. It is now even more profoundly important for our locality and our economy that our people, young and old, have easy access to training and skills, and this campus offers opportunities that the other campuses do not. Naturally then, I rise to express my opposition to this proposal in the strongest possible terms. I consider it to be regressive, discriminatory and short-sighted, and in truth, I am concerned that the consultation was merely a tick-box exercise going through the motions for an ill-conceived decision that may already have been taken. Thus far, DUP delegations have met with representatives from Belfast Met itself, the unions, students, employees, other interested parties and the Minister. We will oppose this vehemently and at every turn. We will not readily allow our young people to have yet another learning option closed off to them. Moreover, skills are essential to the success and growth of Northern Ireland's economy, and this proposal will result in poor access to education for those who do not and have not engaged well with traditional education, and what from those who advocate an alternative pathway to academia for those who learn in a different way. This proposal would see literally thousands of people have such opportunities denied. Something just does not add up. What is to be gained from this closure? It should be noted that their own 10-year plan, preventative maintenance plan, states that the campus has been maintained to a good standard and that the £10 million cost of maintenance and modernisation is over a 10-year period and is a worst-case scenario. As I understand it, there is insufficient room or capacity to transfer all courses and people to Titanic. In terms of income, it must also be pointed out that Castlereagh campus is the all-island centre of excellence in the field of IT and is still growing exponentially. This proposal, for the sake of £10 million, flies in the face of the Northern Ireland Executive's plans to grow our economy and close the skills gap. It runs entirely contrary to the 10X strategy hailed by key business and educational leaders. We are seeking to move away from the prevalence of and dependence on public sector employment to a better balance with increased employment in the private sector, increased inward investment and increased skills. But with one less college, it is folly. How is our economy to grow when we shut down the very places in which skills are taught? We do not build by contracting these facilities. What message does this send to inward investors? Does this look like a Northern Ireland that is open for business and seeking to upskill a workforce for these potential employers? In addition, with this potential closure, Belfast Met will have further stripped this side of the lagoon of educational facilities. East Belfast has already lost Tower Street, Rupert Stanley and Dundonald Government Training Centre, on top of the losses of several secondary schools. And by the way, since its opening, Belfast Met has flagged Titanic as a city centre campus. Now it seeks to rebrand this as its East Belfast location. But forcing people from the east to travel further distances or face a parking charge of £12 per day at Titanic, which is prohibitive for many, could, for some, prevent access to learning altogether. Accessibility is a significant issue. Queen's Road is already notorious for traffic problems in rush hour, and this would be exacerbated by additional numbers of students. Public transport may well be suggested as the solution. However, it has long been recognised that public transportation out with the city centre is not easy. Those familiar with South and East Belfast will know down and in is fine, across, not so much. The glider may well have a dedicated service to Queen's Road and Titanic, but a traveller from the east of the city must reach the upper Newtownards Road first, and the park and ride into Donald is already at capacity. Castlereagh College has the easiest access of all 4 Met colleges and benefits from on-site car parking, a considerable advantage to students and staff alike. When one considers the courses moved from Castlereagh to other sites, incidentally some of Belfast Met's most popular courses, it is not a leap to ponder whether Belfast Met has deliberately run down its Castlereagh campus to achieve this outcome. That question is certainly on the lips of many who have spoken to me, since 75% of joinery, all science and plastering have moved to Titanic. Decision makers are well aware of the impact of such measures and proposals, and also of the consequential outworkings on enrolment numbers as a result of the surrounding uncertainty, which can itself lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. So what message does all this send to young people and parents in East Belfast about the value of education and learning and its prioritisation in the east of the city? What signal does it send about their value and the opportunities afforded to them? In the course of the last 24 years, at least 7 educational reports have been written, each concluding or concerning the educational underattainment of working class Protestants, and boys in particular. And yet, faced with such facts, Belfast Met is moving to shut down an avenue for such boys to access education locally in their own heartland and in an environment where thousands of boys over many decades have been proven to thrive. On issues around attainment, this would never be allowed to happen in the west of the city. It would not even be countenanced as an option. So why is it permissible for the east? Are those in deprivation in the east to lose another avenue to help them succeed and educate themselves out of it? There are significant numbers of people and areas in East Belfast which feature in indices of deprivation. The closure of places like Castlereagh will adversely and severely impact people's ability to educate themselves out of poverty, and indeed poverty that is multi-generational. Are we to permit further harm to those who are underprivileged? I need not demonstrate the importance of education and indeed pathways other than academia. We all concur. Therefore, we must not stand idly by while opportunities for those who have disengaged with traditional forms of education and who were disenfranchised with education from their time in school are lost. We must not ignore the location of this facility and the demographic in which it is placed. Without question, the people most affected by this closure will be working class Protestants, including through the loss of the economic benefits gained by the locale from having the facility. Neither Belfast Met nor the department can merely skip over the adverse impact on the PUL community from this proposal, nor would they if it were other areas of the city. I am tired of the imbalance and mentality towards my part of the city, that it will be okay, that it will sustain, that it's fine to be perpetually at the bottom of the pile in Belfast, and that is what the statistics bear out. No, East Belfast can only absorb so much, and we're starting to see the consequences of this attitude. I'm led to believe, though it has not yet been verified, that there were around 1,200 responses to the consultation, with the vast majority expressing the desire for the campus to remain. So what now? What are the next steps? Was there a plan B, or was the plan always closure? If the consultation was not a mere cosmetic exercise, the response was apparently clear. So what does the governing body do now? Once the college is closed, there is no going back. It cannot be undone, and it will be all the more difficult to engage those who felt school didn't work for them and who thrived in a different learning environment. As a result of underfunding, Belfast Met has been forced to consider something radical, but at what long-term cost and damage? It is in the interests of Northern Ireland to allow Castlereagh the opportunity to grow and contribute. People in the East deserve their opportunity to upskill and secure a good job. In conclusion, Castlereagh College has had a long and illustrious history of bringing back to education those who were disenfranchised by it through school. This college has given many young people opportunities because of a different way of learning. If our economy is to grow, the teaching of skills is essential to that growth. And to remove an easily accessible college when there is insufficient space to accommodate those classes in other campuses is appalling, short-sighted, regressive and detrimental to Northern Ireland plc. There is an onus on the department to step up and step in, and for Belfast Met's governing body to rethink and find another way. This campus must not close, and I urge the Minister to intervene and assist. Thank you.
Thank you. All other speakers will now have approximately 7 minutes, and I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome today's debate on the impact the recently consulted upon closure of the Belfast Metropolitan College Castlereagh campus would have on the immediate area of East Belfast, but also the surrounding areas of Belfast and the local economy. And I do so as an East Belfast MLA, but also a former employee of Belfast Metropolitan College. It's something that I met with surprise when I first received an email from the college in October of last year, and since then I've met with senior management on 2 separate occasions, attended the public consultations, spoken on it in this chamber through a member statement, questioned Minister Murphy twice while he was in post, written to him inviting him to engage with the college, and my constituency colleague Naomi and I submitted our response to the consultation calling for the college to be retained and alternative options explored. Today's adjournment debate, and I thank Ms Bunting for tabling it, is welcome and can play a key part in communicating the importance of the college and the key role that it can play in the local economy if it is supported and looked at differently by the Economy Department and the new Economy Minister. Deputy Speaker, we all know that Northern Ireland is one of the world's leading countries for cybersecurity, with the Castlereagh campus having 2 dedicated specialist cybersecurity labs, and it is a leader in its field here. Moreover, I know from speaking with data scientists that Northern Ireland could be in a unique position to house data here between the USA, UK and EU using our unique status, and this is the crux of my argument. Closure simply does not make sense for us to have a campus closed down that plays a crucial role in shaping and creating the new tech minds of Northern Ireland. For example, the 10X strategy provides a clear strategic focus on good jobs, regional balance, productivity and decarbonisation. In addition, now we have increased clarity post-Brexit. The previous minister himself said that to me in this chamber, saying it helps in making sure not only that those internationally who are interested in potential investment here understand what our position is, and that means north-south, east-west and the dual access that we have. We will need skills to deliver upon that strategy. The goals of the 10X strategy are essential, and the Castlereagh campus plays a crucial role in delivering upon it and creating the minds that are going to deliver for the economy here in Northern Ireland. Aside from the skills that East Belfast would begin to miss out upon, there are passionate staff who care about their students who have been in contact with me, as they have with Ms Bunting as well. I heard this at one of the public consultations last year when teachers spoke out at the slow erosion of classrooms of the college itself over the last number of years, which skew the data the college has presented about how enrolments have been steadily declining over the years. Data which I must say I'm not so sure about, given the particular graph that I and Councillor for the area, Michael Long, were shown compared with the enrolments in the Castlereagh College against all other campuses in Belfast. When we asked to have a clearer breakdown, we were told this data wasn't publicly available. And I know staff share my concerns regarding the accuracy of the information, further compounding the uncertainty and distress in the college at this time and over the last number of months. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to highlight the scenario that we were in last year. I was a frustrated MLA, and this place lay empty and silent to the concerns being raised by staff and students at the proposed closure. As I've said here multiple times in this chamber, with the energy that we now have in this building, a restored executive, a minister in post, and a watching public who don't expect us to be perfect at all times, but to allow the campus to close without so much as even attempting to intervene would be a real crying shame for my residents in East Belfast and for us as elected members as well. It's why I again call on the new Economy Minister to take interest in the proposed campus closure, take up the offer Naomi and I made on behalf of the college to meet with them earlier this year, hear their concerns and challenges, and what plans for the future that could be realised with government intervention at this time. I appreciate that Minister Murphy was of the view that he would not be able to do that, and it was a campus decision. However, like Ms Bunting, I fear we are sleepwalking into a decision that we will look back on and wonder if more could have been done. I call on Minister Harkey to do all that she can to intervene and engage with senior management as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Andy Allen.
Speaker, and at the outset, can I thank my constituency colleague for securing this important adjournment debate today. The Castlereagh College is more than just a building. It is a beacon of education, opportunity and community spirit. It is home to a diverse array of courses that cater for a wide range of interests and career aspirations. Looking at Castlereagh campus's own website, they state from science to engineering to motoring mechanics, sport, healthcare, theatre, fashion, media, makeup studios and more. But as has already been alluded to, some of these courses have been moved to other campuses, which skews the data that we've been provided. These courses offered at the Castlereagh campus offer a unique blend of academic and specialist vocational programmes. These courses are not just about imparting knowledge, they're about equipping students with the skills they need to thrive in the modern workforce. The facilities are described on Belfast Met's own website as industry standard. In many cases, it provides students with an environment that mirrors the professional world, whether it's the fully equipped science labs, state-of-the-art engineering workshops, or cutting-edge creative media studios, of which I have had the honour of engaging in recently in a course myself in the Castlereagh campus. These facilities are not just tools for education, they're investments in the future for our community. Indeed, many of the students I've engaged with have not expressed any concern with the facilities on offer. Firstly, it would mean the loss of a critical educational resource for our young people. The campus serves as a vital stepping stone for many students, offering pathways to higher education, apprenticeships and employment. By closing this campus, we would be cutting off these pathways and limiting future prospects for many. It has also been acknowledged and spoken upon by previous members that Belfast Met would struggle to accommodate the courses delivered at the Castlereagh campus within other sites. Moreover, the closure would impact local businesses and industries that rely on the skilled workforces produced. The courses in IT, plumbing, creative media production and other fields are tailored to meet the demands of local employers. These businesses depend on graduates to fill their ranks with capable, trained professionals. The social impact of closing the campus cannot be overstated. Castlereagh campus is more than an educational institution. It is a community hub. It brings together people from diverse backgrounds, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual support. It is a place where lifelong friendships are formed and where students can find mentors and role models. Closing this campus would mean dismantling a vibrant community that contributes significantly to the social fabric of East Belfast and beyond. We must also consider the message that closing the campus would send to our current and future students. It would convey a lack of commitment to their educational and personal development. In an era where we should be championing education and lifelong learning, closing what should be a thriving campus is a step in the wrong direction. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, like other members, I've engaged extensively with Belfast Met senior management, and I too have concerns similar to those that have been conveyed. I've conveyed those concerns, as I'm sure others have done so, as they've alluded to, and that of students, staff, the wider community, unions and many others who have engaged with me and other elected representatives regarding the proposal to close the Castlereagh College. I would urge Belfast Met to reconsider this proposal to close Castlereagh campus and indeed urge the Minister and the Department to intervene to prevent the closure of this much needed facility. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. I call David Brooks.
Deputy Speaker, like my colleagues, I speak today in support of Castlereagh campus, its staff, its students and the local community, all of whom are dismayed by the proposal to close this site. Any such closure would be, as my colleague has said, regressive and a denial of opportunity to the community it serves, but also a strategic error in supplying the workforce required for growing industries in Belfast and Northern Ireland. Castlereagh campus is ideally situated in the heart of working class communities in East Belfast. It plays a vital role in ensuring access of those communities to courses by Belfast Met, equipping them with education and skills for work, encouraging social mobility and equality of opportunity. I know the Minister, not least from our short time together in Belfast City Council, has a strong interest in building up working class communities. Indeed, I know that she is aware of this issue, having attended the consultation at the college with me in past months, and I appeal that she will listen to the appeals here today. It is well known that there are long-term issues around educational attainment within Protestant working class communities, particularly among males. A recent study into educational underachievement undertaken by Queen's University and Stranmillis identified the lack of access to local educational provision as a major contributor to underachievement, and the distances to provision serve to reinforce the idea that education is not a priority. Removal of further educational facilities in Castlereagh would only serve to reinforce this negative perspective and further entrench educational underachievement. that the consultation on the potential closure of Castlereagh campus seeks to use lack of diversity as a reason to consider closure is to discriminate against communities in this part of Belfast on the basis that many come from a Protestant working class background. It is a failure to consider that this is a cohort that has repeatedly been identified as requiring greater access and assistance in attaining qualifications and skills. I share others' concern around the lack of engagement, imagination or serious consideration given to alternative options. Along with colleagues, I was exasperated and expressed my frustrations that the college had positive blueprints and visions on their shelf, which were never seriously promoted or driven forward, and as such have had little progress. Furthermore, BMC have raised concerns about the condition of the campus. It is simply not acceptable or an acceptable or valid argument for BMC to use the condition of the building as a reason to move out of an area when they themselves have chosen actively not to invest in the campus. The real shame is that Castlereagh campus is so perfectly located to serve a spectrum of growing new industries and reinvigorated traditional industries in East Belfast. These businesses are ever hungry for skilled workers, and nowhere is better located than Castlereagh to partner with them to serve that need. A world-class advanced manufacturing hub producing highly skilled talent for world-leading and growing local businesses nearby, like Thales, Spirit Air Systems, Harland Wolff, businesses that we discussed just yesterday in this chamber as we talked about the growing potential of the defence industries here. Indeed, the campus, quite uniquely, has an aircraft fuselage and the advantage of significant space that other campuses lack to host such facilities which can be utilised to train our future workforce. But it is not just manufacturing. At the opposite end of Montgomery Road from the campus lies Loop Studios, another base for Belfast's relatively young but booming multimedia and creative industries. The campus is already a peerless local centre for cybersecurity, a course thriving at Castlereagh, serving an industry for which Belfast has established itself as one of the global leaders and demonstrating the need for investment, not abandonment. Furthermore, previous proposals at the campus had looked at creating a potential sports hub. This should be looked at again. There is a real potential for growth in this sector. A number of sports clubs in East Belfast are professional, such as Ulster Rugby and Glentoran FC, and many other clubs are looking at similar models. As part of that professional setup, there is an educational element, especially in relation to academies. At the moment, these are catered for through universities in GB, and it would make more sense for local facilities in Castlereagh to be used for courses either directly or tying in with universities. There is wider work that needs to be done by the department on the role of colleges and of universities. They should not be in direct competition. In the course of meetings with BMC, I had the distinct impression that the college, in a way I fear is not uncommon within the further education sector, has become compliant and subservient to the notions of the dominance of our universities. Our universities are rightly celebrated, but that does not mean our FE colleges should bow to them. With universities veering ever further into courses and foundation levels of education traditionally catered for by FE colleges, doubtless with the aim of reaping financial benefits, BMC seem remarkably resistant to considering anything which might irk or cause a deterioration in relationship with them. I perceive it to be akin to an institutional Stockholm syndrome. The universities continue to steal the FE's lunch money, and colleges all but thank them from the crumbs of their resplendent tables, when colleges would be best placed to offer apprenticeships that are linked to industry need. The abandonment of Castlereagh campus would be both symptomatic and symbolic of continuing and misplaced submissiveness and failure of leadership at all levels to defend the place of BMC from the incursion of universities upon the viability of the entire sector. A decision to leave Castlereagh campus, a Castlereagh campus that is so clearly an asset to facilitate the range of courses and related facilities that could not easily be facilitated at other campuses and would require a new location being sought, would run entirely contrary to logic. It would be a decision to abandon an area with a locality far more ripe with key demographics for further education to target. Any closure of Castlereagh campus will be a denial of educational opportunity and career progression to communities that are all too often left behind. The Minister and BMC have an opportunity to pause and consider alternatives. As an MLA for East Belfast, along with my party colleagues, I am happy to work with the college to find a long-term solution and secure educational provision for the local area. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak on this adjournment debate, and I congratulate Joanne Bunting for securing today's debate. It is a vital subject. I don't represent East Belfast, but I do represent South Belfast, which is right next door to the boundary. In fact, it's very close to the boundary of South and East Belfast, or it was until the most recent boundary changes. It is important to say that though Castlereagh College, what was Castlereagh College, now the Castlereagh campus at Belfast Met, historically takes in a significant chunk of its intake from that part of East or Southeast Belfast. Actually, its intake goes significantly into further than simply that heartland, as it were, into South Belfast and into further afield in parts of Ards and North Down. So it is, and of course throughout other parts of Belfast. So it is a significant contributor to our FE offer in the Greater Belfast area, as has been said. And it is, for a start, highly regrettable that this has been communicated in this way. There are very real concerns among students, staff, unions and others who are key stakeholders that this process has not been handled well, and that is to put it at its most diplomatic. I have engaged, before I engaged with senior management in Belfast Met, I engaged with very concerned staff members, students affected and indeed unions, and there was a genuine shock and sadness at this development and at the approach being taken by Belfast Met. I think it is important to acknowledge that there are real budget constraints on the department and indeed on consequentially on Belfast Met. So I understand that senior leaders in public services are having to take decisions, or at least consider decisions that they would otherwise not take. But it is important that those of us who are public representatives, particularly public representatives for areas like South East Belfast, where there are, as has been said, significant groups who have been who have not done as well as they should be doing in terms of skills and in terms of education, that those people deserve the best possible opportunity. And there is an historic and real tradition at what was, I said, previously known as Castlereagh College, is now the Castlereagh campus of Belfast Met, of those groups getting access not just to traditional whether apprenticeships or traditional trades, though as has been said, some of those trades have left the campus and are now pursued at other parts of the Belfast Met estate. Whether that was the right or wrong decision, I think, is debatable, and I think there's a real frustration that some of those specialisms did leave Castlereagh, but there clearly are now, it isn't just more traditional, important though those traditional qualifications are, it isn't just traditional qualifications that are pursued at Belfast Met, but also those cutting edge qualifications, whether it's advanced manufacturing or cyber and tech. And yes, it is important to say, in fact, it will come as a surprise possibly to people who will have had a perception of the Castlereagh campus as a more traditional further education site, that it is such a Ireland leading campus in terms of its tech provision. So it's really vital that at a bare minimum Belfast Met are obliged, and by extension the Minister and the Department are obliged to give an account of why simply taking all this provision out of South East Belfast is going to improve overall the FE provision in this city, and how it connects to the economic vision the Minister has set out and our broader determination to improve and upskill our economy and to create opportunity, particularly in working class communities, because those are real questions that people who are either engaged, who are either studying at Belfast Met now, employed there, or involved in that wider community. Those are questions they want answered, and I'm afraid they haven't been answered yet. So while I acknowledge that there are real budgetary pressures that face the leaders at Castlereagh campus, and I acknowledge that they are faced with at least having to consider difficult decisions, I do think it's important. The formal consultation period ended in February. I, along with others, obviously responded to it, and corresponded and made our views known. I do think that the bare minimum that can be done is that absolutely every avenue can be pursued to avoid simply the blunt route of closure, and the best possible or the most thorough possible explanation and alternatives given to those who care about further educational provision in that part of South East Belfast. I'm afraid it hasn't been given yet at all, and I think that has really contributed to a real sense of lack of communication and frustration on behalf of people who care about educational provision in that part of Belfast, and not just educational provision, but opportunities and the ability to create a skilled pipeline into some of those businesses, those world-leading, in many cases, businesses that David Brooks mentioned earlier. So I look forward to hopefully hearing from the Minister, the Department's position, what its view is on the future sustainability of Belfast Met overall, and whether simply closing Castlereagh campus is an unavoidable outcome. I would like to hear if other alternatives have been considered, and if that is the route to be followed, has it been stress tested? Have other alternatives been exhausted? And what is the plan, frankly, for working class communities in particular who had availed of that, and particularly for those courses that aren't simply about actual inclusion is vital, but they're also about producing that skilled pipeline of workers, whether it's into cyber technology or into our creative industries. So, as I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is real concern, particularly in that part of Belfast, but I think in the FE sector more broadly about this. So we are keen to hear from the Minister about the Department's view. Thank you very much.
And thank you, and also to all members who have spoken. I now call on the Minister for the Economy to respond.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And I welcome today's discussion, and thank you to Joanne for bringing this important debate, and for all of the members who have contributed. And I suppose I want to say from the outset, and to be explicit, that no decision has been taken or made with regard to the future of the Belfast Metropolitan College Castlereagh campus. I am acutely aware of the depth of feeling which exists around the future of the campus, and I think there has been a large response in terms of the consultation that has taken place, and I think that it is right that time is taken to assess the responses and for that to be considered in the time ahead. And indeed, as was said by David, I did experience it firsthand when, in my capacity as an MLA in South Belfast, similar to Matthew, I did attend the public engagement event back in February, and I actually still have the notes that I took from that event back then, and listened at first hand. Some of the students who were there that night, it wasn't a student event, I know there were other events, but particularly from the trade unions, from the staff, the 167 staff that are working at the site, also ex-staff, and I think that said something really about the campus, that they still feel that connection, and again, importantly, the community that reside in and around the campus as well. And I suppose just to touch on a note, I mean, by way of the campus and the impact, of course, locality is important in terms of where these things are geographically based. But we know that 24.5% of the learners come from East Belfast. There's a huge cohort, as was said, come from beyond East Belfast. And of course, that's a testament to the campus. And also going forward, you know, it also shows the potential, even within the locality of East Belfast, that more potentially could be done when you look at the numbers there. I think at those engagements, and since then, obviously concerns have been raised in terms of the heightening of educational attainment gaps to the potential loss of local economic growth if the closure was a selected option. It is evident that the local community, staff, past and present, and those who attended the college do feel strongly that the campus should be retained. And indeed, I'm aware that a considerable number of consultation responses have been received, including many from within this chamber as well. And again, I welcome that, and as I said, we do want to take the time. I know the campus and the college are looking at that, and obviously I will want to look at that as Minister also. I think it's also a testament to the contribution of the institution on the lives of people, not only in terms of education, but also in terms of economic and social links of the campus, which has been touched on in the contributions here today as well. And equally, it is right that Belfast Metropolitan College takes the appropriate steps to understand the long-term viability of this campus, including looking at is there an ambition to invest in this site, and that is something that I will want to look at very closely. The Belfast Met's criteria includes important elements including health and safety, increase in sustainability targets, and the need to deliver a meaningful modern curriculum for learners from state-of-the-art facilities in line with the current emerging industry needs. And as Conor Murphy set out when he delivered his economic vision here a number of weeks ago, skills are a key enabler of driving good jobs, increasing productivity, and also in delivering regional balance and decarbonising our economy. Conor's vision statement explicitly referenced the importance of colleges and the need to grow college numbers. The significant uplift in lecturers' pay represents the first important step towards this goal, and Belfast Met's consultation criteria for the campus includes investing in the Castlereagh campus to address structural issues, to review curriculum delivery, and also to increase student numbers. And as a result, full consideration should be given to investigating all possible options in the future going forward. This includes exploring alternative uses for the campus, consolidation or restructuring possibilities, and the need to be mindful of the legal and financial implications. I am encouraged to see that the Belfast Met are taking proper time to understand all the potential impacts and inputs to the important consultation process, and I suppose that is reflected in the numbers that had come forward. And when the full proper consideration has been given to the issue, the College will share its findings and proposals with the Department for a decision to be made. The Department will ensure that all key concerns have been taken into account in the decision-making process. It will also ensure that all risks and opportunities are thoroughly evidenced and considered as part of any decision on the future of the campus. And I'm aware that the previous Minister, Conor Murphy, has already met with a variety of representatives, including the local MP for the area and also the trade unions that have been involved in the ongoing discussions and consultations as well, with an interest in the campus, and he's tasked officials within the department to ensure that any future proposal is robustly assessed. And again, I've been meeting with officials on the back of that as well, even on the back of the notes that I have taken, to make sure that we are robustly looking at these issues when they come forward from the Belfast Met. In relation to the ongoing provision of services at Castlereagh, I can confirm that the College has advised it fully intends to continue its standard curriculum delivery in this year of 2024-25. I'm also aware that speculation had been building on the issue of closure due to minor adjustments to service delivery and the renewal of contracts. I have been assured by the College that these are standard changes and in no way signal the decision to run down the campus. And I know it was also an issue in terms of contracts around catering. That was one of the issues that were raised in February of this year. And again, I've also received assurances that those contracts will continue to run into the next year, and I know some of that was clarified on the night of the meeting. I do obviously want to thank Belfast Met for its continued engagement and to all of those who have offered their views on the future of this much valued institution. And on my part, I'm committed to ensuring that our further education system is fit for the future, is accessible to all, and importantly is a key contributor to the economic vision that Conor set out around good jobs, productivity, decarbonisation and regional balance. And as I say, we want to robustly look at all of these issues around the ambition of the Castlereagh campus. When you look at areas like IT, engineers, the creative industries, all growth sectors for the economy going forward. And as I say, the important issue of locality, it is incredibly important, and that is something that we want to pay particular attention to as well. So again, I just want to thank the member for bringing this important discussion, and I do look forward to continuing the engagement with key stakeholders in the time ahead, and particularly when I receive the information from the College, and that we will look at that robustly in the time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.